Just getting core PCE numbers month over month coming in a little bit better than expected here. It's 0.2. Just hearing in my ear, it's not up here yet, but 0.2 versus 0.3 expected there on the month over month number. Canadian GDP just coming in 0.5 versus 0.4 as well. Again, the key there, not updating here on the screen, but 0.2 versus 0.3. It's actually showing 0.3 here. So U.S. consumer spending month over month, here it is, 0.2 versus 0.3. So PCE price index on a month over month basis in line with expectations, 0.3 versus 0.3. So 5% versus 5.1 on the year over year numbers. So that is positive overall, or should be anyways. Yeah, market to the upside in a big way here, 0.4 for the S&P right now. About 0.2 for the NASDAQ after starting things off basically flat on the morning. Again, overall, the market wanting to see that progress, wanting to see things moving in the right direction. Again, the PCE price index on a month-over-month basis in line with expectations. The month-over-month number downside, that's the key, 0.2 versus 0.3%. Again, the biggest inflation data point that we are going to get this week. Remember, next Friday, a week from today, we'll get non-farm payrolls. So that's the next stop on this train of inflation. A ton to talk about this morning, including obviously DWAP. There's Rumble, both moving to the upside on this former President Trump news this morning. We'll get into that a little bit more. More China-related news coming up for Tesla. We'll touch on big tech back on watch as well. A ton of things within that group. Looking to move maybe back to the upside with this better than expected data. Let's get right into it. It's Friday, March 31st, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. I'll pull up the Qs here, not 13%, thankfully, but there's 0.28% for the NASDAQ. You can see a nice move back to the upside along with the S&P. Actually, S&P leading right now, 0.4 versus 0.3 here for the Qs in positive territory, nevertheless, after, if you're just joining a little bit late here. Yeah, a lot of red on this board, but that just means it's important. U.S. consumer spending month over month up here. 0.2 versus a forecast of 0.3. That's really all you need to know. Everything else basically in line with expectations. Finally, we're starting to see some of these numbers coming in line with expectations, including, we were just talking before we came on here, Italy CPI downside in a big way as well as 8.2 expected, comes out 7.7. So right across the board, finally some progress. Maybe.
Yeah, they've been struggling with that. We saw the last print in England above 10%, but I'm going to be really interested to kind of dive deep into this PCE number, see where the inflation is still sticky, where it's making progress, so we can kind of get an idea of what the Fed will be thinking at the next meeting, Brendan.
Yeah, the core number here as well on a year-over-year basis, downside also, so 4.6 versus 4.7. If you take out food and energy there for the year-over-year number. So again, right across the board, in line with expectations, a little bit better even for the PCE price index, 5 versus 5.1, 0.3 versus 0.3, 0.2 versus 0.3 on the month-over-month number there. Just keep in mind, coming up at 9:45, we'll get Chicago PMI, and then another one at 10 o'clock with University of Michigan sentiment. The final print at 10 o'clock this morning. That has an inflation portion within it as well. Sean, enjoying a long weekend. Max is with us this morning to take us through to the weekend. Going to be a pretty interesting day here, guys. To the upside we go.
Yes, we do. Mad Max in the building. I've been giving you nicknames all week.
Yeah, one of them eventually is going to stick.
Well, I'm kind of hoping so. Maximilian, Mad Max, Maximus, Decimus, Meridius. But look, the market did just move to the upside. It's not a huge move. Like Sharif said, maybe you want to dig in to see some of the granular numbers with that PCE. But look, it came a little bit better than expected. I think that's going to bode well for us because we've been technically in rally mode. I don't see a reason to change the bull over off to the bear. We'll get into some individual names, obviously. Just one quick note here. Netflix is still breaking out on the daily. NVIDIA still has 275. So that's, to me, still a bit of a short. DWAC is already starting to come back down, so I paid for my locates, and it didn't go up far enough. And I think Max was thinking the same thing, too. And Intel's about 32, so I still like that Intel 32 level. I'm in front of it right now. I think the long is going to be good for some of these chip names. Just be a little bit cautious when trading them banks. We'll see how they respond to it. I'm not really focused on the banks as much today. I think we'll stick with big cap tech. And there might be, I'm not saying DWAC is going to move today. It's just there might be something. Maybe.
I'm here for it. Maybe. I'm here for it. DWAC, let's get that thing going again. DWAC is nuts. Yeah, Meta 208 is still intact as well. So if we're going to go up today, Meta 208 is like that key level that I've been looking at. I'd like to catch a dip on Meta maybe. Amazon, that 103 from yesterday is still intact. So we can catch a dip on Amazon, hopefully off the open. And Tesla's still in the sell range for me. So let's see if we can crack 198 and get moving to 200.
I feel like you're like, for everyone here, when we trade Tesla, if it doesn't break 200, it's hard not to like the notion of fading that level first. And you know what? I'm just gonna, because you didn't pull the chart up, so I'm gonna do it anyways. We'll get back to the boys at the desk for a split second. But look at what Tesla's been doing on the 15 minutes. This is, and I know this is what you mean. Like, look at the rejection of the 200 level. It's not small. It's always a fantastic shorting opportunity. Now, 198 the last couple of times, 97.5, I suppose. That's been pretty solid. So it gets into this range, and what do you want to do with 98 to 200? Like, there's options in there, because you could probably, maybe you could scalp along. Otherwise, you can be biding your time as it gets above, looking for the short opportunity. I think a lot of times that's what I'll do. It gets into the short range. I'm just waiting for it to do it. And if it breaks 200, then you can start working the longs above. I think that's one of those, you make your decision in advance. Like, what am I doing in that zone? Am I working longs into 200 with a tight stop? Am I waiting to go short at $200? Am I shorting it here at 197.5? Those are decisions you want to make. The only thing I'm offering right now is in front of NVIDIA 275 and bidding Intel in front of 32. I might pick up a baby long on that one. But as we talk here, yeah, you're getting a little, some names are pulling back more than others. The NASDAQ's kind of holding some of those gains here. I'll quickly show this to you. That's the NASDAQ holding gains, maybe only 20 or 30 points. It's not a lot, but NVIDIA is right back to where we started. This, underneath 275, NVIDIA keeps running into a wall. This is what I mean about shorting off of a level. It just seems to want to reject. There's a lot of sellers down there. It's the same reason why Google can't seem to break like away from 100 bucks. It's just no one wants to be buying 101s and 102s at this particular moment. So you got to be at least a little bit cautious with some of these longs in tech.
Just checking in on a few things here in relation to this number, including the Fed funds futures now pricing in another quarter-point hike here for May. So, I mean, it's 50-50, but it's a little bit leaning towards another quarter point coming for May. Yields, however, really not doing a heck of a lot on that number, even though, theoretically better than expected. So I was kind of expecting the 2 and the 10-year to be moving, the dollar to be moving a little bit as well, but not much in the way of movement so far. So we can dig in a little bit to the overall market. I mean, this daily chart is, tells the story. Pretty impressive. After that nice hold of 290, 285 for the Qs on that pullback that took better part of 3 months to kick off the year. And then here we are at 320 again. So it's been tech, and more tech. And tech is liking this number as well.
Yeah, definitely. And it has been for the last little while. It's been moving quite aggressively. The NQ outperforming the ES over the last little while. I was telling Maxo before we came on camera, I sniffed a little something with the a little bit of an NQ weakness relative to the ES today. We'll see if that continues. But it's going to be interesting to see how we play out here after 9:30, Brendo. Seems that always seems to be the kind of the direction we get later on.
Yeah, is there going to be any follow through, or will it be a Friday type of a trade where it kind of opens and goes to sleep? There's a few individuals, I mentioned, few individual news stories within the tech group this morning. This kind of includes Microsoft and Google. This is from Piper Sandler. So if you read through this note, it's kind of wishy-washy, to be honest. I mean, they say, the market share in search specifically that Microsoft and Bing with ChatGPT could take from Google, could be in the neighborhood of 15 billion. But then they also say, it's such a one-sided event right now that it's going to take some time. It says 2025, but it's going to take some time before you see any kind of move in one way or the other. I mean, neither really doing anything on this, but both Google and Microsoft worth a watch today.
Yeah, I sniff a little something too, every now and then, Sharif. I sniff this great coffee. I sniff this donut. I don't know what you're sniffing, Sharif, that gives you insights on the market, but let me know. By the way, I want to thank Prad for bringing me an apple fritter on this Friday. That was really, really nice of him. I don't really know where the box of donuts came from, but appreciate that one, Prad. You're the man, buddy. What's hilarious about that whole thing is, like Sharif said the line, I sniffed something out, and Max and I just immediately start dying laughing. It goes to Brendan, and Brendan's like, just goes on like a complete consummate professional that he is. Me, not so much. Me, not so much. And so just to go back to the market for a quick second, because I don't know if we pull up the overall, the cues here. The reason why I think you got to be at least looking for the continuation trend long is we're still in the midst of a breakout, right? You've been slowly grinding the last couple of days, so you do want to look for those stronger names out there where you can kind of dig into some of those longs. Now, obviously, Max, you mentioned this with Meta, and now that I put the system to test, and daily chart works. You mentioned this on 208. We like breakout levels where stocks, if they get above, you're going in new territory. So this is one that has a lot of room to go, like air over above. I'd watch out at that 206. I don't know if we test this at the open, but that was a pretty interesting drop that we had in the middle of the day into that level, and it found support there.
Yeah, that
but it was free fall into it.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were trading it at that time.
Well, I was getting the Amazon 101 dip, and I said to Sharif, you have to be brave in the face of danger. And, it worked out. We got $1 out the Amazon one.
I like that one.
That Meta long looked like it was even better. But, yeah, if we dip into 206, I'm going to be looking long on Meta.
So one thing you don't know, Max, and I steal lines from other people. So, like flat bottom break, I stole from Sharif.
Yep.
Brave in the face of danger, I've now stolen from you. So just be prepared for the fact that every single time I short a top on something or catch a falling knife, I'm going to be brave in the face of danger.
It's a good one. It's a good one. I can't say that I came up with it, but, I'll take credit for using it. Yeah.
So just a quick question. So I asked you what was going on with the hat because I didn't know. For anybody out there, did you want to let them know what the deal with the hat is?
Yes.
Because I didn't know what that was at all.
I'm channeling some Sean energy today. I got my Italian Sugo hat on. I do have a sticky note for Sticky Note Nation. Never done one of these before, but we do have the...
Okay, give me this for a second.
All right.
If you're going to do that, then we got to do something with it. Keep going.
Yeah, trying to see if there's any magic at this desk or if it's just all in Sean's mind. Maybe we'll see if we can get some Sean-style trades going. Amazon looking strong again. Would like to catch a dip. Initially, I was thinking 101 if PCE was kind of flat. Now that PCE has come out positive, going to look at 102, which is also like VWAP kind of area. Not that that really matters yet. And then Tesla as well. Tesla, I do like the long today. I think if we clear that like 197.50 that we've been struggling with, then on a Friday there's options expiring. Maybe we get above that 200, and then maybe it's a short above there. What else did I have on the sticky note?
Oh, sorry, I've already done the picture. Go ahead.
Apple has been catching support at like the prior days kind of highs before the last little while. So like 161.50 I was looking at. If I could maybe pull up this 30-minute chart. Yeah, this 161.50 area kind of like high here, holds here. So now if we can hold it again today, move up towards, what do we have? 164 is the next level on the daily chart if we can keep going. So Apple's super strong recently, and if the market's going to be strong, I want to see Apple be strong as well. And finally, we got DWAC, which I liked the 16 level on this one for the short, but the volume just isn't there. I don't know if we're going to get up there today.
They're trash. The volume is nothing. The volume is terrible. I just got Intel shares, but I said I would do this anyways. So I just quickly tweeted out. Bears versus Bulls, you can probably throw that out there. If you want to know his levels, I send mine. It's a trading show. If you're tuning in for the first time, welcome, as always. There's not a heck of a lot in terms of volatility this morning, but I said in the afternoon show, I said I was going to trade Intel off the 32 level. I still intend to do so. I just grabbed those 6s, so you can't see because Surge Trader blocking the position board, so we can rotate that back and forth. But here's 32 on Intel. Since Micron earnings, been in an absolute tear. If anything, Intel was stronger than Micron for 2 days in a row. I know Micron got all the attention, but Micron gapped up and ran. Intel had a smaller gap up and then carried the entire day on the Micron earnings. And then, well, they also had their investor event as well. That's the other thing. They caught some downgrades, which I said don't worry about that because the long off 32 was pretty much free money, but now you have a flat bottom potential break. I'm in at 06. I'll probably, if it's holding at the open, I'll add to it. If it's not, I'm probably just going to break out at like 95 or something like that and look for something else. It might even be a flat bottom break here if the market looks weak enough. So into Intel. Oh, NVIDIA's right at 72s. What I love about what's happening here, when you get the reaction to the number, you can see what individual stocks are and aren't doing. So Netflix gapping up on the pullback, not retesting the lows as strongly, not really filling in that gap. So you can start to sniff out some relative strength and weakness. I made a bit of a mistake on Netflix. That was on the way up, I got greedy. I didn't take out at 43s when it got to the top on our breakout. And then I wasn't really patient enough on the dip. When you get that kind of a reversal, don't try to catch that falling knife. Typically, let it roll down to a bigger level. That was down here at that 335. I ended up with the 335 long eventually. Like, I'm going to take that every time. But you just don't need to have this long in here. You know, that happens to you. Stand brave in the face of danger down around here when it makes more sense to do so. You know, it's one thing to be brave. It's another thing to be a fool.
That's exactly what I
fight the
was gonna
battles
say.
that you can win. Oddly enough, I'm reading a new Star Wars book, and like one of the Sith Lords literally says that. He's challenged. He's like, "Are you afraid? What are you afraid to do battle?" He's like, "I'm just not dumb enough to get into a fight I'm going to lose." I'm like, "Okay, that's pretty smart." See, Star Wars has wisdom too. You don't have to prove anything to the market. Being patient is definitely a smart move.
Michael Noss, CMT over at Trade Ideas, with us on a Friday, as always, for a bit of a look at a technical indicator this morning that, I mean, I want to say it's new, but I guess it's not really. It's the concept of it is newer than most, we'll put it that way, but I'll let you explain further. And we're talking about anchored VWAP today, which from a day trading point of view is maybe a little more common than from an investing point of view, but can be used for both.
Yeah, and this is interesting because you're right. It's an indicator that people have used for a very long time, and it is very common. You guys will see it on the show all the time with intraday trading when it comes to VWAP, which is actually still anchored, but just anchored to the beginning of the day. But yes, this is expanded out for more of my time frame, which you guys know is kind of the swing time frame. So right off the bat, this is a new product that we're releasing at Trade Ideas, an add-on to any subscription you guys have. You can check out. Email info@trade-ideas for more. You can hit me up on Twitter, just Michael Noss CMT. We'll talk about that as well. But it is inspired and it's in partnership with Alpha Trends, who actually, the book is right behind me right there, released a new book. And this is a way that he's been trading for many, many years. There's many applications for it. So to not cram it all into this session, I would say the next 3 or 4, I'm going to talk about different setups from this book and different things that we have built into the system using this new indicator. So the next slide here is just a little bit, it's a little wordy, but it's just a talk about VWAP for if people don't know what it is. And it's essentially a moving average, just like you'll see people use a 10-period moving average or a 20-period moving average, but instead of just being the last number of prices, it also includes volume. So it will put more weight on a candle that might not have moved very much, but has a lot of volume, or one that's moved big with volume will really move the indicator as well. So the question with this is always, well, when do you start it? Because it's a continuous calculation that goes over time. And again, you can see the little Venn diagram there, combines price, volume, and time. So where do you anchor it? So the first chart I have here is just AMPS from yesterday. And this is mainly how you're probably used to seeing VWAP used. And you can see that as this rallied after gapping and selling off the open, every time it rallied to VWAP, that was a good short. Again, a very, very common day trading style, something that we've done in Trade Ideas for a long time, is just looking for stocks approaching VWAP or backing off VWAP. It's a style that, I remember when I was there talking with Sharif that I've got my own style to trade these kind of setups, and it works very, very well. So just quickly, why does it work? Why is this VWAP so important? And the main reason, as someone who's worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years now, I can tell you, it's the way that people will judge whether or not they're getting a good price on their stock, right? So for something like AMPS, if it's gapping up in the morning and I'm telling my execution trader or my execution broker, hey, I want you to sell AMPS, how am I going to know if they got a good price or not? I'm going to use the VWAP. And if they're getting near that price or above that price, then I know they sold it at a good price. If he's getting way below that price, then I know he's getting a bad price. So because this is a tool to judge institutional performance one way or the other, you'll see a lot of games at it, right? So every time it approached it, it could be that this institution was like, okay, well, now I'm going to sell it because it's close to this price, and it will make the boss happy if this is roughly the price that I get. So if I can get less than or greater than or equal to the anchored VWAP for the day, then I'm going to get a reward. So that's why it works intraday, and it's also why it works on the daily time frame. So next chart we have here is just KB Homes. And the same type of reward structure and the same type of games around the VWAP will work on a daily chart. But again, the question is always where to anchor it. So this, for example, the horizontal yellow line is where earnings came in. And you can see that after that, it's every time it comes down to approach this VWAP, there's some buyers in there. And it's probably because of the same kind of thing. There are institutions that say, hey, I like the earnings report on KB Homes. I'd like you to buy me some. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use whatever the average price, which is what the VWAP tells us, from that initial point. And that's what I'm going to do to judge your performance. So every time it comes down there, you may get some support. You may get some buying in this area. So it becomes this kind of dynamic area of support and resistance, which I'm really loving these. So that's kind of the setup we're going to focus on today, is an anchored VWAP from a large gap as a way to anchor it. And again, this product that we have in Trade Ideas with Trader TV 20 will save you 20% on, basically finds all of these setups and then more that I'm going to talk about in the coming weeks. So first of all, so KBH, right, if it can hold this anchored VWAP and then hold above maybe $40, that's probably a good place to look to get a little bit of a trade on it. The next one that I have here is ARLO. And again, you can see how the anchored VWAP right before that earnings date is holding perfectly. Every time the price comes down to it, there seems to be some buying in this area. So $6 is the high of that range. If we can get over $6 on ARLO, I like the look of that one. Next one here is NEO. Same kind of thing. Every time we have that VWAP anchored from that large gap, and every time it comes back to that price, there's some buying in this NEO. So if we can get back over $18, move off this level, it might be good for a swing trade again. And last but not least, this is a one that I think we all know, this C3 AI, which is in play with all this AI buzz. You can see that it has that anchored VWAP from that gap. When it sold below that, it just crashed immediately. And then when it came back to it, it's been playing around that for 3 or 4 days with a bounce off of that yesterday. So some continuation here may tell us that there is some accumulation around that VWAP from the gap.
When you start to incorporate, multiple different catalysts in the sense that, a C3 AI, also with the short interest that we've also talked about with this segment before. So I love this concept. I mean, it can get a little bit, you can make it as complicated as you want in the sense that if you start adding multiple different anchored VWAPs from different points, you start to get in a little bit of trouble. But keep it simple, as we always like to say. I love the idea, I love the concept as well. Again, guys, Trader TV 20, once again this weekend, anytime really, all throughout the day even. You can use Trader TV 20, get 20% off over at Trade Ideas. Michael Noss, CMT with Trade Ideas. Have a great weekend.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Thank you as always, Michael. It's always a good time to learn the markets. There's no time that you shouldn't try to be learning new things, like whether or not it's a concept that you're familiar with or you use or you don't use. Try to put some things in your toolbox, like Max and I were talking about different indicators as well, like like RSI here and there. At one point, I used to use Bollinger Bands, but I use VWAP pretty much and volume exclusively on my intraday charts. And I'm going to get to this one because, look, if Mullen's going to move, then it is what it is. So Mullen making some, I don't want to call it a power move, but 35% I suppose is a pretty good move. Just try to remember a few things about Mullen. The 20 level was, just absolutely monstrous, that 20 level. And this was, I'm pretty sure it was back here that it wasn't here, it was here that we're talking about 20. Like when you take shot plays in penny stocks, like this is kind of what you're looking for. It's always the same setup, like find an area supply and demand, and find that good consolidation, then look for the longs off of it. And when it eventually broke, look at how it trended down. Found a bottom at 10, it's running. I would expect, I'm going to pay for locates, I would expect 20 cents, maybe even to 21, 22 is where the short would be and make sense. But until that happens, Mullen's on one. There isn't a red candle in my 15-minute chart. I'm going to double check to see what's going on because quite frankly, I didn't see any news when I sat down on it, but it wasn't necessarily going to be on my radar on a PCE kind of day. Just to give you a quick update, I was asking the chat. I did mention that at 32, underneath 32 was going to be my out. It's the pre-market. And in the pre-market, when there isn't as much liquidity, if a level like this goes, come to my chart for a second. If a level like this goes, you understand if the market rolls over after that kind of good number initially on PCE there, you could be like 30, 40 cents very quickly on a stock like that. Intel's not necessarily going to do that when the market opens. It's going to have liquidity at pretty much every single level. Like there are pennies that aren't even quoted right now on Intel. There's 99, there's 97, there's 96. Like usually there'd be every single penny there'd be some shares on. So in the pre-market, that's not one you want to hold on to. So I'm stopped out for now, but that level can reestablish itself right back at the open. And then I just go right back to Dodge with this name. I am primarily looking for longs as long as it's above 31, but that's quite the gap between 32 and 31. Averaging into a stock 32, buy 31.75, buy 31.50 into 31, that's crazy. Like you can average $1 into Netflix, right? Because risk to reward, that's the way it moves. The stock's going to move $3, $4 when it wins for you. But if Intel drops to 32, like I'm not getting 34s later in the day. So you got to make sure that you have the proper risk to reward on that trade. And if it gets down to 31, I know I like it long off that 200 period moving average. To me, this is still a stock in breakout mode. It's been a short for a very long time. Obviously, fundamentally, it's got some issues still to go, but the market is forward-looking in this particular case and thinks the bottom is in for some of the beaten up chip names at least.
Yeah, Intel's been very strong recently. And you said yesterday that you had covered calls that he sold at $32.
Well, it's Friday, so whatever. No, but here's the thing. I should not, and I said this in the chat. I mentioned this a couple of times, but the reality is like look at Intel on the daily chart. Like pull up the chart for a quick second. Like look at the stock. At the end of the day, so when a lot of people were adding, me among them, at the 25 level, I did end up with a cost base essentially right around $30 when you factor it in. Although when you factor in the previous decent dividend payments, which are now trash and almost non-existent, it's not as good as it used to be. But it kept making this bounce into 30s every single time. And I just kind of felt to myself, okay, well, if things get worse from here, do I mind if this breaks out that I trim some? Probably not. So it's not the end of the world, and we'll see where it closes today. I mean, it's literally at 30. And again, just understand, like when you're day trading, you don't care about your own book. That's the important thing. Like as Intel was going down, and I was long initially in the 40s and added at 25, like nobody around here heard me telling you, go buy Intel, go buy Intel, go buy. Nah, it's like the stock was a short over and over again. That's just what it is as a day trader. You cannot trade your own book. You have to see what's out there and just play the price action, play the momentum. That's what it's all about there. And just one other thing. I've told this story before. I know a trader who that was part of his downfall. He literally had no ability whatsoever to separate his book from his intentions in the market. He could not stop. If a stock he owned and believed in his long-term account was flushing, he was on the bid as a day trader.
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling, and I would see him get shut down doing it. There could be like, he'd read an earnings report, be like, I disagree with how the market reads this report, and would just start buying as it's going down. So Mullen is moving. You guys saw me just flip back to it. It's just because it's dipping right now, and I'm looking at that 15 area maybe to make a play on Mullen. If 10 cents is where it bottomed and 20 cents is where the big level was to the upside, I'm not that creative. 15 cents looks like an area that I want to play for a long. I want to risk like 1 cent at a time on the stock, though.
That makes sense. And trading really is like a game of eliminating bias.
I like that.
You know, you can't you can't just, you know, use your bias to confirm your positions just because you have, you know, a long in the stock. You know, I have a long in Amazon in my long term, and you know that doesn't mean I'm not going to short it if it goes through 100.
Exactly.
But yeah, I'm looking at BOVA today, which has been everybody's favorite stock over the last week, I guess, few days, and we're dipping today. So we have this kind of like topping action at 105 yesterday, which happened on the Midday show while Sharif was long in that massive position, and you know we just kind of sold off since. So where can we find a dip on BOVA maybe? Maybe into this like 102 level. And I think we're going to send it to Brendan
now. This segment, guys, first segment of the show is always brought to you by Surge Trader. When traders get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there. TTV promo code will get you 10% off. From Surge Trader, here comes some analyst moves for you this morning. Upgrades, downgrades, GE, Regeneron, Progressive, Aon. JD downside again today. Remember there was that spin-off talk for them yesterday. Oxy, Equifax, and good old Siri. Always a fun one to trade. Let's bring in Arun here, get a check of the futures as we head towards the open for a Friday here, Arun. Better than expected on that PCE, but back to the downside we go.
Yeah, but it's only one of the few numbers that are expected today. As the month ends, as the quarter ends, expect some volatility pickups in the morning after the open, roughly around the open, and then also at the close as well. So we should expect some more activity than we've seen the last little bit. It's been somewhat quiet for the most part of this week. This PCE number did get us at least opened up the range a little bit, and then we've got the Chicago PMI scheduled for 945, but at the same time, if you're subscribed to it, if you pay for it, really, it comes out at 942, so expect around 942, some action there, and then 10 o'clock as well for the Michigan Consumer Sentiment. So all these numbers, we've seen how this market's been reacting to numbers that, you know, they're kind of like, okay, whatever, but the market cares for these numbers, so we are getting some movement. So I think we should care about how volatility is going to pick up around those times. For the time being, it looks like that 4,100 is going to be the clear target, right? 4,100, we backed off that 97, 98 that we just put in. Now we're kind of creeping back towards it. 4,100 clearly is going to be the level to focus on. If we can get above there after 10 p.m. I would say up until 10 p.m., these numbers could come in, we could be above, and they can bring us right back below. So I think if we're above there after, not 10 p.m., 10 a.m., if we get back above there after 10 a.m., then I think we have a real chance of expanding to the upside. I think that's what I'm watching out for, this 4,100 post 10 a.m. numbers for a potential expansion towards the end of the day. And then, of course, being the end of the quarter, I think expect some volatility. It might die out during the day itself, but I think towards the end of the day, we should pick up some activity there as we close up the month and the quarter.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again on Monday. Let's jump into everything else you need to know heading towards the open this morning, guys. If you haven't done so, make sure you scan that QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and it's that simple. You get that every single day delivered right to your inbox for free. Top of that list today, big tech. Not, significant. There's no significant news in this other than we're wondering how there was going to be a response, or if there was going to be a response to this PCE number this morning. And the answer is, as we were saying, we get that initial pop, but right back to the downside. Not much movement in yields. As we were saying, the Fed funds rate looking like a quarter point coming in May as well. Here's Google, basically flat, 0.08, 0.09 to the downside right now for Microsoft and Google in negative territory. There was this note from Piper Sandler, if you're joining a little bit late this morning, suggesting that Microsoft and Bing with ChatGPT could take a $15 billion chunk out of Google's search pie. Does that matter today?
I'm not intelligent enough to know, but you know, if Piper Sandler has any say in it, they think so. They think by 2025, like you said. But the bigger look here, Brendo, is tech and interest rates. And the NASDAQ up 18.5% quarter to date, up 4.9% week to date, or month to date, excuse me. So yeah, are we extended here?
Yeah. I mean, time will tell, obviously. We're looking at 3 in a row, 3 weeks possibly in a row to the upside here for the NASDAQ, for U.S. equities in general. So if there's going to be a spot to look, if we're long side today, probably a good place to do so.
So just a couple, I'm going to get to Google in a quick second, but there was like a 500,000 kind of couple of stacked offers. I got in and out flat there on Mullen. There's a couple of 500,000 offers messing around, kind of dragging it down. So I'll wait till the open maybe to play off that level. But Alphabet, if you've been watching the last couple of days on Alphabet, in the afternoon, it's been a little bit ridiculous in terms of how little it's moved. This doesn't do it justice. The 15-minute does it much more justice. This is flush, flush, kind of recover, sideways, flush, only sideways, flush, only sideways, every single day. It's like we have supported $100, and there is zero will to take it in any more than like $1 bounce. So when it bounced off 100.5, it couldn't get past 101.60. When it bounced off 100, it couldn't get past 101. I don't know why there's no price action there. All I can say is there just don't seem to be any buyers. Obviously, there's enough support at that 100 level that you're not really breaking it, but that has much to do with the market being strong the last couple of days more than anything else. So the first sign of weakness in the market rolling over, Google 100 to short. It's just that simple. And if it breaks out from here and starts carrying above any of these resistance levels, I'm not sure I'd fight the short at that point. This is a weird case where I almost feel better about taking it breaking down than wanting to fade the move. Because if it breaks out of one of these consolidations, I'm not sure you want to get in its way. But there's been a lack of buying in Alphabet recently, and it's shocking to me, because I can't come up with a reason other than people are waiting for it to break 100 to start getting in, thinking they're going to get value. This is not split adjusted. I have to zoom in. That's kind of a pain in the butt. It's almost as if everyone's waiting for it to break down so they can pick up fills in the 90s when the support's been down in those 80s. And then all that money waiting on the sidelines thinks they're going to get value underneath 100 on Alphabet. And just before I go move on, give it to you, Max. NVIDIA, I just wanted to recap this one. If you're just tuning in now, NVIDIA 275 is still a thing. On the PC number, it got up to 74s. Not quite. I will be sitting in front of 75 on NVIDIA. I'm really going to first look short up there. Something would have to convince me. I know the market is a little bit strong, but you got to convince me otherwise, just given the way that it's traded off of that level. It is set up for, like a breakout through that top, but my first look is going to be short off the level on NVIDIA. I do like me some Meta. I think we already talked about that one. 08 breaking. That 06, I'd be patient with the 06 level because there's some real selling that you had to withstand down there. But I do like that 06. It looked fantastic yesterday. You just had to be brave, brave in the face of danger.
Yeah, the 206 level looks quite money on Meta. That's probably my main watch today. Going back to BABA, I did some thinking on this. I think the only way I'm buying BABA today is at 101 or 150 cents-ish. This kind of area in here looks like it's going to be support. If BABA wants to roll over, I'm going to try to catch a dip on this one for move back to like VWAP 102, 103. And I don't think it wants to continue to 105 today, but who knows? We will be holding it if it does continue to there. Also, yesterday afternoon, this MCB Bank, this was supposed to be maybe the next one that declared bankruptcy, but they came out with a liquidity update today, which seems to be rallying the stock back towards its this 33 kind of support level that it had before. So, anybody who was shorting this thinking you're going to get it at $1 like SIVB, maybe not going to happen anymore. Then C3 AI I was looking at, Michael Noss was talking about this one. This 28 level looks like quite a breakout maybe level, but I'm thinking maybe fail break on this one. C3 AI will take these levels and then give you a nice kind of slow short back to VWAP most days. So I think I'm looking for the fade. If it gets to kind of like 28, 25 maybe, get a fade back into that like 27, 27.50. And maybe lower, because this name does like the 26 level. So
could we do one thing for that one?
Yeah.
Come to my chart for a second, because I like C3I is at a level 2, right? And on the daily chart, I see exactly what you're getting at. We've been sort of talking like if you want to trade this, swings off 21, literally $20, like you swing 21, it's been free money like 3 times. Not that
There is someone in the back who
I do.
is swinging long off of 20.
Okay, good. Because I know like we had people. I remember it was like Veru did this a few times as well, way back. It was like maybe it's last year, maybe it was 2 years ago, and that was fantastic. And you got another level like that on C3I. But now it's at the prices where you're at the top end of that move. Anybody making that trade has been. This is where they're covering essentially. But the money fills are almost like it's over. Like I want C3I breaking 28 because as it gets and extends into 29 and 30, that's where it starts to really thin out to me. So I kind of feel like, okay, it's breaking out this 20, yesterday's high double top, breaking out, get it through 28, trap some people that think it's actually going to keep going this time, and then your shorts are somewhere in the 29 to 30 range. That'd be my thought. I haven't paid for locates though. And what is this Yahoo doing? Oh, come on. I've been seeing a lot of this recently, actually. Let me just pull up the level 2 here. AI.NY, I don't know why it didn't go with me. See, the stock has done a couple 100,000 shares. Somebody is willing to buy 29,000 at 27.70 on C3AI. Right above yesterday's close. They're just popped in there willing to buy that much. So we'll see, and that's obviously a large order. There's no liquidity anywhere else in the book except for this, and I've been seeing a lot of this. I've seen it on Tesla when it has news. I've seen it in the pre-market where like 10% of the pre-market volume will be on an EdgeX order, and someone's taking it at a price that you would think is mental. Like they're long at the top, they're short at the absolute bottom. I've seen it so many times in the last year, and most of the time, they're not dead wrong. It's a big ballsy bet. So I'm looking for above 28, shorts at like 29 and 30 on C3I. We'll see what happens. Maybe they get the fill, maybe they don't. I kind of feel like they're not getting that fill. Not in this market. It's not even moving. How's he going to get 30,000 shares? Or she?
All right, let's go on to DWAC here. All things Trump and Trump media moving around this morning, including even Rumble to the upside in a decent way. Here's 8.8% right now for Digital World Acquisition Corporation, back to the upside on this news that came out late yesterday of this indictment coming through for former President Trump. I mean, obviously lots of water needs to go under the bridge before anything else happens in this, but worth a look today based on the simple fact of the volume it's done here in the pre-market and this movement.
Yeah, the play for me here is he's indicted now. He's going to be talking. We've got a presidential election coming in the next couple of years. That's obviously starting earlier as a result of this indictment. And he hasn't used Twitter. He hasn't used Facebook. He hasn't used Instagram, despite having those options. So the value here is his presence on it now that the interest is renewed.
Yeah, and we've seen the movement that and the volatility that can come into DWAC when there is a headline floating around. So definitely got to keep an eye on these today, guys.
Yeah, and look, all politics or whatever aside, just look at what has been happening on DWAC. You don't even know if the deal's going to get done. They did extend. They got an extension for the SPAC to be completed, and I don't remember the date, but it's a ways away, so we don't have to consider that right now. And yeah, eventually you'll get your $10, but it's been grinding toward that $10 for some time now. Every single time it pops, it's been faded, especially this 15 to 16 area. However, it is making a bit of a bottom and trying to round out. The volume is so light on this that it's hard for me not to be thinking it's a short. And it's already come back down off 15. This might already be dead. There's a very good chance that I paid for locates for no reason because it's already falling down and it's going to close at like 13, and do I want to chase it at 14? I do want to short the first pop. I suppose that now means a 15 instead of 16 short if it comes in toward the high. Just remember, it does super light volume. Don't force a trade on DWAC today. It's done 200,000 shares on this. I know it's up 7%, but I mean, for a $14 stock that gaps up like this, you're not seeing any volume here. If something happens at the open, just understand that liquidity is not going to be what you expect. Every time I trade this, temper your expectations of what you think the spread might be and what you think slippage might be, because the liquidity is not there. I will still look to short a pop, and that's going to be a big if we can even get one over here in DWAC.
Yeah, NASDAQ names are starting to rally. The NASDAQ is back above that 13.1, going for 13.125, I think was the high there. So we have given up that 206 level on Meta, I think, for the day. We've taken out 208. Next level for me on this is like 210. So I don't know how I'm going to structure a trade on Meta today. We're going to have to kind of finesse this off the open, I think, because that 208 was like that key kind of breakout level. And we are trading above that already. We have a super chat from, I know who this is. I know who this is. It's 200 yen. Andrew Yang from Tokyo.
Holla.
Friend of mine. He wants the 100 mil trade.
Well, we'll just show everybody, because if you're not paying attention, thank you very much, Andrew. And let's go, Maximilian Max. Give us a 100 mil trade. That is challenging for a day trader, 100 million trade. Hopefully, maybe DWAC goes to 100 bucks. So when you're always looking for black swan, you want to trade that big, you're always looking for some kind of a black swan. Like we remember DWAC the first couple of days, that's where you get that kind of a thing. GameStop, and even then you're not making 100 million, but like the big trades, like GameStop and those halts, and it goes like 100%. We're not seeing any of those, I don't think, today.
Load up Mullen at 15 cents, and maybe it goes to $500. You never know.
Can I just say no?
You can definitely say no.
Never speak in certainties. There is a very low probability that Mullen goes to that.
Well, there's a very low probability of making 100 mil on one trade.
But
good luck to anybody trying.
It's true. But there might be a trade in this next one here, Brendo. What do you think?
Question? We were talking about...
Yeah.
Anyways, doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, perfect. Well done, Neil. I'll just make a mess of this then and keep on going. Boeing, guys, back to the upside here. Back to basically the highs from yesterday late in the afternoon when we were talking about this update from them. Look at the volume, first of all, that came in yesterday afternoon on this news. Here we are back to 212.50 on this note from yesterday. If you remember, they're going to go to 31. Where is it? There it is. 31 jets per month very soon on the 737 MAX. I mean, it's up a little bit, but still, that's impressive. A lot of planes.
Yeah. I was saying to you off camera, I feel like Boeing is like the Dallas Cowboys of the aviation industry, in that what can go wrong will go wrong with Boeing. No, I say that just tongue-in-cheek, obviously, but let's see. They've never had a problem with orders. Orders have been coming in fast and furious. It's production, Brendo, whether it was COVID or whether it was the grounding by the FAA. Let's see if they can continue it.
I mean, overall, this thing's stuck in a range if you go to the daily chart, but count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Trying to make it 7 days in a row to the upside here for Boeing.
Taken out of the range a little bit here. You know, the 50 period just got taken out on the daily. It just got through what was resistance at about 808 to 010. And you can see on the daily, it's been tight. But for a day trader, like 195 to 215, that's the range we talk about it being stuck in. But it also had this here, like 808 to 010, which is starting to break above. And I think we mentioned this in the afternoon show when I was trying to buy the dip. Should have been scalping it after the news broke, but held on to the last trade, and that's what you shouldn't do when you have run out of time for the move to happen, right? Like this happens after market at the end of the day. There's nothing you can do about it. There's two ways to play this. I prefer the second, but I think we'll only have the option of the first way the market's going, and that's to sort of play off that 210 post-news support area. So 209.5 would be the stop, and then you're looking for longs off 10 to continue the trend. But the real break is not invalid till it gets through this support, 06 to 07. So I guess two trade opportunities here in Boeing. The first one off of the 10 area, 9.5 is your stop area. And if it's a really bad day, you're looking back at 07. I just want to give the chance for this trend to continue. Just be patient with Boeing, big spread at the open. You don't want to necessarily catch that falling sword. Buying it on the first bounce is usually a little bit easier than catching a falling knife.
Yeah, I was saying to Neil, for the way that I trade, Boeing does not work. The spread is too big. It's too kind of illiquid, so I can't trade Boeing personally. Yeah, but I mean, it's strong, very strong. Like catching a dip on Boeing, you can get a big move out of that one. I don't think we covered SPRO yet.
We didn't cover SPRO. I'm waiting for Brendan to bring it up because
Okay.
we've spoiled it now.
Ah,
Alibaba, is there a fourth day in a row here back to the upside for Alibaba? Holding up decently, I mean, a little bit weaker than the overall market right now, but day two was impressive, to say the least here, from 99 up to 105 at the highs. Yeah, we're gapping down, but still some positivity lingering. There was some question marks regarding the cloud side of the business, whether it might get lost in the shuffle when it comes to these potential IPOs. We learned yesterday about the logistics part of the business might be the first to come to market over in Hong Kong. So a little bit of negativity or maybe just some profit taking for Baba.
Yeah, and you, this is the one that I was trading mainly on the midday show yesterday. It's been, like you said, a rocket these last few days. But more information coming out about this whole Baba thing. Reports coming out that senior members of the Chinese Communist Party reached out to Jack Ma, to kind of elicit his nationalistic side and say, come back, let's build up the Chinese tech sector together. We got to take on, American competition. So it looks like, there's some renewed movement here and not being beat down by the Chinese Communist Party.
I mean, a good move overall, obviously, for shareholders. If you go to the daily chart real quick, you can see the significance of this announcement going back 3 days. I mean, just look at the volume. It was absolutely monstrous. And then both yesterday and the day before kind of moving back to the upside as well, but still well above average here for Alibaba on a nice move back to 105. I mean, significant levels above us here, but what do we do, guys, with Baba?
Someone said in the chat, Sean looks...
I think I would fade the 105 level on Alibaba today. However, there's another name that I've been trading, PDD. But before I get to that, I just want to say happy birthday. Happy birthday to one of our traders, Uncle Roger. Is it
Uncle Roger?
I don't know why it's Uncle Roger. Why do they call you Uncle? You'll have to tell me. But you can see just right there. He's on the camera in the corner. There you go. Don't be shy about it. So a happy birthday. We are on a live trading floor. That's what it's all about. And I did want to give a shout out to Ponzi Fonzie. You want to bang? You guys have it up? You want to bang? He wants a bang. We don't have a bang? Oh my goodness. So and I apologize for that because on my stream deck, I don't have Sean's keys. Like I have my own, I don't have his. And of course, Max logged in and he has his own stream deck. He doesn't have access to them. So I will just say the bang for you. We'll get it out there and figure it out. But I'm looking at Pinduoduo today a little bit more than Baba. And thank you, Joseph, for becoming a new member there. I'm looking at Pinduoduo. This one has a chance to get back into those 80s if it makes this breakout. There's the bang. Bang. Okay, that was a few of them. Thank you very much, guys. And look, if we break out from this 78, I had been looking for the shorts off this for a couple of days, and then I got away from it. That was a huge mistake getting away from that. But the 81 to 82 range is an obvious short. And then if you look at this little flag it's trying to put in here, underneath 76, it could fall apart, but if it can hold 76, PDD's been getting a bit of a relief rally on some of this JD and Alibaba news.
PDD, the next one to say that they're splitting up and new listing on
Everybody
HK
does,
Exchange.
Everybody does. It's a new thing.
Yeah, if you wanted to look at strength with Baba, JD came out with the news yesterday as well, so that 45 level, a clear top on JD.com yesterday. Maybe again catch that dip into like 43.50. If these are all dipping together, they will probably all rally together. So I'd like to see maybe 43.50 on this one and that 150 cents on Baba.
Let's go on to Netflix to wrap things up here for the pre-market anyways this morning. Netflix is an interesting one today because of yesterday's high. I'll show you in a sec. But this came out after market yesterday. Bloomberg reporting that they're going to restructure their film side. And if you read this through, there's actually a couple of key members here of their team that are actually going to be leaving. If you remember, I think it was this year or maybe it was last year, they brought home a few Oscars.
Right.
So these people have had, significant success both on the documentary side and obviously filmmaking side. So it's an efficiency move, I guess, but
Yeah.
also one that could maybe potentially hurt these products.
Yeah, they're saying basically they're looking to develop more of a centralized model where there's one or two decision makers at the top. Also, the cuts are coming mainly in their small and medium-sized production segments, and it's not something we haven't seen from Disney. No. I mean, we just saw it as well. Bob Iger making big cuts, so.
We'll see. Anyways, here is that high I was talking about from yesterday. 345 was essentially the initial move to the upside, still 1% right now, but bit of a fail here right now at that 343, 344 area for Netflix. The rundown, guys, brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by many of our traders and everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off. TraderTV20, as always, guys. And again, you can get that really cool new anchored VWAP tool that Michael Noss was talking about this morning. Thoughts on Netflix, guys?
So quickly on Netflix here, just have to figure out an issue. I'm having an issue with my execution, but I think I know what it is. So I think it'll be fine now. Netflix here, it's in the midst of a breakout. This is a long I liked yesterday, and we did have it. I was too greedy with it. It was bouncing off this 50-period moving average, and since 335 on that break in the daily, kind of think it has room to 350. Just remember, it's a Friday, and it's the end of the month, right? So some of these option prices are going to be like gravity towards them. That's why you think about that 100 on Alphabet. As it comes back in, I love this 36 area. Gimme, gimme, gimme. This is where I think the money long was. Here sucked, here good. Pretty simple. The breakout was from here. Wait for it to test that level, and then we come back in. Otherwise, if it joins and trend breaks to the upside, join trend instead. But it's already starting to come back. I don't want to catch a falling knife with 3 minutes to go on Netflix. I am looking for the bounce off that 335 area. I think it's going to be a good one today, but that's one of the plays I like to the long side. I'm not really thinking shorts on Netflix unless I see 45 or 50, something along those lines.
Definitely room to go on Netflix. And yeah, that 350 psychological level coming in on an options day, options level, I guess, yeah.
I'm good, guys.
350 probably the level today on Netflix if you're looking for the longs. Yeah, obviously like that 335, kind of 330 zone on the daily chart is nice, but I don't think we're catching a dip like that today.
I doubt it.
On a strong Netflix. The market obviously likes this news. Yeah, and we got the Spro. One more Italian content here for Sean.
Spro.
Kind of gapped up, and now it's doing nothing. Sadly, the volume didn't come in on this one. Would have loved to trade Spro today. We definitely traded it before. I think it was good earnings this morning, but Spro sadly died for us today.
Oh, you guys are going to like this one. So here's the imbalance located. We're the only show that'll show this to you live every single day, morning and close. But for the imbalances, number one on the list, it was a second ago, Mullen was $1 million to buy. Now it's 800,000. Just try to keep in mind, Mullen is a penny stock. This is incredibly small. 600,000 shares is nothing for this. Nothing big here. Ford's a small buy at 200,000. They've been in the news a little bit, bouncing off that 11 like it always does. Pretty strong long there. I don't see anything big. Pinduoduo, which I was just talking about, is a bit of a sell. Should be no surprise if Virgin Galactic is a sell because Virgin Orbit is finished. That's not good. We can maybe, I don't know if we didn't bother talking about Virgin Orbit, but they're essentially done at this point. I see Fubo there, small buy. Nothing significant. It is Friday. Sometimes you will see big action off of the open when we do have options expiration, but I'm not seeing any of that reflected in the imbalances here. I'll let you know if something pops in. Late BAC, kind of a small buy. Mullen is kind of the one that I suppose is doing something here. But yeah, it's out holding a consolidation kind of around the level that would make some sense. But let's see how far it actually wants to dip. This might have already made a top, so I'm not that eager to jump back into it. Intel's now clearing out beneath that 32. We're dropping. So you said we might not get that Netflix dip? Well, I don't know. I don't know about that. We might actually get this one. So if you like a few dip buys, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at that 06 on Meta. I think we both like that one, and it should be pretty spicy.
At 06
Decent
on
chance
Meta.
to get it. We didn't talk about Tesla 1 minute ago. Tesla bucking the trend. We got to show you both sides of the coin. Market coming back in. Tesla showing strength and gapping, not gapping up, but holding and stair-stepping up. Remember, 200, big level. I'm just gonna get my order out for in front of 200 in case Tesla makes an early run. That first time it tags is when you usually want to grab it. We're going to have Prad on the bell in 30 seconds. Maybe that means it's a free fall Friday, the market reversing some early gains after that PCE. Maximilian stepping in for Sean. It should be geared up to be a good one. Although this market doesn't necessarily want to stay up, I still think we have a chance at that bull. I'm not going to flip it just yet. We'll get a pull up on that. But Tesla 200, that 335, maybe we can catch that early. The countdown is on. It's Friday. Pradley, ring it in 5, 4, 3, 2, and a nice gentle ring of the bell, which is exactly how it should be. So immediately Tesla starts reversing those gains. That's kind of a nothing burger. Netflix is absolutely screaming now to the downside. See, we might get this after all. If this one wants to continue, I think we might see an opportunity to get involved in some Netflix down around 336, 335 and a half. Mullen, like I said, that could be a little bit of a play here. We'll just sort of see what that one does. I do want to catch a dip buy on this at some place. Like, this has been a good trending trade, so let's try to respect that if it can, but it has to be somewhere down. Either 14s or 12 even is going to be the play. Intel is regaining that 32 level, so for now we've got a wipeout bottom. I like wipeout bottoms for a long setup. I have no issue with them, but you need to see it start holding a consolidation or breaking out the top. So on volume breakdown, 32 level reestablished. I would be looking for a long, probably closer to like an 80 out now that it's given me a bottom here on Intel. But you do want to be patient. Netflix never came in, didn't really drop far enough there. And let's go over to Pinduoduo. That's the one I wanted to short a pop. This is me canceling order. Pinduoduo, short the pop, huh? There's no pop in Pinduoduo. It is absolutely flushing. I'm assuming Alibaba is doing something very similar to this. No, it's not. Baba's strong. So that 102 might be still solid on Baba.
Yeah, Baba looking strong. Amazon just dipped into my 102. I missed it. Meta not giving any kind of pullback whatsoever.
Meta's not going to give you the
I was waiting for 190 or 206, sorry, and it just gave you like a fail break of 207, and not quick enough to get this one, sadly. So we're gonna have to buy a pullback on Meta eventually, let it break out, and then pull back into a level that I like for that move that I think we could get to 210, 213 today. AI just kind of pulling back off the open. No trades there really. Didn't get to that 28 that we liked, so dipping back down on AI.
Netflix is coming in.
Netflix is coming in.
Yeah, Netflix is at 337.5, so I'm being pretty patient about this one. It's getting into the price I like, but I'm going to highlight NVIDIA here. It's once again doing that thing where could be putting in a lower high and giving you that possible trend. So as the market rejects the high of the day, you're essentially rejecting lower highs in NVIDIA. And typically, this one has meant fade it off of that original high. So that's 270, or so, about that 273. I'm going to get on the offer out in front of it. If it's going to be a scalp trade early and then worry about the bigger trades after, then I can work with that as well. So I want to risk maybe 30 cents tops on this one. I'm going to get my stop out. I still like 75. If we get 75, fair enough at some point. But for now, we're just going to trade off the first level available, which looks like it's going to be this 80 area. I just grabbed 75s in here for the first non-Intel position of the day for me, and then we'll see if this one gives you a scalp rollover. It's light risk to reward because I think 75 is the bigger level, but we're going to take the scalp trade anyways here on NVIDIA. Oh, Netflix bounced. Nope, not yet. Not yet. I thought I missed Netflix for a second, but that was a kind of a bad wick. What is going on in the back? Like, Greg just gave like a Dr. Evil laugh, our floor manager. I don't know what's happening. It's hilarious because you guys were in a trading floor and like the voice, it carries. So he goes, ha ha ha. I'm like, what are you like Darth Vader or something? Okay, I got to get to Intel here. If I'm going to be short NVIDIA, the long in Intel could be coming in. And I said if it reestablished 32, I'd try to work into a long off of this. I should have that 32 again. Whoa, NVIDIA just broke. And why am I long NVIDIA? Nope, got to go to that first. Shouldn't be long NVIDIA. Don't want the long. I'm getting out of this long. I don't care where it is as long as it's at that 30. As long as it's still around that 73, don't care. Didn't want that long. Didn't mean to get into it, so we're just going to walk away from that. It's Intel off 32 that I much preferred as a level. So I'm going to get some orders in front of 32. And then some kind of on the south side here, because I think there could be some money fills at 95. The out has to be 80 for me. DWAC, there was a pop to be shorted, but you know, you had to be really quick about it. That's 14.5 here. I was thinking 15 even. I've canceled that. I'll probably work off that 14.40. I don't like sitting out there with an order, not on DWAC. If you miss it, you miss it. But wow, Meta. Oh, max. I was waiting for a Netflix dip buy. Meta was the one, although it never came anywhere close to 206. So I guess you really had to chase that one if you wanted. You really had to chase it.
I watched Meta break 207
just take a
off
race.
the open and just kind of like wicked it and kind of gave me a setup that I like, but I liked the 206 price too much to just kind of jam in at 207 and give it all the way back down to there. Sadly missed that one. Hopefully we can get a pull back into like 208 maybe, which was our kind of key level before. I guess you could have gotten it right here.
I'm sitting
right
here for
after
a
it broke. But yeah, 210 incoming on Meta. Congratulations to the longs on that one. Amazon as well just takes out the high and not really looking back. That 102.50 was the pre-market high there. And yeah,
Google 102 maybe.
Google 102, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're the last couple of days, the barcode on Alphabet here, I say Google Alphabet, you guys know exactly what I mean. 102 has been a pretty consistent resistance zone, so that one might have to clear through. I think you just jump on the bid of Meta in front of 08. If you get anything on dip buy, then it's fantastic. Boeing is absolutely gone at this point, so I don't know how far I want to chase some Boeing, but there's got to be a limit to how far. That's for darn sure. But we're gonna go to Brennan in a quick second, but Google 102 right here.
Little low float name moving around, guys. GMVD on a big pump here. 452,000 shares I see on the free float for this one. Had news a couple of days back. Positive catalyst anyways. Came right back yesterday. But a little tiny float, just testing 3 here for GMVD.
Okay, here comes, you know what? I'm not really focused on the small caps right now because there goes Google. It's at that 102. Now remember, if Google breaks out of a range, I don't think you want to fight it, but this has been the weakest name in the big tech, at least underneath these levels. So it's bouncing off 100 another time here. I'll give it a little bit over that 102 because I really don't like even dollar stops. I think they can be a little bit dangerous. Here comes NVIDIA again. Okay, so I was waiting for NVIDIA to calm itself down, see where it goes. It's rejecting 73.5. 75 will have to wait. I'm into Alphabet. Market's trying to take 4,100 on the ES. The NASDAQ has not broken the overnight high. That's in about 20 points or so. So overnight highs are still kind of in place. That makes the shorts are okay. Boeing, I hope somebody got Boeing because I certainly don't have Boeing this morning. Kind of a frustrating one. I'm going to get on the offer of NVIDIA, but here comes Alphabet. First scalp trade. Give me some in the 60s. Give me some in the 50s, and then we can work this to the downside. I haven't checked back in on Mullen because I've replaced that window with Boeing. This is what happens. First of all, ring the register for something on Google, but when you distract yourself with Mullen, which is doing nothing but bouncing off this support, then you miss out on Boeing. So I switched level 2s, said I want to go to something else. Boeing did give you a small dip there. It's now off to the races, so that might be the one chance to get that Boeing breakout. But if you miss it, you miss it. You have to move on to the next. I just got NVIDIA as well, so we just talked about NVIDIA looking for 273.5. I just want to play off its sort of relative weakness at the open every single time. So another wick high, and then we'll see if we can get the scalp short going here. Last time I lost like 25 cents on it. That's kind of the risk I'm going for as we're patient in this morning range.
I'm long Tesla here in front of 198.
Yes.
Missed my dip into 197.60 area, but yeah, we are pumping to the high side. I'm long just in front of 198, looking for that 200 test today. Friday options activity, we are almost certainly going to hit 200 in my mind. Not financial advice there, and we're going to throw it to Brendan.
Not a good look for BlackBerry on the earnings front, guys, but nice price movement anyways. Missed right across the board. Forecast was pretty bad as well for BB, but yeah, straight upside so far for BlackBerry.
Dump it. I say that literally owning one, and by the way, the other day my daughter snuck this sticker onto my, I was sitting in the meeting on Wednesday after her swimming, and I'm like, why is there a sticker of like one of those like a Finding Nemo fish on my BlackBerry? And it's because my daughter was tricky about it. She's really sneaky with that. I didn't notice till the day was half done. Just took some out of NVIDIA there as this one tries to head back into the downside. So it's made another rejection of the top. Going to start scalping that one out. Google's really starting to come back a little bit here. So it's made another leg into the downside. I got a couple of legs out on that Google short. And we'll see how far this one wants to fall. Remember, 100 is going to be support on Alphabet. Almost 100% sure. And you're never 100% about something, but 100 on an options expiration day, I think is going to be a big level. That's usually a pretty solid bet. Let's check back in on Meta. I don't think you got any Meta. I know I haven't gotten any Meta.
Not yet.
Yeah, it's turning around now, so let me not necessarily just stand out in front of 08, but this is one I want to watch. I have my level 2 up there, so I'm going to be locked in for that Meta 08. I don't think I want to extend to anything else. These will be the ones I'm working with unless DWAC does something crazy. Then I'd probably get into that one. Intel's still chilling in the 90s. No ads in front of 80. No real breakout just yet. So that 32 level is still the line in the sand at this point. Just no big moves off of it yet for me on Intel. Let's go back over to Alpha because it's bouncing off. VWAP doesn't matter at this time to my mind, but it's kind of bouncing off 101.40, which just happens to be VWAP on the chart. I'll reload one time in front of 02s, and then if it breaks after that, we're out of Dodge.
Yeah, I'm adding here on this Tesla break of 199. I think this is like the level that pushes it over up into 200. So yeah, going to risk it back down to my original entry at 198 and see like the NASDAQ's breaking highs right now almost. So yeah, Tesla's super strong, looking for that 200 move and then maybe the fade back down after it hits 200. We'll see how strong it is once we get there. AI as well just took out that $28 level that we were looking at. Here we go. So we'll see. The volume's not really great on it yet, but yeah, maybe we can get going on this one. 28, definitely like a strong level on the chart. If we decide to give it back, I think that the short back down to like 27 will be good. But I mean, look at this dip to 27.20 area that just kind of exploded back to the upside. So AI, definitely some momentum there today. Maybe sympathy with Meta. Hard to say. Speaking of Meta, not giving us a pullback at all.
No, we're
just
not getting
this
Meta.
Tight little consolidation at the top on Meta. So no fills for me yet, despite that being the name that I really wanted to be long today. Too bad. You're gonna have to wait for VWAP, I guess. So 208.50 is kind of the long now for me on Meta. Tesla's still flirting with that level of 199. Let's see if we can get the continuation through. I'm gonna take some out once we like really break up into the 40s. And then 200 next target on Tesla. BABA did not provide the pullback that we were looking for either. Sadly, this one just went, but maybe we get that 105 fade that we're looking for. Sharif, I believe, is long BABA based on his pump it statement there. So
I'm going to guess yes.
Yeah, good job, Sharif. You're not long BABA. Oh, he's long Meta. Well,
He's not
even
long
better.
BABA.
Even better.
He's not long. Baba's not doing anything, man. Baba is an absolute snooze fest over there. I think that one's going to be useless. Oh, come on, Netflix. See, like this was the one. Like it was the dip buy at the open into support, but it just bounced $3 here, but it didn't quite get to the level I liked. I said I wouldn't catch a falling sword, so I was going to be patient for it to get the price I wanted. I don't know if we get that price anymore. For the first time, I've just added into Intel, so did the up down. It's kind of holding this level back at that 32. And yes, Mullen is finally breaking. Well, I shouldn't say finally. I know some people are liking the long here, but I didn't really like the long after taking it the first time 15. It's now breaking down and maybe getting into a zone that might make a little bit more sense to join that long trade. I know you're already in Tesla. I'm just going to show you guys AMD here for a quick second. AMD is incredibly weak, so it's finally catching a bit. This was definitely dragging down and probably holding down that Intel a little bit for me, but it's catching a bit of a bid off of 95. Remember, on a day like today, 95, 100, these kind of levels have a little bit more significance. We're going to go to Brendo, then I'll come back with Alphabet.
Positive move here for Block Guys SQ back to the upside. Hindenburg doubling down on this short call, even saying that their response, Block's response, confirming what they said initially, but back to the upside. That came out right there on the dump down to 68.30, but right back to the upside for SQ.
Oh, Square. Don't say Square to me, Brendo. Oh, no. oh no, you guys, yesterday Square went to 70 and did this wick top. And I was like, oh yeah, Neil's doing absolutely nothing with that. What am I doing not paying attention to Square? I don't think you want to fight this. We've been on the long since the report, except for yesterday's trade. So short seller report, holds 58, bounces higher. You guys all know that entire story. But it has rejected this top like twice. Well, okay, if you include this move right now, it's rejected it twice. 70.50 has got to be it. I think you're playing off the 68.5 to 68 area. So yeah, if you're long this, you've got all kinds of support down there. I said I'd come back with Alphabet, but then you distracted me with Square. Alphabet so far so good, but just remember this market is trying to break the highs. If we break the high in the market and Alphabet doesn't go, I'll give it another shot. It just put a lower high in, so I don't know if I'm going to get those 10, like 85 fills. That might be the last of it. But we knew this was weak in the afternoon. We knew this is one we wanted to go short on. But let's go back over to, I am stocking the Trader Joe. I am stocking the short on Square. I would love to be long. I wasn't looking at this one at the open, or I would have been probably thinking about a long off 68, but I wasn't looking at it. And now all of a sudden it's at that level. Like to me, in here, 70 to 70.5, that's a shortable area with a kind of like a 50 to 55 stop or something along those lines. So yeah, I am kind of stocking the short with that one, Brendo.
A little higher than expected here for the Chicago PMI number, 43.8 versus 43 expected. So just coming out again, Chicago PMI 43.8 versus 43 again. This one's going to be more important though. University of Michigan sentiment. There is a 5-year and a 1-year inflation target in that release coming up at 10 o'clock, guys.
You know, I didn't go to Michigan State, but as a Spartan fan, I hate that number. University of Michigan. Wolverines. No, denied. Whatever. It doesn't mean you short that number all the time. There's a long story about why I like Michigan State. One of these days I'll probably tell you guys. But Square is making the over move. And when I say that, that means it's above 70. So in between, like instead of shorting the 70 level, I probably said it a million times, you look for the short in between 70 and 75 as it's going, 70.5 as it's going above. And then you get yourself, to me, like an average price of 30s, 25 to 30s, risking 30 to 40 cents, and then you're looking for break back beneath that 70 level to start taking it out. So that's the risk to reward on that trade. While that's going, I know you have to be patient with this one. And yes, I could be long off the bottom on Intel, but I kind of waited for it to reestablish 32. It's now breaking 10s. So this one finally going to the upside. It's not a home run unless it gets to 32.50. But it is home run season for the Toronto Blue Jays, who are 1-0, by the way. And I refrained from saying it and running my mouth to the Cardinals fans about their loss last night. It was, or yet in the afternoon. But the Blue Jays are 1-0, so I'm a happy man. Intel's going up, so I guess I'm happy for 2 reasons. Although we clearly are going to, I shouldn't say that. We're probably closing above 32 at this point.
Tesla breaking highs now, so happy with this trade. Waiting for 40s. Let's go Tesla. Up to 200 today. Maybe we can hit 202 would be the next target, and then 204. Somebody hit a bang for this one. Tesla moving to the high side. AI continuing that move, so Neil's idea was the better idea. 28 is the breakout level, going for 28.50. AI, 30 bucks in my mind is like the key level for this stock, so maybe we see $30 today. If this thing gets some more volume in, it's still only 3 million shares. Amazon kind of missed every trade on Amazon today. Sadly, this one just went to that 202 level and then exploded up to 102, exploded up to 103, which was yesterday's high. So if we crack 103 on Amazon today, I mean, 104 and 105 on the daily are kind of the levels for me on Amazon, and 105 is kind of huge. So options level as well, if we crack 103, does that kind of suck this thing all the way up to that 105 because it is a Friday? I'm not sure. I kind of like that idea. Going to try to catch a dip somewhere on Amazon once we see a little bit more price action. I don't want to get in too high and then have to average in all the way back down to here. So let's see what happens on Amazon, and then we will make a decision on the dip trade. BABA also pulling back. BABA, maybe I'll get my 150 today. I guess seeing it go up after wanting a dip, maybe you should just short it back down to your dip price. I don't know. Maybe I'll start to look at that, but yeah, maybe getting that 100 dip trade, maybe 101.50 was that other level, and this conspiracy dark pool wick, maybe that's the bid to go long off of.
It's just a dark pool wick. We'll do that one for Tesla. I want Tesla to get to 200 for obviously a lot of reasons. Tesla 200 on a Friday, that should be juicy. Through the high of the day now on Intel, 3250 is going to be the next target into the upside. And it just realized to me that the Jays played the Cardinals and you're wearing a red cap today. I don't know if I like that, Max, but that's okay for now. We can live with it. But I want to get to this Ion Q that everyone is in the chat. I see a lot of people talking about this name. Just made a fresh tag of the high of the day at 650. It has been all green so far, unless there's like one lonely red candle on my 3. Just wanted to point out where this is at. It's taking out major resistance, it's taken out major resistance on the daily. Watch out for $7 on this bad boy. I'm sure Brendan's probably going to come with a little bit of news here. I haven't seen it, so you guys let me know, but watch out for 7 even. It's still theoretically challenging this 6.25, seeing that 650 is unbroken. So this level, you can consider it not completely gone. But that's Ion Q. Intel working fine. Google haven't reloaded it just yet because the market is strong. Yet somehow Alphabet doesn't want to get back toward the high. So this short, I haven't reloaded, but I'm not taking anything else out unless it's beneath 101.40 underneath VWAP there. And Square, I just put that one on, was stocking the short, as somebody else said. It wasn't me that said stocking the short. There's a fills over 70. I didn't get any more, so only in at 14s. I was trying to get some at 30, get myself an average price in the mid-20s and risk 30 to 40 cents. So if I'm going to risk 30 to 40 cents, if it gets back beneath 70, that's where I want to start taking it out. So it takes them out in the 80s. If it breaks down, you look for like 69.5. Unable to get a full position, unfortunately, on Square. Sometimes that's how it is. You know, those money fills up there are for a reason. It's easy to get short under 70, a little harder to get short above.
Yeah, they call them money fills for a reason. Tesla's still flirting with high of day. Let's go break this 25 and get up to 200 here. Come on, Tesla. You can do it. We all know that you have the juice, Tesla.
The juice is loose. I'm sorry. I'm a Bills fan, and I lived through that. So I will never forget. I was watching the Rockets on TV in the finals, NBA finals, when the chase happened, and it was different if you were a Buffalo Bills fan. That's all I'm going to say. So you had a look on C3AI.
I did.
So I remember saying, like, I wasn't looking for the breakout, just a clarification on C3AI. I was saying let it break and then look for the short, because that's where the money fills are. Like when it breaks up and the shorts are off 29. So it's in that range where if it gets to 29.30, then I would look to short. That's a daily chart, by the way. So I do like that notion, but it never quite got to those prices. So I'm not long AI. I wasn't really looking for the breakout so much as I was saying wait for it to break out and then hunt short. Just got some square or block. That just gave the fills off VWAP here, 69.85. If I can reload in between 70 and 70.5, I'll go ahead and do that. But nothing just yet for me on block. And Meta, oh, come on, Meta. What are you doing with Meta here? This is where, like, so it comes back to Meta. Okay, we want the long. I know you want the long. I want the long in Meta.
Everybody wants the long in
But
Meta.
does it make sense here is the real question. Like, that's what I'm kind of grappling with. Can I go long off of 209.5? Like, where am I giving it back to? Like, I know 08 is definitely a level on Meta. So going along with a $2 worth of risk, you know, if it doesn't set up, you don't have to take it. So yeah, I'm not really seeing the entry here on Meta. I'm not going to chase that move. I can't talk myself into going Meta long at these prices. Google's coming in for a retest, so I have to watch that. I'm on the offer in front of Tesla at 200. So I wanted to get there to take a shot. Short, like 80s, give it to 200. If I can get some 99s or like 99, 95s or something like that, I would probably try to add to that. But the hard stop at 200 even on Tesla. Here comes Google. Why did I not just get a reload? Kind of getting into those prices that we want, into the 80s and 90s. If 02 breaks, I'm gone.
So I'm long Amazon now in front of VWAP. It just, same thing as yesterday, kind of in that 101 range where it won't give you the fills around 102.50. Like you try to bid, you know, you miss it. You try to punch, maybe you miss that too. So I had to pay up in front of that 102.50. But Amazon looking super strong today again, and looking to break that 103. I'm liking the 103 into 104 kind of trade on Amazon. Just a starter position right now. If it dips more, I would like to grab some in front of 102.50. If not, I am happy for this to just go ahead and break 103, go to 105, and then we can start hitting some more bangs Tesla's still just hanging out for me, which is kind of annoying. Oh, here we go. Got the breakout finally on Tesla. Get one fill for profit. Time to go to 200. This level is a magnet every time we get close to it. There's no way in my mind that we don't at least hit 200 today.
We're getting there.
Yeah, like Tesla 200, come on. That's like the biggest magnet in the stock market. BABA breaking down now. So yeah, those 101.50 fills are coming in. I'm not going to take a long yet. I said I wanted at 150, maybe 175. See how 101 kind of acts on BABA, but obviously getting the pullback off that 105 got some people taking profit, I guess, off this massive move from, where did we start? Like 85 on this one. So yeah, BABA super strong. Got to expect a pullback. Not saying this one's dead yet. So see if we can get along below 101 on this. And Apple just dipped super hard and then
the question becomes, is it the East stains massive or the West stains massive? And shout out to all my Ali G fans that can actually understand that joke. Oh, wow, that's a cool little graphic in there, Pradley. I like it. I barely caught it. At some point, we're going to have to see that again. But I just got into some NVIDIA. Remember 275 on NVIDIA? There's been some decent scalp trades in NVIDIA, but that's all it's been. Now it's starting to break out. We at the high of the day yet. By the way, if Intel gets to 35, that's going to be my next out there. But NVIDIA over under 75. It just broke, got to quarters. I just got something in short. Why do I got 79 short. Don't really love that price. But that's kind of where it consolidated and pulled back to. I only want to add evens. That'll give me the price that kind of makes more sense to me, having it at the 90 level as an average price. Then we risk about 30 pennies in there. If it breaks 50s, I'm starting to get out in front of VWAP. But we said 75 was a level on NVIDIA. That was a level I was going to get into and short it. I keep checking back on Tesla because when Tesla breaks 99 and you're offering in front of 200, like you want to keep making sure that it's not too close because it'll happen pretty quick. The first time it tags 200, I expect there to be like a very quick reversal, and you want that first 50 cents, that first dollar, that's your trade. That's your alpha shorting in front of 200 on Tesla, not to be greedy about it, but to get in and out as fast as you can.
Yeah, just got another fill in front of VWAP on Amazon. So feeling this one in front of 102.50, which was the pre-market high. Gonna give this one back to 40s, 30s. Don't want it to go too far against me, but we'll see if the 50 period and VWAP can support this one for the move back through 103. Tesla got a fill on the profit, so still just chilling. Neil and I probably chilling at the same price for different reasons. But yeah, looking for that 200 price on Tesla. Willing to give it back just below VWAP probably, kind of like 198.20 maybe. And we'll add if we can get a dip on Tesla for that big move, an extension through 200. Apple kind of dipping, hanging out around VWAP.
I'm thinking out loud here because I haven't looked at Softy.
Ooh.
Microsoft is dead flat right now. See, if you're dead flat, when you're supposed to be breaking out off this 280, 281 level, and you've just hit 85 and pulling back, so it hits 85, pulls back lower highs when the market's breaking highs, Microsoft could be in that bucket to fade. So if you don't have anything off lows, like usually at these prices, I'm looking for something to short. Again, it's just you got to trade your own style. Square, just to give you an idea, this is a 15-minute chart. I'm going back to that just to show you 69 is probably where we want to get out of this. I think we're in an uptrend in block, square, whatever it is. So you kind of want to shoot for out in front of this breakout price where I'd expect it to be a dip. So you short off the highs, take one out underneath 70, one out underneath that 69.5. It breaks that. There'll be some trailing stops, get filled as other people get their trail out, and that's what I'm going to look for. Meta might be giving us our chance. I don't want to jinx this, but so now with the market pulling back in, Meta likely to take out 209 here. Then you start looking back for that 08. So if you like the long, it's a half an hour in. I would say when a half an hour into the market, think about what was your original thesis pre-market, some of those levels. Are they still valid? Do you still like them? Because then you're going to usually get a chance to make a decision on them around that 10 o'clock mark in the first half an hour when things have settled down. So that is now. Just to update a couple of things, NVIDIA did not add at 75, got some out at 30s. So we ring the register there, never got a full position. Again, scalping off some of those highs because I'm not in the long. in this one. I'm in the long over in Intel because it's off that 32 level. So far, so good. However, there were some missed trades out there. Long at the open on Meta would have been absolutely fantastic. Obviously, long on Boeing, whatever. I'm about to get the fill. We're about to get the refill on NVIDIA, but longs on Boeing were absolute gold, all the way to 215. But you know, I've already missed that. I think I've missed that boat, and if it breaks VWAP, I want no part of it.
Yeah, Tesla still hanging out on that one. BABA caught a bid off 101-ish. So see if we can keep going down on that one to get that reversal trade on BABA. What else are we looking at? Our AI. AI is still kind of up there. It did that fail off of 28.50 and gave you like 60 cents, which not a terrible trade there. But now screaming back up to the high. So AI looking to make a move today. If it gets to 30, I'm definitely shorting. Let's see how this one goes. Still like light volume on AI. And now we're going to go to Brendan.
Just got this University of Michigan sentiment number here, guys. Lower than expected, 62 versus 63.3 on the final. Again, 62 versus 63.3 down here. 5-year inflation higher than expected, 2.9 versus 2.8. The 1 year still lower, 3.6 versus 3.8. So nothing really vastly outside of what was expected there, but 62 versus 63.3 on that Michigan, again, consumer sentiment number. 0.5%, meanwhile, for the S&P 500 30 minutes into the day, 0.5% for the Dow, the Russell as well, the 2000 having a nice day there. A full percent to the upside, about 0.5% as well for both the NASDAQ Composite and the 100 at this point. Yeah, big move for Rumble off 960, I should say, not 96. The CEO tweeting about a quote-unquote large signing, non-political signing that they've apparently got wrapped up today. So we'll keep an eye on Rumble here, trying to get back to the upside after that move that happened after the close yesterday. Tesla as well having a great day. Just took out the highs there, 2% already for Tesla, guys.
Do it, Tesla, do it. We were just talking about the getting some love. We're trading on the same platform. It's just that Maximilian has, he's got the black charts going on, and you can see I've got the white charts going on, and all irony aside. But I do use them. Like I have black charts for myself, and then for the show, I use the white charts because that's what we've been told is better. So a couple of things here. One, again, we're just going to go back to the well. Yes, it's a bull flag or whatever formation you want to call it on Google, but it's the same rejection over and over again up at the top. You could probably work some longs off of this. I'm trading this off the higher time frame. Like I'm looking the last couple of days in Alphabet and just sort of saying every time we've rejected these levels, it's been $1 or $2. So I'm going to give it that respect. And I'm short off that 02 level, got 88s this time. It's been pretty solid, so I have no reason to get away from this trade just yet. So it's been solid. It can't turn into a loser at this point, but I understand if we break out from here and this market wants to see a 2% day or even a 1% day, Alphabet could finally get out of these doldrums. But I'm scalping it till it says not to. Meta's going to take the top. So I don't
Never catching the dip on Meta.
Yeah, it's just you know, I just finished saying I think this is where Meta could come back in. I don't think at this point, I'm not sure it's even going to happen, guys. So I need to find my way into Meta here. I'm kind of holding on to the winner in Square at this particular point, but even this name is starting to catch a little bit of a bid here. See 69.5. Talking about 69 even. No, never mind. It was catching a bit at that 50. Now it looks like it is going to roll back over. This has been an upward trend. It might not make sense to get out here, but I just like the trend that this has been into the upside since that short seller report. I might slap a trail on this at some point, but still looking like it's pretty good on that particular short. But Meta, maybe a 210. Am I taking a 210 break on Meta? And I think maybe I just have to do that. I didn't want the breakout. I wanted the dip by like you. It's just the 210 break might be the only game in town.
Maybe on Meta. I'm hating the breakouts these days, but I mean, 210, those round like $10 levels on large caps, those are the ones that you want to take. Taking a random like 208, 206, whatever, maybe not the way to execute, but like the 210, that's a level, that's an options level, that's an everything level. So seems like the one. Amazon, I am just getting out of now. Come on.
Where is Amazon?
Yeah, sorry. So it just took out VWAP. I like this little wick here. It wicks down to like 40s, reclaims 50s right away. So I'm like, okay, this is like that liquidity grab, time for the move up. But sadly, couldn't follow through, broke that wick, and my stop didn't trigger, but I was able to get out for the same price, thankfully. But yeah, Amazon, I guess, going back for that 102 dip. We'll see how it acts around here. I did initially like the 102, so maybe try 102 next. Not a terrible loser, but I thought really this was just going to explode back up to 103 here. Too bad. Tesla pulling back, everything kind of pulling back. So just kind of waiting, hanging out. Meta just broke that 210. Going to the high side.
I did not pull the trigger on it. I had to go back over.
You didn't pull the trigger?
No,
no.
What I elected to do is to not reload Alphabet. So the way I'm playing this high right now is don't reload on Alphabet. We've already scalped most of it out. Just not go into the reload. That's less exposure. Without chasing the long, it's just kind of trimming and deciding you don't like the short at that level as much. And I bet you the long on Meta was probably gold because I didn't take it. That's how it always works out. So just going to adjust my stop order on Google here. I'm willing to bet it was probably absolutely fantastic on Meta, but I wasn't watching because I canceled my order. I didn't want to get run over on Alphabet here, and so that's going to be my adjustment. Still looking at a consolidation, however, in this one. So it's been good on Intel. Like the 32 level was the right level. It's holding above it, but you're consolidating and not really breaking out those highs. Yep, I just looked. Meta 210 was good.
That was really good. That was, yeah. You talk down the breakout, and then it works.
It's easy to talk yourself
how it works. Yeah, I mean, and Meta, if a breakout goes bad on you, that's 40 cents minimum, probably 60. Yes. So, it's kind of hard to pull the trigger. We've only gone 40 cents, so you're only 1-to-1 right now, realistically.
That's not even that much.
So not even that good of a breakout yet, but, Meta next level 213 on the chart for me. So Meta is very, very strong today. If it gets to 213, Options Friday, does it go to 215? Who knows? If Meta gets running, like what's the ATR on a Meta?
You know what I always
say? Somewhere in like the $8 range.
Quick and dirty trick, and this is why most traders have a 15 or 20 minute chart up, because one of the easy things to do is if you pull it up, just look at just have a quick glance at the chart in the last 2 weeks, and that'll give you an idea of what the range might be. Like when I look at C3I, you can eyeball it, and just quickly I can tell you that this is usually big move here. It's like $2 a day, right? So I kind of know it's going to be in that 7-8% range, and I can do that quick math in my head. As opposed to, you can actually just get the ATR if you want.
Yeah.
It's just, I find it's easier to play off of the 15 minutes. That's why you see me go back there over and over again. Speaking of C3AI, so it's now at the over. It broke it at 28. Now it's getting to that 29. This is the zone typically where you're looking for the retracement on the daily. So 29 into 30. It's getting there. I'm not short it right now, but I'm waiting patiently for it to get into that zone that we like that short. GMVD is halted. I'm not sundial popping. I'm not going to fall for that one. I've fallen for it before, but GMVD on a halt. We do like halt stocks. I actually don't even know what market that is. It's NASDAQ. So GMVD on the halt. I'll quickly see what's going on with the news there, but that's a whoa. Consecutive down halt here. That is getting absolutely shellacked. Look out below on this one. That's poopy, as Sharif would say.
$3 to $1 there on GMVD. That's nuts. So yeah, Meta ATR though is $7 approximately, according to our Trade Ideas platform here. And the close yesterday was about 208. So 215 in play on Meta today. If you just trade on ATRs, that would be a 1 ATR move to 215. I could be in an absolute banger long right now off of this open if I just paid that 207 price instead of waiting for 206 and thinking I have the level. No, the market has the level. I just have to read it. Tesla going for the high now. Feeling very good about Tesla, almost $1 in the money on that one on my remaining shares. So 200 is the offer exactly. I think if we get to 200, no chance that I don't get the fill off 200. So just going to put my order right there on 200, see how that break looks. If we break really strong and then pull back into that range, maybe wick back below it and then bid back above, I think I'm going to add to Tesla on that 200 level and then try to get it to like 202. 204 for me is like the next level on the daily. So let's see where we can go on Tesla. We know how much Tesla can move. ATR on Tesla is $10. We haven't even done 5. So, ready for that move to 205, I guess, on Tesla. if we're just trading ATRs today, we have a catalyst in the market. So you would expect like 180 TR moves shouldn't be a problem on these large cap tech stocks today. So yeah, kind of excited about Tesla. Options levels 200 to 205. If we clear like 202.50, then 205 is my target. So yeah, Tesla looking really strong. Amazon kind of stopped me out and then went straight back to VWAP, sadly. But you gotta manage risk. I can't hold a 65 average all the way down to 202 when all I'm looking for is maybe 50 to 70 cents on the trade. So good risk management there from me. And what else we got going on? Oh, going over to Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, that's G Medical was the one I was mentioning early on. 450,000 shares on the float that has now just grown to 12 million because of a just after the open offering, because that's always pleasant. So 12 million share offering there for G Medical.
G Medical, I don't know. I see Rivian's making a bit of a run here, and look, that's not an offering that went well. Some are well received, some are not received well at all. Rivian, good shout out in the chat. Thank you so much. It's the best community out there for a reason. We remember that Rivian is breaking off 14, but we're not trading everything. By the way, we got the 35s on Intel, so I took that next leg out. Let's see if we can't get into that 50s. But yeah, big time breakout here happening after Rivian's made a hard bottom, broken 14. It's just off to the races here. Let's see how far this one can go. I think 1480. Like this area here, 1480 to 1475, looks like it's going to be a good level. I said I would not reload Alphabet. That was my decision at the top, not to reload it and just stop out. So it's been a good short. We took it twice, we made twice, but on the last little bit, when you go to that well, sometimes the well runs dry. Alphabet could be on the midst of a breakout, but I'm after everything you said about Meta, and I do want this long. I think it might be time to take a shot off the 210 area, even though I know that's a bad place to join the trend. If I can risk 30 cents, fine. I think risking 30 cents is not a heck of a lot on Meta, but I want a piece of this pie. 209 might come, it might not. And just one last one to go back over to. Have you talked about BABA?
I have not recently, but it did catch that bid, still going back up to like that 202 level. I'm short AI right now in front of 29. Doesn't look like this one's going to work. If it takes out 25s above 29, I will be stopped out. So I'm going to be adding into like 20 maybe, and then we stop out at 26s. This one looks like it's going to run me over, but yeah, maybe AI can turn around here. It really struggled at 29. It kind of broke, came back through, and then there was another seller of 300 lots at 29. So yeah, I don't know. I think we're going to get stopped out on this one, sadly. But
wait for it.
Maybe AI can pull back and save this trade for me. I'm going to be bidding probably 90s now that I've added, and then 70s, and see if we can get a pullback. Like this blue line, I recall, yeah, that's my 21. So like we are just kind of screaming to the upside on this one, due for a pullback, but probably going to come up and stop me out now. There is some size on 25 that I guess we're going to play off of. And yeah, AI very strong today. I don't know if there's a catalyst on this one. I didn't see anything this morning, but
it's a bit of a technical break in some ways. Like it was a consolidation break from yesterday. I'm just looking up. I'm looking at my AI chart. Sorry guys, because this is a target area for where I want to start shorting it. Just a little bit, maybe a little bit further. But I did get out of square. Apologies. Like to sort of cover, like you heard me talk about Google getting out of it. Like to talk about that because it didn't work, and then when something works, it's kind of an easy thing to be able to be like, okay, maybe we got out too early this one. So Square did flush through VWAP. It actually has taken out that 69.5 level. So I'm out of Square. I am looking back for a potential long off this. Afternoon highs afternoon support, I should say, yesterday would have been about that 68 level. So a little bit further down, I am looking for longs in the stock as we go to Brendo.
Yeah, not seeing much, guys, as far as AI is concerned, other than, hey, Michael Noss mentioned it this morning. This one either. Upstart, yeah, 9% for Upstart to the upside. Not seeing much on that one either, but heavy volume behind this UPST moved.
Flush.
Oh, goodness. See?
Flush AI.
I think you had it right.
Let Neil in first and then flush. Let's go.
Over. When I say over, I mean over 29. I want shorts over 29. So I just got some at 4. I want some at like 12s to 15s. I just threw it. Oh, I threw it at 15. Let's go. I said 12 to 15. Come on, let me in. Let me in. Don't let the wrong one in. I think that's like a name of a movie. But again, I was above 29 is where I wanted the short, and it looks like it's making a bit of a turn here. So that is in the target range. Am I really chasing this? How much am I chasing it? Okay, fine. I have O2s here, which is kind of a crappy price. You end up with a better price after all. You're supposed to get a better price when you go in late, but I'm reserving. I'm going to take one more shot to add here. I don't want to get too aggressive here because I'm taking the fills at 29 instead of over. If I take an L on this, I still think 29.50 might be a better one. Oh, Intel's now charging. Intel's at yesterday's, okay, not quite, almost at yesterday's high. This is where it could reject. I have to get over there because, where are we? Hit enter twice, Neil. I'll stick on the 3-minute chart because I can just quickly do this for you guys. Yesterday's highs on Intel. I do expect it's going to run into resistance here. So I'm going to pop an offer in front of 50s. Get out, celebrate, not celebrate actually. Right back on the bid in front of 32. This was the one I knew I liked this long here. And yeah, picky eater. I'm a picky eater. No, I'm not. I'm lying. I'm not that picky eater. But yeah, you're right. That 75 did work for the short, but look what had to happen first. It had to absolutely run you over. So I think maybe that 75 level on the way back into consolidation I'd play off of, but that had to be a big-time fail before it ended up working. I did have a successful scalp trade a couple of times there, but each time it would just break the high. Like I'd get the first scalp, and then it would just stop me out on the rest. See? This is why you don't add to C3AI down there and leave a bit of room.
Ripping, eh?
Well, it's
so
still ripping,
I'm stopped out of AI, but yeah, we'll try again at 30. I mean, this is just so strong today. It doesn't want to pull back at all. That's like two 1-minute candles of pullback, and then just keeps exploding to the high side. This is looking like a small cap in 2020. Meta's finally giving us a dip. So like, where do we buy Meta on the dip today? VWAP 50 period. Like we haven't touched these areas since the open. So maybe that 209.20, 209 kind of area. Maybe we wick down to here and then start to move back up. But yeah, Meta finally giving us a pullback. Tesla going for the high again, still holding, not getting out. I am being extremely stubborn with this 200 price. I have so many reasons to believe 200 hits today, so I'm not going to sell myself short on Tesla today. 200 incoming.
Is it there now? No.
60s, 65s. High is only 75, 76 right now, so we're very, very, very close. 20 cents more. We're at 200 for Tesla.
Oh, goodness. I have an order out there. So it went to 76. I'm at, oh my, are you? I'm at 78.
78. The cheeky
78.
level wasn't cheeky enough.
No, it's not cheeky enough. You would never think 76 would be the high because like it goes to 75 maybe, but not 76.
Yeah, you'd think 74, 75. It goes to 76. That doesn't
remember
make
what
sense.
I said about this? Like if you short off a 200 level, that's not once, that's twice. See, I'm canceling this order now because that's twice that I've missed that short for that pullback, and there it is. That's your 50 cents. That's your like 60 cents in there. That's what you're looking for, and once that's already happened, I don't want it. And I got into AI. We'll stop to fail on AI. I've lost on it as well, so don't feel too bad. It has gotten the better of us for now, but I still think that it's still in the range that I like the short, so I waited for it to get to 29. I'll take 3 swings at it. It's kind of like baseball. You take 3 swings and then you're out. I never want to take, if you're shorting, if you're going against a trend, I usually don't want to play off a level 3 times, more than 3 times. If it doesn't work, you got to be able to give it up, but take your paper cuts and move on to the next. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at VWAP here on Meta. I do like VWAP on Meta. I ended up not taking those 10s, went somewhere else. I'm going to take my shot on Meta here. Just get in here, maybe small at 209.25, and then see where we can add to it. Intel, okay, so I got out at the high. Well, it's not the high anymore. Intel is on one. This stock is absolutely off to the races. It just tagged yesterday's high of the day at 57. So I know 50 is a round number, but yesterday's high was 57. That's what I was kind of respecting. It's now rejecting. See, that's the thing. It's rejecting yesterday's tops and coming back in. So here comes the dip. What am I doing with NVIDIA here? NVIDIA's not at a level I like. You got to be kidding me. Is Boeing at a level I like? Boeing is rolling over. Boeing's rolling over a little bit here. And Boeing's rolling over. We might get a retest of that 210, 211. But I want that dip in Meta, and I just missed the quarters. I still can't
Yeah,
get
Neil, I was about to say, I think we've missed Meta for, like, what, the third time today? This is ridiculous. You just have to pay up for Meta. It's not going to come to your level.
Yeah, pay up 34.
It's, you know, Meta is strong. So, you know, you're waiting at like 209, whatever. That's what I wanted. I wanted this 209, 208.80. It's not going to give it to you. It's not going to give you the price that you want. If you want to be long Meta, you just got to pay for it. And I haven't been willing to do that all day. Am I going to do that at 10:30 when volume starts to slow down? Maybe not. But that's probably a mistake. I mean, Meta to 213 today was my call. So, you know, getting it at 209 is not a terrible idea. Maybe it pulls back again. I don't know. Just looking way too strong to get involved today.
Yeah, it's, you know, you're probably right about that. I think you're looking for, this is not usually the time you want to compromise on price.
Yeah.
Like at the open when you get the explosive moves, I think you can be okay with, you know, getting a bad price at those times. And I say that as I just got in at 50s. I kind of shared down a little bit. That's fine. But, you know, you don't want to step too far out of bounds. Like taking it and trying to chase this up here at like 80s or 90s, you just can't do that.
Yeah.
You'll get yourself out of bounds. When you do that at the open, when you get those explosive like $1.50, $2 candles, that's okay. But when you do it at this time, you tend to get bit. Tesla's coming back up to that 200, so we'll just kind of alert to that. I am now in Meta, but given that 09s is kind of the area here, like I have to give it some room. I'm kind of hamstrung. I can't really add to this until it gets underneath the quarter, I think. So I got to wait for it to come back down. But Tesla's at 200, so we got to go over to 200 now. I'll probably take something out at 210 on Meta and then see if I can get a better price if it does dip back in. But here comes that 200. Now it goes to 199.90. So
Yeah.
I canceled my 78. I would have got it, and now it gives you the 90. So the scalp worked again. That's 3 times the scalp trades worked. So I'm trying to get an offer out here, the first 50 pennies on Meta, as Tesla 200 is definitely in play. High of the day's incoming, guys. And by the way, C3AI got to 29.49 and turned around. If it breaks 50, I'll look to short off of a failed break of 50, but it hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, Tesla kind of got up there, and I was watching the tape. It was reserving kind of 88s, 89s. So someone's trying to sell, someone's trying to hide their sells. So I'm assuming that somebody is shorting in front of 200 here. And when it breaks 200, I'm going to say they're going to get squeezed. So hopefully this 200 break is as explosive as I've been hoping it will be today. Still waiting, not punching out. I'm still going to give it down to now like 198.70. So basically a break-even stop on this one because like I really believe in this long. When you believe in the long, hold it. There's no reason for me to get out when, I mean, that 200 price is so key on this name. Meta's starting to go back up, didn't give me the pullback into 209. Amazon didn't get to 202 either, so nothing is getting to the levels that I want them to get to today. So kind of missing a lot of these up moves, sadly. Market just too strong to get me involved. It's hard when like the market is so weak for so long, and they always give you the prices that you want, and then you know something comes out, and it's hard to like change your mentality to, I now have to pay up for this. This is not going to come to my price. I need to get long in front of the level instead of just like waiting for it to break and give me that like fail to fail move.
And on that note, let's go to the small cap recap to see what we're missing in that world.
Hey guys, yeah, a few moving around so far this morning. We'll touch on a couple here anyways. As far as the little ones are concerned, we've mentioned a few of these already, but YMAB, Y-M-A-B, this is an earnings play today. My news window down here not working, so just be aware of that. But all the way up to $5 here, which is the top end of the range once again on the daily chart. So just be aware, $5, a huge level for YMAB, better than expected. On the earnings side of things, this is the Palisade, so PALI, gapping up on this Maxim Group upgrade to buy today for PALI. PRTK, another one that gapped up and failed miserably at 275, 280, right back to the downside. 250 was a bit of a spot that it could have held if it wanted to because of that high, but no such luck for Paratech Pharma. It comes right through that. And there's this GMVD, once again, to the upside this morning on some positive news, and then they dropped the offering. Again, 450,000 float, and then they dropped 12 million on top of that. So rightfully slow downside for GMVD.
We were just having, not a debate, we're having a discussion about C3AI because it got to 29.50. I have it breaking by a cent and then kind of coming back in here. But it's a decent chance that was just like a dark pool wick, which does happen. Sometimes you get like a dark pool wick and like the only print that goes above, it can run at somebody's stop. Like it could trigger stops because there's one dark pool wick at 51, but I'm in it again off that level. Maybe I won't add because I'm not sure it really tested that. Oh, I did get some meta out there. Meta kind of went to that, it did go to 210 there. Just rejected 210. I scalped some out. Now I'm looking for, kind of improve my price in front of that 09s on the next dip. So I am still in meta, looking for another dip buy there. I just have to move this chart back over to, I don't want to keep my eye away from NVIDIA, but Tesla just continues to reject 200 after I cancel my offer to go short. I can already see what's going to happen here. Is I'm going to put it in, I'm going to go for the short again off 200, and that'll be the time that it breaks. But you're up at these levels, you almost have to respect them. Yeah, see, that's why I didn't add to AI. Good look on saying C3AI. C3AI hadn't really broken 50. I think you're right, Max, and that's what ends up happening. Like, you save yourself a little bit. I got in half. I'm like, yeah, it didn't really break it, so that wasn't a real test and flush. We'll let this one get to 30. I've already taken 2 swings at it. That was kind of a half swing. The third one, I'll have to be very patient for it. It looks like it does want that 30 level on C3AI. I'm now offering again on Tesla, looking to take that short off of 200. I'm kind of sitting here back in the 75, 80 range. We'll see if I actually get it this time.
Yeah, so I was just having a look at the ES and like wondering why hasn't Tesla broken 200 yet? Well, we're sitting at 4,100. We're just consolidating here at 4,100. We haven't given like the clean move above 4,100, which is key kind of resistance, and then into that like 4,125 level. So let's get a little move here on ES so that we can get that Tesla spike that we're looking for. Yeah, AI just still going up there as well. And Baba did catch a higher low there off that 101.30. So Baba catching the bid off 101.20, 101.15. I guess that was the price. Honestly, if you paid for 101.50 on this and just gave it a stop down to 199 cents, like you're kind of printing on this one. It's, yeah, Sharif over there says he's long, I believe. Sharif is long off the double bottom, so hit the bang for Sharif there. Smoking Baba 2 days in a row. Good job, Sharif.
Baba. And oh my goodness, Nunya Biz, mentioning a firm broke 11. I love the A, I love that name. B, I love that level, but it is, well, there's no slow up here. This is the 15-minute chart. It's been all green on a firm. So since Apple made the announcement that you kind of knew was coming, that they're going into the buy now, pay later, a firm made a double bottom on the daily chart and is now trying to break out at that 11 level. So this would be the over-under at 11. Just be careful here because if it starts trending again, like another $1 to $1.50 is probably the range you're working with. Still no reload on Meta for me, so I guess that's a little bit of a disappointment. Want a little better, closer to the 209, that 209 level than I got the first time. And I'm gonna back off on the firm till I start to see it roll over. It's in the zone where I like the short, but it's not at that point just yet. We did get out of Alphabet, and probably a good thing. So it ends up being a good short, but it was a better long. You got to be able to admit it. I shorted off the level. It was a good level. It was also a good breakout at that level. So Alphabet's definitely going to be on one at this point. I did say I wanted to get back into Square. That was eventually going into the long. It didn't quite get to the lows. I got out of the short. I wanted the long closer to that 68. Not sure we're going to get it. It's a matter of how far do I really even think I want to chase this up. Now when the market testing highs and this trending down, you're not going to compromise on where you like the long. You got to take it where it makes sense to do so. You're still in the Tesla long.
Still in the Tesla long. Market is now finally trying to get above that 4,100 level. NASDAQ kind of wicking high, so let's see if we can clear that 4,105, start making the next leg up. Everybody likes the PCE number. Everybody loves Tesla. Let's break 200 right now and send me to the promised land on this trade.
The promised land. That is a good place to be, the promised land.
The promised land, great place to be.
You can go to the promised land. My goodness, what's going on in SoFi?
SoFi.
Brendo, when you get a chance, is anything going on in SoFi? SoFi is at $6. Shout out to the chat because if you're in the promised land right now, if you're long SoFi, up this 5%, that's for sure. Daily chart, guys. Okay, this is a bit of a double top on the daily. Why didn't I see that on the 15? I guess I didn't go back far enough. This is okay, 6 is a bit of a big level. I wouldn't chase this. I'm not chasing SoFi at 6. The last time it got here, it did break and then sort of, kind of failed right at or above that 6 even level. So I wouldn't be chasing this one too much here. Tesla go there again.
Tesla's struggling in those 80 levels, those 75s to 80s. So
I gotta take it here then.
For me, it's like when something gets to a level like twice, that's like short it once, short it twice, short it 3 times, you're getting run over, in my opinion.
Oh, probably.
Let's see, but you're going to try to give this to over 200, right? And let it break and come back? That's kind of
Not this time.
Not this time? Not with 200. 200 is like those $100 levels are very key on
That's
these
usually
games.
what they do. Like the problem is if you do that with Tesla, I think you're giving it to like 40 or 50 here.
Yeah, exactly. The slippage on those.
It gets pretty nasty, the slippage on that one.
It does. So, yeah, I think like my next offer on this would be like 201.20 if we break this 200, based on how violent the breaks on Tesla can be, but still just hanging out there, nothing happening. Come on, Tesla.
Apparently nothing happening on SoFi either. No news. According to Brendan, he doesn't see anything on SoFi, so it's kind of like just up 5%. But the market is pretty strong, and sometimes beat up names get a bit of a better bid. Just give me a scalp trade on Tesla. It's ridiculous. Like I can't get more meta bids, but you can get all you want on Tesla at 75, but you can't get anything in the 85 to 90 range for the shorts. Guess what just came down? C3AI. Now C3AI wants to come back into the downside.
So it had to really break those 50s.
It really had to break
reject,
those 50s.
and then it starts to come back down. Interesting on C3AI. Kind of bamboozled me.
But remember, on C3AI, just to keep everyone in mind here, what kind of happens, like when it rejects this level, it's usually not over that fast. Like you can find your way back into this. I think there will be there's opportunities. If it's really rejecting 29 and above, typically speaking, you see like each time it's done this, you're seeing 27. And if you're seeing 27, there's still a trade here. Even if I've stopped out a couple of times, I think there's still a trade to be had. Here it comes. Here's Tesla at 200 right now as I'm looking at C3AI. Don't want to change.
Have a look at this.
Are we going to Brendan right now for the crypto update when I haven't even checked Coinbase once?
4K lots there.
Rightfully slow. Not much to see, guys, as far as cryptocurrencies are concerned. Pretty slow day as far as headlines. Pretty slow day as far as price action is concerned to end the week. I zoomed out a bit here on Bitcoin, so we can see just chopping around once again today in this range. This is a daily chart, remember, so we're back into some of these levels from going all the way back to May of last year for BTC. You zoom in, we held 28,000 very nicely there. Back to the upside we go to the tune of about 1%, but just this consolidation pattern. You get these moves, and then sideways move, and then sideways again. So we'll see how long it lasts this time. But BTC higher on the day, but only to the top end of the range. Same story for Ethereum. Tight consolidation underway. 1,800 ends up being the top for Ethereum. If you see on the daily chart, there it is, 2.3. 1,839, or the support, I should say, not the top for Ethereum. 28,463 for Bitcoin. Just went green on the day, but pretty flat overall. ADA having a nice day, 6%. That's the biggest mover so far, guys, for crypto.
We come back, and Tesla is at 99.
I don't know if it even printed 200. It says that it printed 200 up here on our platform, but that 99 is reserving pretty hard. There's lots of sellers at Tesla in front of 200.
As you would expect, though. It's one of those levels. It's Friday. It's an option level. There's going to be a bunch of sellers just sort of stacking it. How many times do you see a stock on a Friday get to a level like this and not print it? Like
exactly.
Really, nobody's running these stops. I say that as I'm short in front of it. Like the time, I said at the time I take it is the time it's not going to work. Like all morning, it's like, get in there, cancel, get in there, cancel, sit on the fence with it. I did re-enter C3AI. I said I'd take a third swing at it. It feels a little bit weaker this time. So this is probably the one where I end up in a full position. It hasn't really happened just yet. So first salvo into C3I, but I'm into Tesla as well. Meta still can't seem to carry past that 210 level. I am looking for a re-entry on Intel at some point. That was kind of the long I really liked. It's pulling back now. There's Tesla. Now it broke.
Okay,
now
break it to the high
now
side on Tesla. Let's see this one start to rally. In the 20s, let's see 50s, let's see 80s, 201 incoming on Tesla. Let's go. Lots of people short in here in my mind. I'm
Yes.
not, you know, I can't say anything for sure, but I figure there's lots of people who are shorting up to here. Now they're getting squeezed. Let's see if Tesla can keep running. I am not offering anywhere in front of 250 cents. I think if this breaks well, this is going at least $1.50. So I'll be offering over 201 on this Tesla trade. I did get my fill at 200 for a bit of a profit taker there. So just chilling on this one. Still have half the trade left. Pretty happy with Tesla today. Wish I had way more size, and it gave you that perfect reload off the 50 period right here.
That's the way you want to reload. So I got out. We ended up losing. I think I got sevens out. Actually, no, I got sevens out. So it wasn't. Sometimes you get slipped. Like one day I got slipped 30-something pennies on Tesla.
Yeah.
This time I got slipped 7. So actually ends
That's
up.
a great fill on
That
Tesla.
is. That's a pretty good fill.
Yeah.
I got slipped one time 35 cents on Alibaba, which is a $100 stock. On Tesla, getting slipped 7 cents is like, that's a gorgeous fill. But that also means that you could have had sevens long. So that break, like I don't think you wanted to pay 25 to 30, but the 7 long was obviously pretty darn good here. Come on, now Meta finally wants to go. Okay, so now Meta's starting to go. I'm going to cancel these 09s. I want more probably. I'll go right back to that 50 level. It looks like Meta wants to challenge the high of the day here. We did say we wanted in Meta, but it took a while to be able to get into the long. Didn't really catch up off 09 the first time, missed the dip buy at 7s. You had to be in it at the open to get those 08s. Like that was your only chance to play off of 8 was to have an order at 9:30 and just go with it, just roll with the punches. But it's off to the races now. If this takes out the high, I think it's got a lot of room to run here. I don't want to get out in front of the high on Meta. If you pull out the daily chart, like I don't see any reason why we couldn't get to 215 today. If the market wants a 1 or 2% day, Meta is clearing out above 08. It's looking for places to add as opposed to looking for places to get out on a trade like that. So I'm still wanting places to add to this one. As everything's going, I mean, look at Alphabet here. Like Alphabet is now at 103. It's at the high from Wednesday. Like this gets real spicy. I mean, Alphabet above 103.5. That's more explosive price area if Alphabet can get up there. That looks like it'll be a good one too. I'm out of the shorts there. It was a winning short, but just because you won short doesn't mean that the long wasn't better. You got to be able to say that. Like that was a better long even if the shorts won.
Yeah, speaking of 103s, Amazon going for the high now. So stops me out over here. Doesn't even make it to my 102 that I wanted to bid at. Now we're pumping up to 103. So Amazon, my thesis on this was that options are at 105 today. And if we clear 103, we're going to 105. Volume isn't like that high on Amazon today. So maybe we don't have that kind of explosive move into it. But yeah, Amazon just pumping to the high. Tesla now making new highs again. I'm sitting at 78s on Tesla. So we'll just take a little bit more off. And then, yeah, looking for 204 on Tesla. Let's see how far this name can go. We know if this wants to trend in the afternoon, like Tesla can make these absolutely insane options moves. So that's what I'm kind of hoping for today. But yeah, 200 break, very successful. Congratulations to the longs on Tesla.
Yeah, it's congratulations. Congratulations! If you found your way into any longs and managed to hold on to them today. I think it was with few exceptions. I mean, good luck. If you're in Alibaba off the bottom, I think you're absolutely fine. Like it bounced off 101. I think you're okay there. That's holding a higher low. There's a few names out there. Like I know Nvidia is trying to go. AMD is certainly one that it's trying to get itself going here. What I like about AMD and why I came back over to the chip names is if you kind of pull the 15-minute back, and we have 20 minutes to go. It's been a good one. You know it's been a good one when you can sit in winners, B, the time flies. So it has been flying, but AMD, after gapping down, slight gap down on the 15-minute, now reestablishes 96 as support level. So wick beneath that holds 95, higher low at 96. I think working off of 96 does make some sense. And yes, thank you, Tony Price. SoFi working through that 6 level now. Okay, it's starting to work through the volume. How's volume doing here? It's okay. The volume on that break was okay. It's now pulling back. Does it hold 6 even? Kind of give you the shot that it's holding above that on a higher time frame. If it does, it's got lots of room on that 15-minute for it to still go. I prefer Meta. That's the one we wanted this entire time. But this can be a good one. I haven't really done anything to add to C3AI just yet. And the thing about this, like timing-wise, whoops, I just went all the way to the NASDAQ. hit enter, and then it finally works. The thing about this is it's been all green, and I'm going back to my 15-minute. I think you can overtrade off your 3-minute chart, especially when you're in a zone where you like the short. So if I like the short on the daily, above 29 into 30, over trading it at 29 doesn't make a lot of sense. So let's let it make its next move.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and if it's back up to 45, so I'm in at 37. I haven't really added to this just yet, and maybe I'll let it drift up to 30 if that's where it wants to go, and we'll take a shot. Intel, thank you, Chris. I only wish I still had some Intel or got back into it, right? Like this is so. Anyways, like. It was a good trade, and that's fine. Like I had it too early and stopped out, but then you waited for it to reestablish a level. Like let it calm down, reestablish 32, like your entry price, and get to 32 again. Usually you're going to get that chance. If it's good, you get stopped out in the pre-market. If the long's good, this happened on Meta yesterday. This is a good learning moment because yesterday on Meta, exact same thing. The price I liked, I said I took 204 in the pre-market, had a tight stop, and then minutes later, after the open, look where the bottom was, 204 with my same stop underneath that never broke, and then Meta went $3. So when I saw the same thing happen to me today, this is how you learn from the mistakes of yesterday. The same thing happens to me early on in Intel. You let it make the bottom, you re-enter the trade at the open when it reestablishes the level, then you hold it to the high. Exactly the same thing. So it doesn't work because I made a mistake yesterday. It works today because I looked at the mistake made and corrected it. If it pulls back in, I still like 32s if we can even get them at this point. Meta looks strong. NVIDIA is back at 275. Yeah, if you got your longs, hold them. If you got your apple fritters, eat them.
Yeah, Amazon just going for that 103. I think this looks like it wants to break. Amazon's super, super, super strong these days, and like we're not seeing the corresponding move in BABA today. So Amazon kind of strength on its own, even though we thought it was moving off of BABA previously. Market still hanging out with 4105. Let's clear that and see Tesla 205 today. Why not? Why not get Tesla up into that 205? Let's see like 4125 on the market. Friday, options day, beer day. Let's have some fun.
I can't drink tonight. I got a lot of work this weekend. This weekend it's the weekend once a year. I go up north to my in-laws and spend all weekend harvesting maple syrup. So it's like the boiling's going to be done. I'll be lugging buckets back and forth. But it's so worth it, man, because I get essentially an unlimited supply of free real maple syrup. But it's some legit work. I'll tell you that right now. If you've never done it before, and like I don't have one of these like things that you used to have back in the old days where you have the bucket and then you hold it like this. No, I'm holding the buckets in my hands like that.
Oh, wow. Crazy. Yeah, I thought you were going to say you got like a wheelbarrow or something to help you out.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Just raw power. Let's go to Brendan. I think we have Sector Watch.
Hey guys, yeah, nice green board to show you for a Friday here. Still holding on to 0.6 of a gain, 0.6%, obviously, of a gain for the S&P. Looks a lot more positive than it actually is at this point. Few areas of concern, including banks, the first to go red on the day. They're continuing downside. Individual banks in the financial sector early on decliners as well. 2 days in a row here for Schwab, SCHW down another 1.5%. Generac here, GNRC was a downgrade from Bank of America, 5.6% in the industrials group. But otherwise, this group pretty positive. In fact, still holding on to green on the day. So are communication services stocks, material stocks, tech as well. Outside of some of the semiconductors, AMD, Micron notably weak on the day. Clean energy names, though, helping to offset those declines. FSLR, Enphase, and SEDG all back to the upside once again. Hardware equipment makers, software names, all positive. Consumer discretionary leads right now. The entire group here in positive territory, led by travel names, casinos, hotels, even the cruise lines having a pretty good day, up better part of 1%, as are the discretionary names as well. Healthcare stocks also positive. ALGN was earnings. Moderna there on a positive analyst note this morning. Otherwise, we are doing okay for a Friday, still holding on to, as I mentioned, 0.6 for the S&P, guys.
30 incoming on AI. I keep looking up because that's where it's going, so I haven't added to it yet. We'll stay in, stay nimble. 30 level is going to have to be it. I see you, Brittany. Brittany Grant says the semis feel weak, semiconductors. And I don't disagree with you there. So here's NVIDIA. It's not bad. It's flat on the day, but it's at least trying to bounce and go higher. It's only been a scalp trade for me on NVIDIA. AMD, we just checked in on that one. It's actually starting to break out. This is the thing. Sometimes it can lag a little bit and then come back in, but AMD is really dragging all these names down. It's Intel that was strong, and then the last one they reported, Micron here. Micron has been a dog. And we talked about Micron. It's not a huge coincidence. If you go to the daily chart on Micron, it goes into those earnings, it breaks out, it wasn't a good quarter, so when it hits the next level, it just starts selling back off. However, that breakout was at 62, it's at 61 now. Have a look at the 50 period down here, like 59. The stock gets back into 59 and settles there after earnings, and we'll see what they really feel about. When I say they, it's kind of a loose catch-all for the market. Let's see how the market really feels about that report. Does it end up holding this? So after it's made the breakout, rejected 64, does it really hold that trend by holding the 50 period on the daily? That's what I want to see happen before I'm believing in Micron for the next leg, the next quarter. But that's another story. Where am I going to next? Oh, Super Chat. Thank you very much, said Judd. Get that guy a beer. In-laws and labor, and nice job, Max. Oh,
Thank you.
First of all, great job, Max. Fantastic job, Max. Gronk spike for Max. And I will 100% be drinking. So I'm not a huge beer guy. I love Innocent Gun. I might just pick up some on the way. Otherwise, it might be a little something. We were talking about it. I'm a bourbon guy. You said whiskey, but
You're a bourbon guy? I'm a bourbon guy.
there you go. That's
What-
I'm talking.
what
Where's
bourbon
the
are you-
props?
What do you drink usually?
What bourbon do you like? Is what I want to know.
I'm a Buffalo Trace guy if I'm going, cheap.
I knew you were going to say it. This is why I asked you.
But it's so good. Or the Sazerac rye, which is like bourbon rye kind of, not bad, kind of banana-y rye. There
Actually,
on
I have a
the,
confession to
Sazerac.
make. The newest thing I've been doing at home is when I make an old fashioned, I actually add a part rum. And it's absolutely
the rum
delicious,
old-fashioned.
right? So yeah, it's not all rum. It's bourbon, and then the rum, just a hint of the rum, actually makes it pretty nice. But I don't know why we're talking about that. But thank you guys for the super chat there. You see how easy it is to get off the rails.
Somebody
and get
says
distracted?
Pappy Van Winkle. Did you know that there's a lottery every year in Ontario for Pappy Van Winkle? And I did win a bottle a few years ago.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I have not cracked it though. Waiting for something special to crack that one.
I can think of at least one solid occasion when you should crack that.
A wedding day?
No. The next time you're sitting next to me in the office.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think
Yes.
that's-
Yeah, we'll see about that one.
It's a solid occasion right there.
That one's, I think the Pappy bottle might never get open. I think that's my retirement. That one.
Or, I'm just throwing it out there. Obviously, I'm not being self-serving at all whatsoever with that notion. But if you happen to want to share it with the trading floor, that's okay too.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see
pressure.
about that one. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything about that one. Let's get back to Tesla.
I'm gonna guilt you forever now.
Tesla pulled back, and I had my offers out in the 70s, and it just didn't really feel like getting there. So I'm not gonna sit there in the 70s, just expecting it to go there. I decided to take a little bit more profit here. We still have 40-ish% of the trade on, waiting for that 202, 204. Sometimes just offer a little lower than you should. I think that's better risk management than trailing the whole trade back down to here. But probably going over the high. Maybe I was a little antsy getting some out, but just kind of excited about this Tesla trade, chilling in the money. $1.30 off my last entry, which is pretty good. If anybody watches Curb Your Enthusiasm, there.
I love JB Smooth.
Yeah.
JB is.
He was a great addition to that show.
Sorry, I was just eating my apple fritter. But JB Smooth is absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Two things here. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Yes, that's what happens when you get caught eating. And then, of course, Fahad decided that he wants to throw me on camera when he caught me. I wanted this to get to 30. Why am I doing that on the 15? It's probably not going to go back far enough. So if you're just tuning in, I said wait till it actually really challenges 30. It just did. I got 29.5 here going into this level. Again, on the 3-minute, you can look at it there. I don't want to focus on the higher time frame. This is where I want to load up. I have about 40% that I would take in. And I respect your flow, Intel. I respect your flow. So that was my chance to get in, and it was nowhere near where I thought it was going to be. It is even stronger than anticipated, and now breaking again through the high of the day. So Intel continues to be on one. I'm just really in meta, looking for it to break the high, maybe get into the 12.5 level, and then see if we can get some dip buys in some other names out there. Oh, yes, I did want to go over to this OINQ. There's a lot of people have been mentioning this one. I think we went there early, and I was sort of talking about the higher time frame. Okay, like look at it. It's probably trying to break out, but it hasn't quite taken out that 6-quarter level. Now it's through there. $7. There's $7 pointed out earlier. It rejected this the last time and ended up in a gap down when it rejected 7. So I think that's going to be a big level where there's going to be a few sellers on IONQ. Not to ignore the small cap names. Oh, and I forgot about to mention this. So we're at 50 cents on Bed Bath & Beyond. Oof. 50 cents is on the bid. And let me double check to make sure I got the locates on this. If I have the shorts on Bed Bath & Beyond, and it bounced off at one time, if it reclaims that low, I'm going short BBBY on the break of the low of the day. So it hasn't happened yet, but I am going to do it if we get a retake of that level. I just have to make sure I actually even have the locates, though.
Going back to Amazon, it did break that 103. There was size there. It did a clean break up to like 10s. And I was thinking about taking this, but like time of day is everything. So, you know, at 10:45, 11 o'clock, I'm not going to take an even dollar breakout on an Amazon. If this happened earlier in the day around here at like 9:45, when like the volume's going, the stock is pumping, the big moves are being had, like, yeah, I would take that Amazon 103 potentially, try to, you know, send it up to 103.50. But yeah, Amazon kind of failed breaking 103, pulling back. I'm not counting this name out. If we were to draw a trend line on these wicks, then, you know, maybe catch a dip into 102.50 area. Probably not, though. Now that it's kind of taken VWAP, come back below, said, no, I would like to be above VWAP. I'm saying Amazon is going to be strong today and maybe catch a dip into VWAP. I haven't been able to catch any dips on any stocks today other than Tesla off the open. So
There haven't been any.
There's no dips, no dips. I missed that Meta VWAP, though. That was a money long that you ended up getting there. And Tesla making new highs.
It happens, man. Like sometimes you have to be fortunate. Like you get a little bit aggressive with an order, and then you get the dip buy, and then it starts running for you. But that's like getting lucky because you take a fail that you weren't normally going to take. Like I was bidding originally in the 20s, and then I kind of went to the 50s, and you happen to get it there. Let's go to Brennan and see how the USD is doing.
Hey guys, back upside right now to the tune of about 0.2%, 102.3 right now for the DXY. We're trying to bounce off going back to last week, that low that we put in for March, essentially. We're right back to this pullback low as well, if you zoom out a little bit, for the dollar coming off that inflation print this morning. Again, a little bit better than expected. So the dollar did actually move, if you zoom in, down initially on that, but we're kind of chopping around within yesterday's range. Overall, pretty red on this board as a result, including the euro, the Canadian dollar, the pound, all downside. Not huge moves, but notable. 0.5% for the Japanese yen. Same story for Australia and New Zealand down there. 0.4 as well to the downside. BTC, Ethereum, both positive, 1.6, 2.5 now. Again, this is the 12-hour period, so 1839, 28,616 for both. A bit of a choppy end to what has actually been a pretty choppy week. It has been relatively weak, has the dollar been so far, the past couple of days anyways, but trying to bounce into the weekend, guys.
So someone just mentioned that BlackBerry's up. I know, it caught an upgrade. It's
Canadian icon.
14%.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not going to last. So, anyways. Oh, you guys can't tell. There you go. That is the, it's the key to. It's like the Android, the last of the Android phones for BlackBerry. But yeah, to me, I just pulled it up and said, oh, we're here on BlackBerry? Come on. Come on, son. Come on, son. Come on, son. This is, it's getting shorted. Let's be real for a second. And look, it's nothing against it, but at the end of the day, actually, we were having this discussion the other day that I think BlackBerry, if you think about what they are and what they aren't anymore, this is something that has a chance to have turned themselves around. It's just, obviously they made some mistakes along the way, but you're at a level that makes sense to me, and it's probably scrolls a little too far. You're at the time when the market's already pulling back, and Tisha asking about YMAB. Why not? Why not? Whoa, okay, I don't know the news. That's the caveat. Okay, so wow, this is maybe good. So typically,
price target update from 18 to 20 bucks.
That's
Who
it.
cares?
YMAB is just a price target upgrade.
No, earnings call today.
Okay, so they
So
reported.
they had earnings, I guess. Yeah.
Okay, so they reported. What's good about this is when you destroy downside and make a consolidation channel after a downside break, and it breaks a level like this, you're really only thinking long above it.
Yeah.
And that's 535. So it's actually, it looks like it's overextended, but when you pull out to the daily chart, I mean, the show really only just started off of this level, consolidating, breaking. The issue is, you might not be wrong until well underneath $5. This isn't bad. Like, I mean, the longs are off this 35 to 40 area when you pull out that chart, but this is still pretty solid up here. Just always make sure you look at that daily, because that's always a bit of a glaring sign. Like when you see something consolidate that long after a dump and then it starts breaking, you like the longs off that break. I added one time in there on AI. You convinced me that I should take something else in front. I am leaving room for it to break 30 and then play a fail break on C3AI. I do not want to be all in front of 30. I only want to be all in if 30 fails the breakout. But
that's my move on that one for sure.
Yeah. But I now like this YMAB. I do. I like these 30s in here because I feel there's probably room for it to go another $1 today. Like if you look at the daily chart, there's enough room for this to go. So I might pop on the bid here, take it into that 5 level on YMAB. Good shout out and good luck. Thank you guys.
Jason Miller calls me out in the chat. I thought Sharif said trust the teal line, Max. And you are totally right. I take profit in front of the teal line. It never broke. Hold on to everything in front of the teal line. Sharif is right. Trust the CMT candidate, Sharif. And Tesla is just making new highs over and over and over again. Trade of the day for me. Got my Tesla fills. Anytime you get a good price on Tesla, just hold it, hold it, hold it. We know how far Tesla goes. ATR is, 10 bucks on Tesla. Close is 195. 205 target on Tesla. Let's see how far we can move on this one on an options Friday. Pretty excited about this this Tesla trade today. What else we got?
Someone
going
give him
on?
a bang for that trade. That's what, I can't hit it. Someone else has to, there you go. Someone else has to do it. I don't have it on my board. What? Oh, there you go. Smash the like. If you like the show, like the show. No, that's not the one. That's not the one.
Hola, like and subscribe today.
What did I do? They just said I almost ruined it. I don't know what I ruined, man. Everyone wants to see Hola. Okay? We're giving the people what they want here. You know that's what they want. It's the one. Like sometimes there's the one, like Neo is the one, not the stock. You guys know what I'm talking about there. But that's the one. That's what you guys want to see. But thank you very much. Obviously, I think Max is doing a bang-up job. We got 3 minutes to go here, not a heck of a lot. So I just want to run down a couple of other things. I know we've ignored a few names out there, and I just want to come back to them. Typically speaking, we get a lot of coverage on Alibaba when it's moving. I haven't traded. I don't know if you've traded. I don't think you have. Alibaba?
No, it never came into my level, sadly. But,
rejected lower highs again and trending back into the downside. AMD, which is typically one that we'd be trading a lot. You guys know I focus on Intel and Nvidia. AMD's broken and holding that 96. I like that 96 level. Comes back in. I think that's where you want to find a little bit of support on AMD there. And I want to check back in on Mullen. Okay, let's see what you're doing, Mullen. Yeah, it never got to 12. It's catching a bit at 13, not really in that 12. I didn't really like that 15 once I saw the offers that were stacking up against it. So we got out of that essentially flat. I think I lost 1/10 of 1 cent or maybe a slightly less than that. But Mullen trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. I don't really love it at this point just yet. I'm into BlackBerry. I almost said Bed Bath & Beyond there. I don't know why. Although I have an order to go break there, but I'm into BlackBerry now. I'm going to give it to the high, work that one back, and still C3AI doesn't want to break that 30. It's a big level at 30 on C3AI. Big one. And just if you are only tuning in now and do not know why I like the shorts in here in C3AI, it's because this is what it's done in this range every single time. So I'm looking for the failed break of 30 here. That means break now, and I want it to come back under. I don't want to stop out at an even dollar stop. I want it to come back under and look for the failed break for an entry point. If it holds through, then you got to get out of Dodge. A lot of people are going to be interested in that breakout trade, but it's at a big level here. 31 is one as well, but it spent 0 time up there the last time it got there.
Yeah, I'm short AI right now in front of 20s. Going to give it probably to 30s. We'll see what the tape looks like, but it kind of slowed down there in front of 20s just like it did with that 29 break. So I'm looking for kind of the same move, that fail break, kind of anticipating the fail break here, which maybe not always the right play, but I'm going to add to this if it breaks down below 30 again, and then see if we can get down to this 50 period, 29.50, you know, $29. This has to pull back eventually. Like, we're not just going to go straight up, in my opinion. But I've been wrong before. So yeah, liking this 30 level on AI. Let's see if we can hold this. But super, 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 super strong today on AI. Will not stop going down. Trust the blue line, says Sharif. 21 period EMA is just the greatest line of all time this week, apparently.
I thought it was the teal line.
The teal line, yes.
There's a very big difference between blue and teal. I keep getting told that at home because I have a really bad eye for colors. So I always say just like blue or like whatever the basic is. And then my wife's like, no, that's not what that is. And then my daughter just automatically agrees with her whether she even gets it or not. She just agrees with her anyways. And then I'm always wrong. So that's how I roll. Oh my goodness, it's 11 o'clock. So we're right at that 30 level. I'm waiting for it to break before I add anything into this. I have not added C3AI, but it's 11. I want to thank you, Max, for stepping into Sean's big shoes there.
Anytime.
And we'll have a special guest for the afternoon show as well. But for now, let's head it over to the midday, boys. I think it is going to be Sharif. I don't have a nickname for
The
Obi.
king of the jungle. Amazon trader, king of the jungle. Obi is the Amazon god around the office.
There it is. The professor and the king of the jungle. There you go. I like that.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. That's Tarzan. Tarzan. What's going on, Obi? How's everybody, guys? I hope everybody's having an awesome day. Beat Fanatic already active in the chat. I'm long Baba. Surprise, surprise. I've been doing the dance with this one. We've been long, we've been short. Now we're long again. What are you up to there, Obi? How have your trades been today? Oh, okay, you got the mic issue. All right, so what we'll do is we'll just go right to my screen because I just took some out on Baba. So here we go. This was the original long, scalp. It came back down. I looked to add, but it failed on me. So I got short, scalp, and then it moved up, got out. Now I'm long again. So this is not my type of trading, to be honest with you. Usually I'm just trying to hold for longer moves here, but I don't know. I feel like I've got a connection with this one, so it's been very profitable so far. I'm letting it run. I'm some shareage here. I'm long at the moment 09s, taking some in the 20s, looking for continuation through VWAP. Last time we got up to VWAP, we kind of had a bit of a bull trap, I want to say. And here's what I mean because it shows up a bit better on this chart. Here's the Baba, bottom right. This is the part I'm talking about. We kind of get a bit of a double bottom. This is the 5-minute chart on Baba. A bit of a, a skewed double bottom, so to speak. We break through VWAP, and then I'm like, okay, well, this is a nice area to retrace back to maybe yesterday's close, which was that 103, I want to say 40-ish area, maybe in the high 30s. Sure, this would be great if it did that, but then it retraced. So I'm like, okay, maybe we're gonna test low. So I got short. I've been profitable on all sides. So it's been manageable. Here we go, back pump into the high side. Now we're in the 30s. Let's take some more out here as we continue to move high. The obvious level we want to break through on this ascent is at 102.50 for me anyway. And the reason is that's the peak of the last. That's the high of the last peak there. Now we're in the 40s. We'll take some out more in the 40s as we continue to set our ascent up to test the $50. We shall see what happens. You got that mic sorted out?
Yeah,
good to go. All right, let's cover Obi's trades today, baby.
What is going on, everybody? Okay, so today I traded some Amazon out the open. Let me blow this up here. Okay, so as we can see yesterday was a pretty crazy move on Amazon. I'll pull up my other chart here. So you can review a little bit of what happened yesterday. Crazy exhaustion into the 103, and we're retesting that 103 again. So I'm interested in the 103. I'm interested in this level here, the 102. As you can see right out the open, 102 was defended pretty strongly. So seeing that defense, I went long 102s, gave it to the 102.50s. I know my target was 103, but that's something I'm trying to work on, is like holding to the target. But it did start to slow down into the 103. I got a little excited, shorted a little too early, but I took the 103 short going into the initial test of the 103, and then when it reclaimed with this strong bid strength, I was like, nope, good chance we're going to be headed right for that 103 again, because it is an area of interest. Covered my position, and now we're here. We've made this top at 103, and I'm assessing to see if we make any lower highs, to see if the sellers are going to come in. But we'll see, because Amazon has been stepping up for the past couple of weeks. If we can pull up the 15-minute chart over here.
Stepping up.
Look at that. So boom, you have a flush down to 88, and then step bids, and then kind of yesterday, right? So we're kind of doing this move overall. We have quite a distance to cover this price action here, but we are kind of delving into it. This 104, 105 might be tell, depending on how we interact with that price.
Right.
But yeah, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I have set up for the day. Those are my trades for the morning.
All right. Someone wants your take on Lulu. Thank you for Harsh Gala. $2.79 Canadian super chat. Your take on Lululemon.
Let's
so you
pull
know
up
Lulu
the chart.
had earnings a couple of days ago.
Okay.
And
all right.
they did real well. They didn't have margin issues. They had bad inventory last quarter. They got rid of that without discounting it, so they were able to hold on to margins. So it was a good take overall. Looks like people with more money are not feeling the squeeze as much with respect to inflation because they're continuing to spend. They have a good guidance for this year. Just kind of prefacing all that before you get into your analysis.
Into the chart, yeah, for sure. Yeah, look at this. It kind of gapped up above these tops, like on earnings. What is this? 330, right? 330 tops before earnings. Like it was trying to get past that, and then earnings comes out. You wipe up, you gap fill into this area, and like I would expect selling, and that's what we're kind of seeing. We're seeing like this area to gap fill and then sell off, profit taking. We still haven't reached this price action from the earnings, so like maybe we base around 350, 358 also being psychological. And looking left, I'm sure there have been bidders at 350. Yeah, so see, you can see that this is kind of an area of interest, so that if we can come back into here, maybe we can catch a bid in the lower 350s, right? You can see it's already coming down, but who knows? If the fundamentals are really strong and a bidder steps up, like we might not even see that.
You feel like we close some of that gap and maybe like a.
Well, we've closed this gap here, right?
Barely.
So you're saying like more of like a reversion to the mean.
What would you say the breakout area is on that chart?
On here?
Those tops, right?
Yeah. So like.
No. Lower.
What do you mean? Oh,
Come
these
chart,
ones. Okay. Let's pull up the chart.
Okay.
All right. So you mean these tops, right? Yeah. Exactly. So these are the ones I was talking about. So on earnings, you blast off of those, right? So a full gap fill back down to here, maybe a reversion to the mean into this area.
Averaging it at 50%.
What do you mean?
What I noticed with Meta too, and I'm not saying Lulu's Meta, that's obviously not a fair comparison, but here's what I'm talking about with respect to the earnings move on our friend Meta. Come to my chart real quick, guys. This is what I'm talking about here. So this is the earnings pop. Look, Obi. This is the earnings pop over here. And then we had that big boy move up from that, say, 150 break. 150 break. We got up to about 196. Look at that. We retraced almost half the move. It's about like the mid 160s, and then and then we're obviously making new highs here. So I'm looking for something like that. I like Lulu. If I could add it to my long term, I'm talking about a long term swing, like 3 to 6 months type of thing. I'm looking for possible gap fill.
So you're looking for a similar action on that name.
Yeah. Okay. It's a stock picker's market now. I feel riding ETFs and trying to take sectors in general, long or short. I don't know if that's going to be successful going forward.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
you're-
Burry said he shouldn't
see
have
that?
said
Did you
sell, right?
see that?
And then
That was a
that's pretty funny. I mean,
a
good.
retraction if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, I think that signifies a good trader, right? Like you admit when you're wrong.
Yeah,
so
no,
that's
that's
definitely
fair-
something I
fair
got to
enough.
work on a little bit too. But
Fair enough, yeah.
you know, good example.
Farm trader, Piton better than Lulu? Come on, let's go. Piton not better than Lulu, man. They're not like, yeah, they were kind of in the same sector, but not really. Anyway, all right. Taking some profits here on Baba. Baba coming down a little bit here. Now, I want to see if we're going to actually make a move through these highs or whether this is going to be another 50-period retracement. Last time I was kind of looking at VWAP more, but it's not really respecting VWAP. It seems to be these wicks that don't seem to close above the 50 period here on the 5-minute chart, and it's down now. I'm only about 10 pennies in the money after being nicely in the money on this one, but I don't want to make any rash decisions. I think the 102 defend is probably what I'm looking for. That would be about 9 pennies of risk. I've already taken out a lot up here, so that 102 defend is what I'm going to be looking for. Otherwise, if it gets out again, then I've been chasing it long. I chased it short, right? That's not how I want to trade. So if it doesn't really go my way this time and it continue to kind of take that 102.50 high, I think that'll be it for me for now until it really sets up.
Dimitri is saying head and shoulders on Baba. What do you
on
feel?
Baba?
Yeah,
All
what do you
right,
feel about
let's have
that?
a look on, yeah, sure.
Is that
absolutely.
looking like
Let's
a head
have
and
look.
shoulders or?
Let's have a look. So what time? I don't know what time
Yeah,
frame
exactly.
they're
So
looking
like
on.
let's look at a couple different time
So
frames.
we got
to
this
see
time.
if we
This
can
is the
see
5
that.
immediately. So the 5, not really. I don't see a head and shoulders on that. We'll go micro. We'll go 1 real quick here. Maybe this. I don't know. An inverse head and shoulders. I don't know what they're saying. Let's go to 15. See what's up with the 15 here.
Maybe on the day.
This was maybe a head and shoulders from yesterday, but that's not really relevant for our purposes today. Well, maybe it is. Maybe it's a continuation.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I've got my levels pretty much earmarked here on Baba. So if it doesn't continue with what I would like to see, then it's going to be an out. We're long. I don't know why it doesn't show. It does show in the position more good. 102.09. Now we're back into 20s. So we shall see. 102 hold. That's what I'm looking for. Otherwise, not going to take it. And what I see with this one is I see higher lows. I see Beat Fanatic saying all lower highs and lower lows. Well, not really, Beat. I mean, have a look at this chart. Here's the low earlier on at 101.11. You get another low here, 101.33. You get another low here. These are all higher lows. What we don't have are necessarily higher highs. So that I can kind of agree with you on. Looks like we're holding for the moment, but this might be just a fool's game. We'll see if we get continuation on Baba. I'll continue to take out some more at around that $50 level. If we can get back up there into the 40s, probably start scalping some out there. Sharif says Baba like a cowboy. No, guys, Book gang. It's a joke because one of the traders that used to trade on the show here said it like accidentally that way, and we just kind of ran with it. So make a wish for 11/11. What is a wish?
11/11?
What is that? Oh, because it's 11/11 right now.
Let's,
okay, so I came in a
let's
little
hope
bit late.
for strong volatility in the coming months. How about that?
Yeah, sure.
That's
as
a
long
good
as it
wish.
doesn't mess with my meta position, I'm good.
I mean, volatility either way. I think
No,
we're
actually, dude, I've been complaining. I've been
fine.
wanting to get into more on the way down. Maybe I should be careful what I wish for, though.
Maybe, yeah.
You never know what that might manifest into.
But I think for day traders, like volatility is always a plus. No, what do you think about that? What's your opinion on that?
It's amazing for an intraday trader.
Oh yeah.
But if you're swinging something,
then
you have mixed feelings about that a little bit.
Yeah. True.
But, yeah.
But I think if you're swing trading, like you're holding through periods of extended and lower volatility, so it's like, you're kind of. It depends on the time frame,
up and
right?
to the right, okay? If I'm long, that's where I want it going. If I'm short, it's down and to the right, and then I'm very pleased at those points. I'm just kidding, of course, guys. We're all just joking here. I'm taking some more out through the mid-30s. Yeah, it's not the most enticing trade. Beat Fanatic saying SoFi. You want to have a look at that?
Sure, yeah. Let's take a look at SoFi. Let me pull it up on one of these charts. Pull this down. Okay.
Thank you, Renata.
SoFi Technologies. All right. Whoa, what's happening over here? Do they have news?
I'll look in 1 second. Pull up our
Doesn't
friend
seem like
SoFi
anything
News
right
Blog.
away. But yeah, no, technical breakout for sure. Like, when is this? 22nd. So for about half the month, we were trying to break out of this these tops here.
Yep.
Lower highs, and then just like this channel, and then now we finally broken this channel. So on a Friday too. So it could be some squeeze potential. We've kind of gap filled into here, and then the next level would be 640 and 660, 680. That's where I'd probably be looking for. But like it's pretty extended out the open so far. So I don't know. What's your take on this?
I wasn't, to be honest. I haven't had a look
Do you,
yet. I was
like,
just still
do you know
taking some
about them?
profits,
Do you know about them? What they do? SoFi Technologies says here, finance,
SoFi,
rental.
Of course. Yeah. It's a fintech company.
Ah,
It was a
true.
SPAC.
Yeah.
Remember?
Oh yeah. It was one of those
Yeah.
SPACs.
They
Yeah.
sponsor
All right.
a
So
huge
there's definitely a
stadium
$10
in
interest.
LA, SoFi. Yeah. Look, it was. Look, the story behind this is as follows. Fact check me, chat, on this if I'm incorrect. But the idea here is they were supposed to be really good with the student loan refi game, and then Papa Biden came in and gave a big segment of those people loan forgiveness, or I don't know, deferrals or whatever it's going to be. And that kind of messed up their main game, which was to refi your student loans at lower interest rates, especially when interest rates are at zero. I bet the interest rate hike has not helped their game for refinancing.
Do you feel like the whole banking debacle kind of has affected the price of this, or?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, they're supposed to be, I don't want to say DeFi, but they're definitely fintech. So they're supposed to be kind of exterior to the banking sector, but I'm sure they haven't. No question about that. I don't really know the answer to that, to be honest with you. So.
Okay, well, that's what SoFi is looking like to me. Let's see what else these guys are saying. Never called Biden Papa, please. Okay. SoFi suing the government and winning for student loans.
Yeah, there you go. See? So he's talking about what I'm saying here. Just has more details. Nice. Shout out to Beat for dropping the knowledge there in the chat. I see something brewing here. Like I've been taking profits, guys, at the 50s and the high 40s here on our friend Baba. But in the corner of my eye, I see my other friend by the name of Meta, who's now retraced into that VWAP area. And it's been quite Meta's really respected that VWAP area. It's nearer to that at the moment. 209.50-ish is where VWAP is at currently, and the price action's in the 80s right now. So might be an interesting little area to get into, but I'm not really going to jump on this wagon. I feel like the meat of the move's been had until maybe the more liquid part of the day. I saw Meta make a big move yesterday, late into the day, into the close. So, it's been prone to do that lately. So I don't know if I want to get into it and dance with it at the moment. A lot of people yelling Mullen. Mullen is apparently bouncing. We'll have a look at our Mullen. I was going to call it my friend, but it's not my friend.
It's one of the top volume leaders, right? Almost every day. It's in the top 5 I've been seeing recently.
Okay.
So
yeah, well, here we go. This is what people are talking about. You have a Christmas tree move here. This is a V-shape move up, and the saving grace is here. The low on the retracement is higher than the breakout point. So even though it's a V-shaped retracement, you could get a bullish move back up, especially a retracement into VWAP. So breakout level 1350-ish, maybe. I want to say 1350, and then you get a retracement nice there into 14.25. That would be my minimum target, possibly even to more. But yeah, Mullen moved. Neil and them were covering it. The meat of the move looked like it happened in the pre-market anyway, and then the bell just kind of sold off all day. So yeah, I'm not going to trade it though. I don't know how you feel about that, Obi.
No, I don't think so. They're asking. We're talking about AI in the chat. That's been whoa. What's happening with AI over here? Check this out.
You don't know?
No, man.
Yeah. Max was trying to get in front of this one. Short. He did a bit of a dance with it on the morning show. I know you had your headphones on.
Yeah.
And he's been trying to get. I think he was trying to get short.
So many breakouts, man.
Yeah,
What's up with this? This is a breakout season. That's what it's looking like. Everything. I mean, it is Friday. Things are squeezing. Some options are expiring. So.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head right there.
Exactly. No, I'm sure there's always a reason. It's just that do we know the reason or not? And regardless of the reason, what I like to do is like the reason regardless of whatever the reason is, you can see pressure on the tape.
Right.
It's like we can capture the move based off of the price action, and then ask the questions of like why later,
Ask later,
right?
bro.
Ask later, because like some of these moves happen so quick. Yeah, look at that. There's definitely looks like there's a buyer on the tape. Look at this trend. Look at this strong trend hold, right?
Yeah, it's
wow.
nice looking chart.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm taking some more profits here on BABA as we still do that dance with that 102.5. That's been the level, guys. I mean, it's very clear. We've been rejecting off that level. Yeah, sure, we're breaking it by 3 or 4 pennies to the high side, but it's immediately retracing down. The reason I'm in this and the reason that I'm optimistic about it is the series of higher lows that we keep seeing here and the accumulation around that very obvious level. Now, it is down on the day. It is down almost a percentage point. However, the more macro picture is, it's been strong. Sure, it's got to give back something at some time. It's not just going to go up and to the right every day, right? And today might be one of those days. But what I see here are a series of higher lows and an accumulation now 102.50. If that level ends up rejecting, 102 will be my out. Despite the fact, and the reason I'm going to do that is because of the amount of shares that I have. But I should technically be giving it to that 102, 101.70 area. And the reason is that would be the lower low, right? But because of the amount of share size that I have at 102.09, I cannot. So that's probably a mistake on my part. Pass overdose, $2 super chat. Everyone, do yourself a favor and get some solar. Okay.
Solar.
You mean some solar stockage?
Solar stock, like,
or like some sun?
could mean both.
Well, yeah, tag me in the chat.
I think there's some
yourself.
solar stocks, right? What was the one?
There's a lot. You want to see my solar watch list over here? Here
Yeah,
we go.
sure.
Come to my chart.
Let's see that.
Solar, yes,
Solar
proudly.
watch list.
I miss proudly. Here, everything is green on our solar stock today. I got Sedge, Enphase, First Solar, TAN, CSIQ, Canadian Solar, shout out to Canada, Sunrun, Nova, SunPower, Emerging Group, Polar Power, and then Sunworks. Man, Sunworks reminds me a lot of 2020, 2021. They're all green today, guys. The most amount of shareage being done by Sunrun. It's about 4.25 million shares, and then Enphase almost at 1 million shares so far. So the liquidity definitely living with Sunrun, but the most up on the day on my watch list anyway. Again, yeah, Sunrun up almost 7.5%. So
wow.
Yeah, it's having a nice.
I think
move.
First Solar has been pretty popular with the crowd over the past couple of years. No?
Well, they stand to benefit a lot from the Inflation Reduction Package, which has a lot of money for green energy.
Okay. So they get to save some money on business costs.
Yeah, I don't know exactly, to be honest with you, from a technical perspective, how they're going to be benefiting, whether it's through tax credits or incentive, whatever type of method they're going to use. But it seems like that there will be some subsidies there. And that's raising the ire of our European colleagues who are now complaining that a lot of their companies are moving to the States to take advantage of all these subsidies in the Inflation Reduction Act. And they're looking at that as a bit maybe of unfair practices. So,
okay.
Yeah, so some interesting developments there. Yeah, I figured I should probably know that by now. Thanks, Bradley. Yeah, guys, so that's my little take on that there. We're still scalping some out here in front of BABA. In front of that 102.50 on BABA. It's still doing that dance. And, I'm getting to the point where I'm not really sure if we're going to break this level, Obi.
Yeah, I'm watching this 103, right? I remember Max was mentioning this 103. This 103 exhausted on Amazon yesterday. I don't really want to take a breakout right away. I want to see what it actually does with this level first. So I don't want to get too much FOMO on this breakout. Like if I was long, I should have been long down here in the 102.7s. Right, for like this range that we're making, but here I don't know about the long up here. Let me blow this up. Yeah, I don't know about the long up here yet, but if we can pop up above this and kind of bid on 103 and keep this trend kind of going, I might get in on that. Right, my initial long, I like shoulda, coulda, woulda held it, but like I'm happy I took profits and I took the short move. But here when I got out, when I was like, no, this looks like this was bid up really aggressively, I got to get out of this short, might have been a place to switch long, right?
Yeah.
Do you ever think about that? Think about like, oh, if I think if you're getting out of the long or short position and you see reason to get out of it, would you ever flip over, or do you ever flip over?
Right
Oh,
here.
nice, very
Look.
nice.
So this is exactly what I was talking about earlier. So this is why I feel like I don't have a good read on BOVESPA, but I'm trying it one last time. Here's the long, scalping all on the top over here, and then get everything out. It comes back down. I'm like, okay, this is just a newer low, a higher low that I can get in on, and it's going to move up and to the right. No, it ends up retracing. So I flip short, and that's wrong as well. So I end up getting some out, then end up getting stopped out for a piece that's a loss. I end up going back north, and now I've been holding my north position, waiting for that 102.50 break. So it's been like that, and I don't typically do that, and that's why this will be my last play on BABA. If it does not continue through 102.50 north and it breaks 102, that's it. I'm going to look for something else, but.
Yeah, I mean, the futures are kind of rocketing. I don't know how well
ADRs are not
BOVA has a beta to the markets, like how close it is.
These ADRs move independent.
Okay, right. So yeah, but market's making new highs. NQ pushing for the 13.2, and then ES pushing for the 41.15 right now. So markets are breaking these highs. Let's look a little left. Let me pull up a chart here for the. Wow. Actually, you know what? I like the NQ. So let me pull up the NQ real quick on this chart. Bang. Okay. Let's pull this up. 15-minute. Nah. Let's go with the 3 hours. A little bit of a long-term chart, so we can look left and actually decipher where some of the larger levels are, where we might be expecting these bigger players. Looks like this 13.5, of course, right? 13.5 can be good psychological, and like players have been there, a little bit of consolidation, exhaustion, price interaction around that area. And we are breaking out of recent highs, like February, January, like this is year highs. I thought we might be making a top wick on the year when this started happening, but it seems like we might be pulling off a green year, seeing as this whole year kind of has this kind of uptrend going. What are your thoughts about looking at longer-term charts like the 6-month or the 3-month or even the 12-month to get a bigger picture of it? Because I know a lot of people look at the monthly and the weekly and everything below that. But do you ever delve into the higher time frame charts to give you a kind of a perspective?
I gotta tell you the truth. On like you're talking about one candle being a 6-month candle?
Yeah, or like 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months type of thing?
No, I don't.
No?
I usually look at the monthly, and that gives me a picture back to like 08, 09 usually, right?
Right.
And so I'll have an idea of what the long-term trend is, and I'll work off that.
Nice.
Yeah, all right. Someone's saying here to have a look at Schwab, because Schwab did bounce off these bottoms. Schwab. Here's the 5-minute on Schwab. 50.76 the low. Let's go to the half, because I want to see if that 50.76 is an obvious bottom here. And not really. It's super random. But the close is above 51, and that's kind of been, all right. Anyway, let's go to back to the 5. And here's the close on Schwab yesterday. It's almost at that 52.50. So if you're looking for a possible area of resistance on the Schwab ascent, 52.50 may be a level, and then obviously that move up prior to the bell at 53, but that's on lesser volume, but that's a level nonetheless. But nice move though. Who was that actually that tagged me in that? That was Scott H. Shout out to Scott H. Scott, I think you were also telling me to look at IonQ before the show started, and this one has just been an absolute rocket. Small cap crapper, up 32, almost 33 percentages today. Percentages. Here is the catalyst for it in case you're wondering. Pardon me. IonQ shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 EPS and sales results and issued a forward-looking 2023 revenue guidance above estimates. So it's an earnings winner. I guess they reported right at the bell, did they? Let's look at the 15. Did they report yesterday afternoon? No, they did not. So it looks like they reported literally right at the bell, which is a little unusual. That's fine. It's up and to the right, well above VWAP. You know, the chance to get in, obviously, if you didn't catch the initial, was that obvious VWAP dip there, and then it's a nice 40 penny move. You have to size into this one because the notional amount is The notional move on the day is not that great, but presents a less volatile trade, Obi.
Yeah, you would think that like a lower price stock would have a little bit more volatility, right? But when they start acting like that, I think they can provide for some great opportunities when it's like nice and tight trend. You know, there's bidders following it up. It's definitely a nice play for those, and if you can really size up onto those. Now we see that the markets are kind of pulling back off of this 13.2 and then the 41.15. That strength was a little too hard, too fast. So like, yeah, you can see Microsoft is kind of coming down to watching Apple. Apple's doing its own thing, kind of still holding that strength into the 160, 163 area. Yeah, breaking tops on a lot of these names. Now, I think someone was mentioning Bitcoin. Are you invested in any Bitcoin?
Not. Never bought Bitcoin.
Wow.
Never bought in my swing account anything Bitcoin related. Have you?
Yeah, I've traded Bitcoin in and out in the past. I'm a holder of some crap coins. I was on Bittrex.
Okay.
Right, which was a I think, but they stopped it for Canadians.
Okay.
I think, and I had to move everything to
Finance.
Kraken.
Kraken.
Right.
Okay.
So like, I have some in Kraken and I have some on ledgers. So.
Okay.
There's that. Quadriga, that's funny. But yeah, no, I was talking to my buddies about this volume on Bitcoin. Like, if you look at the long term, let's pull up like weekly on this, right?
Okay.
He was like, oh, there's relatively about the same volume since the past couple of years. Like, you can see all these volume spikes are similarly distanced, I guess. Like, the spikes are around the same. But I suggested, I was like, but listen, yeah, we might have a similar volume as before on these spikes, but the price is higher. So there's more of a dollar volume being pushed on this asset or whatever, right? So it's like, another thing is like, this average volume has also been increasing. So you can tell that, like, which makes sense, right?
Yeah,
crypto has kind of like been introduced to the world much more easier with social media and like the big hype that happened past couple of years. But yeah, no, this 30 test might be nice. I was looking for like a 15 break because I wanted some more in the 10s and 5s, and I was just like, I was anticipating waiting for that, but that never came. And this 15 hold kind of looks, giving me a little bit of FOMO here, but we'll see. I like that every cycle kind of has like a huge flush. That's kind of what I was waiting for, but like this might have been it. Who knows, right? But yeah, a little bit of Bitcoin there.
All right. Baba, right back into my entry. So rejecting off that 102.50 again. You know, I'd like to ideally stay into this one until that break is, completed, if, it gets completed. But, 102 is going to be my out. I'm long 09s, and, I've obviously de-risked quite a bit over here. So I can let this go 9 pennies against me without worrying about it too much. But yeah, sad that I didn't really get that full continuation. We had to kind of just make do with 30, 40 penny winners over and over again, and we didn't really get anything half dollar or dollar related, but we'll see. It's not quite, I'm not out yet, right? I'm still 20 pennies away, but watch, it'll just flunk on me pretty quick here. AI just won't stop going up. I'm looking in the corner of my eye, I'm like, what is going on with this chart? Let's bring it in here. Show you guys what I'm talking about. Look at this, up and to the right. This is the 5-minute on AI. Zoom out to the 1. Is it as clear on the 1? Yeah, look at that. I mean, you could have got in anywhere, really kind of held it at most. That's 84. Hold it 30, 40 pennies against you, and then hold, and it would have popped right back up. So AI solid on the day. Again, we're not seeing a real reason for this one being up. Brendo, is there any reason for AI? Just double check with Brendo here real quick if there is a reason for this, because I mean, on my blotter there isn't, right? We looked earlier to see if there was. Chat, tag me in there if there's a spike. My blotter's showing but
Yeah, it's just volume, right?
Yeah, but
so it might just be like a technical squeeze.
Dude, right?
We know it's breaking tops. What's the short float on this thing, right?
I don't know.
Here, let me
I can
pull
find
it
out
up
right here. I got it right here. So we're going to go AI. Shout out to Michael Noss. We'll bring in the trade ideas scanner. Here we go. So you enter it in here, AI, C3 AI. It'll show us float is 86 million. The short float is actually 28.74%.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you
good
go.
call
No
on that.
news, technical break,
Okay,
volume expansion.
Squeeze.
Right? Squeeze.
Absolutely,
Right?
good
Sometimes,
call,
I
dude.
mean, maybe not a parabolic squeeze, but it's definitely got the
nonetheless.
ingredients to make the move, right? And we're seeing that live in action. But here's the thing about the squeeze,
Yep.
right? A significant portion of the buying pressure on a squeeze is coming from the shorts covering. Now imagine you exhaust those shorts.
And then that's it.
Where does all that buying pressure go?
It doesn't, it
right?
stops.
So say for example, in theory, during the day, the buying pressure from the shorts is about like 60 to 70% because the float is so heavily shorted.
Right.
Now suddenly you start exhausting a big part of that short float, that buying pressure goes away.
Right.
Think about the sells that would come in.
Well, they're all going
right?
to come in. It's
That's
gonna form
definitely
down.
opportunity.
Yeah,
I mean,
sure.
I'm keeping my eyes open for that.
Yeah, good call on that one. We'll see what AI presents us with, and if there's an obvious downtrend that we can ride, great. But just keep in mind, when you try a strategy like that, like the one Obi was talking about, you are by definition going against the trend.
Counter trend.
And it's a counter trend trade, so by definition, that's also a riskier trend in most cases, right? There's no absolutes, but yeah, so be careful, size in accordingly. But Brendo now, he's at the big desk. He's going to tell us about Europe.
Hey guys, just wrapping up the week here for the European marketplace, right across the entire board, just waiting for a few final prints to come through, but positive overall. It's been a really great week for all of these. Here's a few of the last indexes just coming through, waiting for a few more prints to happen, but 0.7 for the stocks index. Stocks 50 up about 0.8 when all is said and done. The 600 down here, stock 600, 0.78 to the upside, but you can see top to bottom here for England. I think it's 4 days in a row, I want to say, for Europe, guys. Nicely positive to end the week.
Europe black again, because Max and I were talking about how like it's written in black, not green, but like in finance, when you're in positive, they say you're in the black, right? They don't say you're in the green, right? So anyway, Europe up again, and that's no surprise because we're up again in North American markets. Let's have a look at my BABA trade here real quick, because we are at that, we're getting closer to that inflection point of 102. If we don't get a 102 hold here, I'll be out. But man, Tesla. Okay, so I know Max was in this earlier, and I hope he's still in it because he was calling for a 200 long now. He's got that plus $3, almost $3, $2.85, because that's a high. 202.85, what a move up for Tesla today. It's been holding the 50 period great here on the 1 minute. If you're looking for a possible retracement play, hasn't broken that. I want to say, well, yeah, going back to essentially 8:30. Yeah, the move really came 8:30. It didn't even wait for the bell. Held the 50 period the entire day. Wow, okay. So Tesla up super strong. Again, you know, tech play. Tech is a lot stronger now as a result, you know, of the dampened mood on raising rates. So we may see people talking about rate cuts this year. So we'll see what ends up happening there. All right, BABA now into the 102.7-ish area. We're about like 6 pennies away from getting stopped out. If it breaks 102 into the 101.90s, I'm out of that one. Frustrating. I really would like to have had more through that $0.50 break, but that $0.50 break did not come. We kept rejecting off that level like many different times. So that's clearly a level there. Maybe I should have gone short. We shall see. We're not quite stopped out yet. What is the chat up to? Stresla, yeah, man, Stresla, but Stresla's printing today. 95's the high now, 202.95. C3 AI, insider selling. Okay. Well, Obi was just talking to you about this one. He was talking about, you know, how we may see some short covering here, and it looks like, you know, I've got a couple of red candles brewing on my 1 minute chart, but every retracement here has been bought up. No more. I can't find a retracement longer than 3 candles on the 1 minute chart going back until like 10 o'clock, 9:55. So it's been a while. We've got 2 big ones here. Do we see a bounce off the 50? I'm not going to be taking this short, I can tell you that. So I'm not going to be taking it against the trend. I'll just probably steer clear of this one because it's irrational for me at the moment. What do you got?
Yeah, it's you definitely don't want to step in front of a move too hard, too heavy, right? That dangerous stuff. But yeah, I'm still watching this 103 on Amazon. It's still holding, kind of teetering. I don't really see too much direction on what I can do with it. I do see that like pre-market levels kind of supported, and we bid up and we're making higher highs. But at the same time, the market's doing the same thing, right? So like this, if the market is strong enough, it can definitely pull a lot of the names along with it. Apple is very strong, Microsoft's strong, Amazon is still, it's relatively weaker, but still strong on the markets. And what's Google, right? Let's check what Google is doing. Google, Tesla. Oh wow, like Google, crazy move, right? Like every day out the open this whole week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you could have gone short at the like on a pre-market low break, or even like short out the open. Look at this selling that's come in, and then Friday comes around and then you just pop right out the open, which kind of makes sense. People were covering, you know what I mean? And like we've kind of double bottomed off of this 100 area too. I think that's a good reason to start looking for a long today, but I didn't really have it. I had the level marked down on the sticky note, but I didn't really take it. I was looking for more of like a dip down into the hundreds, but like we couldn't break past 150. So my price was never reached. I got to tweak that around. Like, you know, it's never gonna come exactly to the price that you wanted. Yeah, sometimes it's an area, right? So like just a little bit of tweaking on that is something that I definitely need to work on when it comes to catching some of these bigger movers.
Yeah, I know. I hear that. You know, sometimes just placing your order can become a strategy in and of itself, figuring where to sit and trying to ensure you get the fill. So I definitely hear you on that. All right, we are moving up here on a lot of these big cappers because the market's also moving up near high day. Meta's real close to high day again. 210.54 is a high day. We're at 37s. Microsoft, even though it's up only a quarter percentage point, it's near high day, but that's probably irrelevant. Amazon, your boy, king of the jungle. I got the king of the jungle here, and we haven't even been talking about Amazon. Have we talked about it yet?
I mean, maybe. I might have mentioned it a couple times already. I don't know.
103.20, we're at 103.10 here on Amazon. Apple just made new highs. Stresla back up to that level again. Google, not so much, but every one that I just mentioned, nearer high of days on some of these big cappers here as the market. And the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ knocking on the door, the NQ June contract of that 13,200. We are actually exactly at that level, 13,200. Now the high of day on the NASDAQ June contract, while the ES 41.1475. We're back to 11s though, but they're both up near high of days. A lot of people talking about Lucid. People are saying Lucid's moving.
Farm
some people
trader saying
Lucid
looking
long.
for an 8 break.
Let's have a look at this real quick. I haven't done anything with NVIDIA, so just get rid of this. Yes, Lucid is pumping. All right,
wow,
what is going on here? What are the Saudis doing now? No, I'm kidding, of course. California Refrain, no, that's not it. Nikola sells at a discount. No, that's not it. So we're up 5 percentage points. I saw EVs as a group were strong today. So this could be sympathy. Like all my EVs, for the exception of Nikola and Workhorse, are up and green. They're all, you know, like 5 percentage points and up. So it's a green day for EVs. So this may be sympathy. Maybe it's a counter Nikola move. Even Rivian is up 6.5%. Or sorry,
didn't Amazon say they have like a fleet of Rivian vehicles coming in for next year or something like that? They're going to be using
today.
That was a couple of days ago, right?
Yeah, it was like
a couple of days ago. Yeah, I think so. And like, let's pull that up. Yesterday, Amazon deploys over 3,000 Rivian electric vehicles in the US.
They actually got
right?
them?
Yeah. They
delivery?
Deployed already. That's the news, right? Okay. So like these guys are making some real moves and like coming down from the lows. This, I think, was Rivian a SPAC? I don't remember too well, but
no, Rivian was an IPO.
No, it was an IPO. Oh, right.
Yeah.
Rivian was an IPO. That was a nice exhaustion move.
Yeah, look at that. I used to tell my friend back in the 2021 days, Rivian gets below 100, I'm buying it.
Oh yeah,
I
you
didn't
stay buying until 15.
That, but yeah, I'm just really happy I didn't pull it.
Yeah, no, this looks like there's a. I mean, it's had a lot of selling, right? It's had a lot of selling and a lot of like bad rep and whatever. And now they actually have a deal with Amazon
They've always had the deal.
wheels like rubber on the road. You know what I mean? Like, so
here's the thing
it's
with
kind
me,
of
bro.
flattened out, starting to curl. So maybe this could be something, right? For like a swing. Like, what's your opinion on that? Because I know
the macro picture is kind of hard for me to get over, because what I'm seeing right now are these EV makers who just can't make the cars because they can't get their hands on the batteries, and other issues. You've got Ford going to Indonesia. If Ford, with its legacy buying power, is having trouble scaling,
yeah.
I feel like the scaling is such a big achievement on its own that Tesla was able to do that we have seen others have not been able to do, that until I see it, I'm just not going to take it seriously. You got to scale to kind of prove to me that you're going to be a big player in the EV industry, and nobody's really done it yet. So,
do you ever look at like a stock that's done this and like it starts getting bad news, but it can't sell off?
it's got a bottom.
Kind of bottoming out, right? That's kind of
What's
what
the
this.
level on that?
And this is
the
like
daily?
12. This is the daily. Yeah, this is the daily. So they're looking like 12, but I don't know. First sign of good news after a bunch of bad news, and we've had 3 days of run, right?
Right.
So that's definitely something that's perking my interest, I guess.
I hear you.
On Rivian, and then, yeah, Lucid, everything else, Sympathy, Move. We know Tesla's blasting off. What's Tesla up to?
Yeah, just
Tesla was
retraced a
testing that
little
200,
bit.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Look, I even have the line marked, and I didn't even take the trade. Look at that.
The trade's been
Break.
there, yeah.
Yeah. It gave you
It's
$2
just-
or
what do
a
you-
dollar off of this.
Okay, so you're looking for that retracement trade, eh?
Not necessarily, but
What was the move?
like a level interaction, right? The
Okay.
200 break would have been nice, and even like I have this level mark from before, like it bounced off of that. You can take a long, risking some consolidation around here, right?
Yeah.
So again, missed opportunities come and go. That's the life of day trading or life of a trader. And a lot of good opportunities kind of passing by, and that's something I have to, I guess, work on. Is like, yeah, you can't catch everything, but like when you do have an A+ setup, like why wouldn't you
Take it, yeah.
Right?
If you've got to
Like,
have a resting order, have a resting order.
Exactly. Like wasting a lot of time with low probability things is something I'm working on to take out of my trading. And like again, one good trade, high probability setups, you like using size, smashing the trade, and with a limited amount of risk, right? Great things I'm trying to work on from
Good, man.
these senior traders here at the floor.
No doubt. Being on the floor, no question, you have so much exposure and to people with so much experience, so it's really kind of just fundamentally changed.
Very thankful for that.
No question about that. All right, Baba, back into that 102. Here comes the break of the 102. 102 breaks, I'm out. Simple as that. I'm looking at the tape. If I see 99s and 98s, I'm hitting my flatten key, and that'll be all she wrote. We're long 09s. We've scalped a whole bunch through the top there into 50s, 30s, and so we'll risk 9, 10 pennies on this move here. But 02 holding for now, but I don't see any size unless it's icebergish to hold up. But there is some renewed buying, but it's been stair-stepping down. So I'm pretty sure this trade's done, at least done for me. I got a trend line here on my side chart that it's broken through, but I'm just giving it to the whole dollar level. If it breaks through that, I'm gone. And then we'll start looking for some other trades here to develop, because I'm seeing that IonQ made a big retracement. AI retraced, and now it's popping to the high side. Lucid's at a critical $8 level. So there's other stuff to trade. If this doesn't materialize, for some reason, it just won't break that 102 and have me done with it, so I can focus on something else. It's continuing to get my attention, which is probably not a good thing. But we shall see. If it holds 102, then I'll be obliged to stay into this trade. Tesla now also retracing near the high day again. 17s is a high. I think we're back at 15. So here we go again with Tesla. What a move. What's the chat up to here?
Cliff Kelly here. This is a good question. Hey guys, question for you on A+ setups. How are you defining that? Do you have an actual playbook of setups that are ranked? Do you track stats to know what is A+ versus B?
Yeah, you want to?
Now, again, I'm trying to build this type of structure to my trading, where it's like, okay, what defines an A+ setup? What defines a B setup? What defines like a C setup, diddle in the middle type of thing? And it's like using different kinds of size on those different setups to really hone in like trading efficiency, right? So yeah, I do have a playbook, which is a work in progress, right? So like different types of trades, like fade trades, you know, long trades, whatever, long and short, off of different specifications. Like, do they have earnings? Is it a catalyst? Like, is it a technical? Is it other things like that? So if you have multiple factors of confluence on a trade, I think you can push towards that A+. And if those factors of confluence are good quality factors, then yeah, even more. But yeah, definitely, I think that every trader should have a playbook of their own, defined structure of where they're getting in and out. Now, I'm still working on my playbook, still a work in progress, and I think that's it's always going to be a work in progress because the market's always changing, and you're going to have different factors acting differently. And I think it's Mark Douglas who says this. Like, the market always doesn't necessarily. What did he say? It doesn't repeat, but it kind of rhymes. And I'm sure more people have said that, but I've heard him say it a couple of times. So definitely, like, playbook plays for those kind of setups where, like, you see certain patterns, certain things happening over and over again. And sure. Oh, right. The thing that he says, which I really like, is like patterns repeat in the market, but the outcomes of those patterns are random, right? So that's something definitely to keep in consideration when you are formulating a playbook. It was like, okay, I see this pattern over and over again, but like, what are the risk parameters I'm going to give it based off of that random outcome of this pattern, right? So it's like, you know, sometimes breakouts might be working out, sometimes a breakdown might be working out, or like a flat bottom break might be hot in the market, right? So it's like keeping track of those things and kind of writing those things down to know that, okay, if breakouts have been working over the past couple of weeks, I might size some more into the breakout, and maybe that breakout trade is no longer like a C trade, it's more of a B trade because it's a hotter market for that type of playbook play. Yeah, and yeah, tracking stats is great too. Tracking stats on the stocks that you trade can definitely give you some more edge and confidence in the size that you use, and like kind of holding the trade even against you sometimes, because you have those stats to kind of pad your confidence a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, we were just talking about like building a playbook and stuff. Like, what about you, Sharif? Do you have a playbook of your own and that you kind of go back to and reference?
Can I be honest with you? Like, obviously, you guys know I used to trade a lot of these small cap crappers, but you know, it really, well, I don't want to say it hasn't been the time for them, but they've definitely been less than before. And I feel like the way they trade now is not really how I've learned to trade them, so I feel disconnected from them. So I've kind of been leaving that alone, and I've been focusing more on these big tech names lately. You probably noticed that. And so right offhand, I don't trade the opening range. I don't touch, I typically don't get into a trade within the first half an hour. I won't touch 9:30 to 10.
Is there a reason for that, like statistics?
Because the data says that I lose money at that time. Right.
Nice.
So whether or not I need to perfect my trading during that time, the fact of the matter is I'm not doing well at it now, so I stop.
Yeah.
We've been doing that for a while.
Yeah, that's a great example. I think I've taken similar stats on my trading where I'm like, okay, like, am I making more money in the mornings, right out the open, midday, whatever, right? And I found that sometimes there are certain days on certain names where, like, if I trade in the first 5 minutes and I really rush into the trade, like, yeah, I'm losing more than I'm winning.
Right.
Like, more often than not. So what I started doing for that specific scenario is like, okay, just sit on your hands for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? Because more often than not, you're taking losses, unnecessary losses, low probability trades, type of thing, right? And like, yeah, we're not good at everything, even though we try to be better at certain types of trades as we go along. But yeah, the first 5 minutes, I kind of have a timer on and I don't trade. And sometimes even that rule I'll break if the trade is good enough.
Yeah,
right?
look.
So it's like knowing when to break certain rules is also something.
A former military friend of mine said something to me once, and it kind of resonated, didn't resonate right away. He's like, rules only work if you follow them every time. I don't know how I feel about that. But I've come and gone on like how I feel about that over the different times.
No, but here's the thing. Like, say I have a rule of like don't trade the first 5 minutes out the open, right? And then suddenly you see something that you know like is an opportunity that you maybe cannot miss, but like it's a really high probability opportunity. Whether that's size, you're seeing a technical, you're seeing something happen that that you know that like multiple people were expecting certain thing to happen, and it goes the other way. whatever it is, right? And it's like I believe that
hear
certain
you.
factors can be strong enough to
should be
break
able to
rules,
have
but
that.
like knowing when to break and when not to
flexibility.
is definitely a skill that like
No
I'll
question.
be working on for sure.
Yeah. And I don't think I have enough years under my belt quite yet to have that kind of like intuition, but I hope to acquire it one day. And yeah, as for the moment, so I don't trade the opening range. I'm looking at big cappers. I'm also trying to take key levels. So I'm not just trying to get a feel for how the stock is. Now, if there's an obvious level like or an indicator that the stock is respecting that day, I try to identify that. I also try to keep my eye, especially with these big tech names, on the futures. More so the NASDAQ lately than the ES. Typically, the ES
tech has been kind of leading, right?
been, right?
Makes sense.
And that's been obvious to look at the divergence. They're not diverging, but there's a clear weaker ES at the moment than the NQ, and that's because big tech names have been lifting it up while the banks maybe have been taking down the ES or some of these other lower performing names. So that's kind of my thing. I'm trying to take key levels. I'm trying to keep an eye on the futures with that regard, and I'm not trading the opening range. So that's kind of my thing as well. I'm also trying to become like a better futures trader.
Oh,
right?
wow.
And obviously, like,
Yeah.
that's not scratching the surface on that, obviously, because that's a whole thing in and of itself.
Yeah,
But,
definitely
yeah.
keeping a closer eye on futures, because like, do you believe that that's kind of the end game, or like?
Futures is awesome. I think it's fantastic. I think a lot of people want to do it, but that's that's part of
I
the
think some of the
allure.
moves are like cleaner
Yeah.
than equities, but then again, it's like it's
Like the way that Arun sets it up, he's so picky with his entries and so patient with the development. So, that if that means he sits on his hands half the day and he sat here next to me for a week. He watches Netflix, he learns Spanish, he does things to divert attention from chart watching, essentially, right? And then maybe FOMOing into a trade that's not an A+ stuff. So a lot of the stuff that he kind of brought last week, I feel these are good habits to have. And I'm kind of trying to adopt that kind of Zen attitude a little bit more, but I feel like it may not be so conducive to my personality. Dan Emmons, futures are not cleaner, really. It's only clean today due to volatility getting crushed, and I would have to agree with that. I feel futures
What's the VIX up to?
sometimes are absolutely bonkers, and that's just it's not as clean as one would think. We are near the lower end of the range today on our friend
Kind
the
of
VIX.
rejected that 20 yesterday.
Bring that in for you guys here. Here it is. This is the daily, but if we look at the intraday, we can look at the 5-minute real quick. Yeah, definitely, it's down and to the right on the VIX. So the volatility's going down as the market pumps up, guys. 13,210 now. That 200 level on the NQ, that's gone. We're at 13,211. 41.15 on the ES. So we are pumping up to the high side, baby. And taking a lot of these, even Microsoft's awake now.
Yeah.
Microsoft's been napping the majority of the morning, maybe like popped a melatonin or something, but it's now up and to the right a little bit, getting off that 284, I want to say, was that near the area where it closed, 284.06 or whatever it was. Now, knocking on the door at 285, Obi.
Yeah, we are like we mentioned before, like we are breaking onto new highs for the year, right?
Yep.
So like we've kind of had like a little bit of a downtrend, but overall uptrend on the year. And now today, like we've broken some of those tops. So yeah, like any shorts that are sitting on all like the floats, like some of them are getting squeezed for sure. And potential of a what is it, the red to green move on the year chart. So that's definitely something there.
Yeah, definitely.
That would definitely add to some buying pressure, I would say so.
Yeah, I mean, so many dynamics. And today with the better PCE or,
and you have like inflation numbers and economic numbers kind of like fueling the move as well, right?
Yeah, the PCE definitely kind of, anyway, showing a good little trend, but, we haven't really seen that really reciprocate in the CPI. So I'll be interested to see CPI next time, because for a couple of months now we've been getting higher CPI prints. So obviously they're not calculated the same way, and I don't think they cover the exact same areas either. I remember I was reading about this, but I don't remember the details. So what is moving now, guys? We got crypto stocks moving here. We haven't talked about that. Mara is now up 7.5%. Coin is up 4 percentage points. It's done some volume here at about, almost 9 million shares. Coin kind of retracing. Someone was telling me to look at Bitcoin earlier, and I think that's when it was making a move. A bit of a double top, though, brewing here on Coin. Do we see the same type of thing on our friend Mara? Let's have a look at Mara. Is there the same type of double top? Not as much. Kind of more consolidating around this level, so not the same type of price action. What else? What other digital asset, crypto-related equities do you trade? I got Coin, Mara, Riot, MicroStrategies, but that doesn't do any volume. There's BitO as well.
MicroStrategy. You're talking about MSTR?
Yeah, I mean it's
that's I think that does good volume closer to like around earnings and stuff like that when more people are looking at it. But yeah, definitely you got to have a wide risk parameter to trade that name. I think MSTR. Mara, Riot. I think there's also GBTC on the pinks.
Okay.
That's a good trader, I think.
There's ETHE. Those are on the pinks as well. I mean, those are the ones that I look. I even have BT from back in the day.
Oh yeah, BT, the sympathy mover. Yeah.
Microsoft is going aggressive here, guys. I'm having a look at this Microsoft, and I don't know why it's moving. Obviously, the market is moving up, so that's probably why. But here we go. Microsoft now broke through 85 quite decisively. 85.35. Now it's up. Whoa, a whole 0.4% on the day. Anyway. It's making a move at the moment, but who knows whether we sustain or not. I don't know if there's any individual catalyst for this. Let's look quickly here on Microsoft. 11:59, so that just came out. Dow Jones, Google AI researcher resigns after learning Baird uses data from ChatGPT. What?
Happening?
Dow Jones, Google AI researcher resigns after learning Bard uses data from ChatGPT. That's interesting. That's what the Dow Jones is reporting. Anyway, that has nothing to do with Microsoft. That wouldn't be detrimental to Microsoft anyway. No, that would be good for Microsoft.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That would be good for Microsoft.
I mean, Microsoft is already running, but I don't know if off that news. Yeah. But definitely the market
good
pull.
Call. Yeah, that actually is interesting. So we'll see if we get maybe a downward move on Google. Google not really moving down though. Google's holding still at that 102.60. The volume really dropping off on Google.
Yeah, it's getting closer to lunchtime, right? So we can kind of see that volume dropping off. All right, we're going to be moving to happening now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go on a Friday afternoon now, but turning into a pretty positive day overall. Going to be, looks like anyways, pretty positive week for all three U.S. equity markets coming off of this inflation data this morning. The PCE number, growth, slowing. So we're heading in the right direction finally. Remember that year-over-year number was basically in line with expectations, but if you look at the month-over-month, it did come with a bit of a downtick. So more hopes of maybe softer hikes coming forward and moving forward from the Fed on that number today. That's how things are looking right now. 0.88 for the S&P, 0.7 for the Dow. A full percent right now for the NASDAQ. Not a bad afternoon shaping up here. 1.2 for crude. Back to positive as well for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Was watching this one. Rivian, guys, 6.5%. Just made a day high there. Nice little pullback, but a ton of strength so far today in EV land. Back over to you guys.
We were looking about that. We were wondering, why are EVs so strong? Especially, I mean, Nikola was the only standout red on my watch list anyway in the EV sector. But look at this NVIDIA move. This might be responsible here for some of this movement up into the right stuff we're seeing on the ES and the NQ, because NVIDIA now, finding a nice little move up, a bit of a double bottom here off yesterday's close. Yesterday's close on NVIDIA, which is a key level for me, is right below that 274. I want to say 273, mid-80s, and a little bit of a double bottom brewed there. And there you go, the break of the neckline, and now we get a test of 276. High of day is that 276 exactly. Okay, so then I have to get out here. I'm out of BABA. There it is. So my stop out triggers. Good, so everything worked fine here. You know, I may end up regretting this, as, you know, this might be just a fake out, and we may pump above. I'm not going to be around to find out. Wow, look at us getting bought right back up. That's so frustrating. But yeah, all these outs here, and now we're finally done with this BOVESPA trade. This BOVESPA trade was kind of just taking over my attention for no reason. Here we go, though, on NVIDIA. We should have an interesting time here trying to break through this 276. Let's see on the daily. Yeah, we are at highs. 276 is that high. Let's bring in the side chart here. Look at the weekly, because the daily is just not going to cut it. There's the weekly. Okay, so we haven't been at 276 since a year ago. April 4th, the week of April 4th, 2022. That's the last time we were at these levels. So we are, I believe, almost probably at 52-week highs. The next obvious level, that 291, the top of these wicks here, and then you got obviously the all-time highs, 350. This is obviously split adjusted. You know, NVIDIA did the split. I just don't have the chart showing the split adjustments here, but I can configure it to do so. But yeah, NVIDIA getting up to that key level, 276. I believe that is 52-week highs on our friend NVIDIA there. So nice little move. What do you see on that, if anything, Obi?
On NVIDIA?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Let's check it out. I'm just in a quick Amazon short here. Gonna cover this first, real quick. NVIDIA, right? All right.
Yeah,
so
this
let's
is an
pull that up.
interesting area here on NVIDIA. Continuation, or we could get a rejection off 276. I mean, that's the thing. We came up near that high right after the bell, rejected. Do we break it this time around? We're only up 0.7%. So it's not like we're super extended, but the move in general is extended on the daily. I mean, there's no denying that. The daily's super extended.
Yeah. So let's see. Let me pull up NVIDIA here. I think NVIDIA 275 was a key area that I was watching for. All right, I'm out of that Amazon position. That trend kind of looks like it might be holding. I might be wrong, but yeah, that was just.
I didn't get filled on Meta.
Let's see. I like to watch the 15-minute just to take a look at what we've done in the past couple of weeks. Yeah, see, look over here. This 275 was topping last was it last week? Wednesday, Thursday? Yeah, last week. So now we're kind of testing these tops. Now NVIDIA has been pretty strong on. I think part of what's fueling this move is like obviously the whole AI, because the whole world is using their A100 chips to do their AI computing, right? And it's right now it's all about the race of like who has more A100s to make their AI stronger or whatever it is.
And they're going to offer
Or more.
cloud.
Yeah, so like
GPU
since that kind of news came out, and AI is kind of pretty big for the world, I would say so.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could definitely see some strength. Like there's not too much resistance up until like 290 to 300-ish area. Like we have this previous top from March, right?
Yep.
290, and then if above that 320 and 350, 340s, right? So if we break these tops, yeah, all-time highs on NVIDIA, and we are kind of running off that strength, that AI strength, market strength, whatever it is. There's been buyers since the beginning of the year on this name.
All right, we are at an inflection point too, I would say, here on the ES. Come to my chart. We haven't been at this level since early March. March 6th, when we had that weird looking, I want to say this is a head and shoulders because it really did huadunk all the way down. But yeah, look at this. Last time we were at here, March 6th, that 40, what was the exact level, I'll tell you. 41.19.5 on one, and then 41.18. So 41.19.5. We're basically at 41.18 now. On my chart, it's important, right? So we shall see if this ends up being anything. I mean, I don't want to take a short in face of such strength, but this is an obvious level here. So we shall make some decisions. Let's see if that corresponding level exists on the NQ. Do we have multi-confirmation? Let's have a look. Okay, so going back up. No, the NQ is at highs. The NQ, yeah, it is. It's at daily highs too. I'm talking about breaking through that range that high that we made in early Feb, late Jan. We're ahead of that. So the NQ, it's got kind of like a blue sky setup. Not a blue sky setup, obviously. There are levels here, but The ES is the one that's at an interesting inflection point. I mean, I wonder if that kind of results in a retracement. I'm going to keep my eye on that, possibly here for a nice rejection off that 41.18. You don't want to say 41.20. Dan, what do you think about that? Tag me in the chat. Let me know what you think about that level on the ES. Get your opinion on that. Also, I got into this meta long. The point of this one was to kind of get an initial long here, quarter position, and then I've got my setup already here on the dip trade. This is kind of the VWAP trade that I'd like to take. I'm sitting ahead of VWAP by a little bit, just a few pennies maybe. Maybe I should move it up a bit as VWAP is moving up, so I'll have to adjust my level. Maybe I'll take it at 65s, but the whole point is to buy the bounce here possibly on VWAP. It's just a riskier trade with me talking about this interesting level here on the ES. I'm going to see how it acts. If it decisively breaks the trough, the last trough here, which the low of which is the low 209.58. I'll give it to I'll give it to the $0.50. I'm not going to give it much in the way of risk here because we are really moving down on meta. I mean, if this doesn't, we don't get a VWAP bounce here, I'm going to really only give it to the $0.50. So we shall see. I didn't even get filled. Look at that. Retracing, I don't get filled. Come on now.
Yeah, we're looking like we might be making it just went
a turn, right?
A turn, but
Yeah.
I'm watching ES more than NQ because like look at this 15-minute chart on NQ. We've had some red candles, so there have been sellers on the way up. But look at this ES chart, just straight greens all the way up, right? Getting higher and higher. And yeah, maybe I'm waiting for that first 15-minute red to form and to see if there's any continuation after the first 15-minute red. But like so far since out the open, there's been nothing. Straight greens up. You know? So NQ, yeah, a little bit of selling on the way, but ES looks like it might be more of an indicator of a market turn right now after if and when that happens.
Yeah, let's just see. Well, do you use any like do you employ any confirmation signals like? For example, I know some people will wait for like the first 5-minute candle will make a new low, right? The first red 5-minute candle will make a new low to take that short. They won't just punch it on the first one. Like, do you use any confirmation signals, or do you look morally at the tape, or like what do you do?
Yeah. So what I'm looking for is I'll take it. What I like to do is I like to look for the slow of the momentum, and then I may or may not start a position there, and when the come in, like that's where I'm kind of building more size into it.
Right.
Like for example, like I took the short here, but then it looked like it was kind of starting to slow down. I chased some more here because I'm like, oh damn, I might miss the move, but it was kind of holding that 102. So I got out right away. So like there's no confirmation there, but like if there was and we kind of start breaking this trend that we have made in the morning, then yeah, that's a potential for adding more size there, right? So yeah, I definitely have checks in place and different triggers for moving around position and position sizing. But yeah, confirmations for sure are part of my strategy.
Yeah. All right, yeah, definitely. That's what I try to employ as well. So getting into a little bit of a middle long here, and let's see what we can do, if we can pump to the high side and hold this VWAP, because that's the whole idea, is to try to hold this VWAP. It's been respected the majority of the day. Yeah, I want to say the majority of the day, so we shall see. All right, what's the chat up to? Have you guys looked at Tesla yet? Yeah, we've been looking at Tesla all day. Max was trading that earlier on in the morning show. He had that big move through 200. He was wondering whether it would make it to 200. It made it to 200 and then some. 204.91 is the high. So yeah, we've been looking at Tesla. I personally haven't traded it. I was in that Baba long the majority of the morning and kind of did that dance with it up and down, and coming out positive on the day on it, but definitely, you know, just took a lot of mental capital and didn't really end up with enough kind of justify that, but that's always part of the gimmick here with trading. All right,
yeah. Farm Trader saying Bed Bath and Beyond go long. Yeah. This thing's crushing 50 cents right now.
Baby.
That's pretty crazy. What are you looking for, a capitulation trade or what, Farm Trader? Like this is some strong selling going on after a sell over here. So I don't know. I don't know about the long, but you can definitely see the longer term trend is pretty clear on this name. Right? Shout out to my swing shorters. Oh, hold on, let me pull that back up. There we go. It's a little weird when that happens. Okay, so 103 is still kind of holding, still interacting on Amazon, not really giving me too much direction over here, but it has kind of topped out at this 103.30. Not really topped out, but like top of the range of the uptrend, right? So let's see if we can break the bottom of the range and really start flushing and give us direction on the turn. But ES is still pretty strong here. Like 41.15 has kind of pushed off. We're still making greens, and NQ as well, trying to push for that above that 13.2. Let's see what else these guys are saying. Careful.
Yeah, look at the super chat.
Okay, hey guys, thoughts on 1, Mullen, maybe swing trade, technical analysis, crazy volume. 2, Tesla predictions longer term. Thank you, AJ, for the super chat. All right, so Mullen we kind of talked about, but no problem talking about it again. Let's see. What is he saying? And Mullen, maybe swing trade, technical analysis. I don't know. I don't know about like sub penny tickers, and I think Sharif is more seasoned as a swing trader.
Penny, bro.
As like a swing trader, right? That's what I'm saying. Is like even then, the technicals could be similar, right, regardless of price, because market dynamics and supply-demand mechanics are roughly the same overall. But I don't know. It does look like it's starting to turn off of this bottom, but I'm not too sure about the long on this one. Let's see, Tesla's
Oh baby, Meta. Okay,
some
let's go.
random lines marked here on Tesla, but yeah, no, Tesla, we're pulling off of these highs, right? And we've kind of had like this real exhaustion bottom off of this support from before. We kind of sold off as soon as we broke that, and we're reclaiming this area now. So let's see what it does with this 220, 225 area to see if we can get back above some of these support turn resistances and hold for the move back up into the top of this trend range, right? So we are still keeping this trend range, if you guys can see my mouse here, right? So using that as direction right now for the greater move on Tesla. That would be my my longer term analysis on Tesla. What do you think?
Yeah, the Tesla trade, I'll get to that in 1 second. I'm just taking some out here on Meta as, you know, I got in at the 60s. For that VWAP hold. We get the VWAP hold for now. Now we're knocking on the door at 210 again. Looks like we take a little bit there, so I'll take a bit more profit at that level, but I want to see a 210 continuation. We are at highs on these futures, but the NQ, is it curling a little bit to the downside? The ES, surprisingly, is continuing to stay at that 418 level. I mean, it really hasn't done much. 4118, excuse me, 4118 and a half. There we go. Just kind of touch that level there. Let's go ahead and take some more outage here. I'm always so slow to get this out, and then I end up regretting because then I get a poopy price. There we go. We'll take out more there. Let's go ahead and sit at 10s because I may not be quick enough to get out there. So my price is 82s. It's not the greatest price because, you know, of this initial entry here. You know, I didn't want to miss the move, right? If this was going to be the balance, I wanted to get in there. And then I had, obviously, plans to average in on the actual VWAP itself, which was 65s at the time. So that was the plan there. Let's go. Let's print some more on here, taking some more profit around that 210 area in case it doesn't break liquidity an issue here. It's only 1 penny on my chart, but for some reason I'm not getting filled. So there we go. We get the fill. Lot of resistance though at that 210. We'll need continuation, but we did get that bounce off VWAP. So it's a level for now, but the market either finding a top or curling because 4118 and a half is holding up for now, and 219.50 is the level on the NQ. So those are important levels if you're trading these big cappers. There we go. Continuation in Meta. We'll get some out at 10s. At 7s, and we'll wait at 10s. So some continuation for now. Let's see if the move continues. We're sized in quite nicely on this one. So we'll be able to take out some outages here. These are the ads at 80, and then again at 67. There we go. Into the 7s. Let's go. Continuation into the 10s, baby. All right, I'm also seeing SQ. I'm seeing Square make a move here on my side chart for those that were asking earlier. We are at near highs. 70.31 is the high. 70.23 is where we're at now. It's been holding above VWAP, and it's tested these levels, I want to say, for the third time. You got that initial couple of spikes on the market open up to that 70.31. You had another test here around 11.20 or so, and then we're getting another test almost an hour later at that level. So that is an accumulation level there. Hopefully it breaks for you longs. I'm not involved, but that's an obvious visual level there. Here we go back to Meta at 210s. We get the fill. We get the continuation off 60s. This is what you want to see. Take the relatively strong name off a level. Another little outage there, and we'll let this one run to the high side. OB.
Yes, sir. Let's see. I started a little bit of a long on Amazon here because that 103 break wasn't as convincing. It's not really a follow through, and we are testing the bottom of that uptrend. So a quick long just to see how far we can get with this. Maybe a 103 test down here from the 80s. I think 103 is recycled a couple of times. So like I think I like that price to kind of transact that right now. But we'll see. We'll see. The trend might. Oh, there's some strength. There's some strength. Let me try to get out a piece here. Thank you.
It is, baby.
And let's see if we can actually take the 103. Take the 103 out. I don't know, but we'll see you 7 pennies away from that. So if there is some real continuation on this move, then yeah, that 103 is definitely in the stars. I would say so.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
All right, guys. Taking profits on Meta on this pop-up, but look at that. Immediate retracement off that $0.25 back into the teens. We scalp out here for the de-risking move. What's our cost basis now? 73. So we have a nice bit of a buffer, almost 25, almost 50 pennies, excuse me, of a buffer. But we're looking for more. We're looking for a continuation top. The top being that, you guessed it, 210.54. That's a high day. I mean, it would be nice if we got above 45s, because on my 1 minute chart, that's the obvious peak there. But that 54, we want to see continuation. But we may not get, a high day break on every bounce. The point of this trade was to take an obvious level, which was the VWAP level, and ride it high. Whether or not we get a high day break, that's kind of beyond me at the moment. So let's de-risk a little bit more here. And we'll see. Someone yelling, Polly, Polly, Polly. What's Polly doing? Let me have a look real quick. PAL, this better be good, making me look away from Meta. Polly, it's a $3 stock, sure. How many shares has it done? Okay, 26.2 million shares up on the day. It is up also 29 percentage points. Here's the move. Let's look at the 5 minute. So the move was yesterday. What's going on here? Why is it showing me yesterday's move that it's up 30%? How is it up 30%? Where'd this open? Oh, okay. So the close yesterday was 266. So it ran aftermarket. That's why. So the majority of the move here was, well, not the majority. It had a good move on the open yesterday, but it continued into the aftermarket. So the percentage up on the day today, this 31%, is as a result of the difference from its 4 p.m. price to where it's at now. The 4 p.m. price was 265, 346. So I'm going to steer clear of this one. It's a bit consolidating for me at the moment, so I will not be trading Pally. But yeah, I see that it just kind of reclaimed VWAP. If it maybe breaks through that 375, here's what I'll do. I'll put an alert at 374. If it gets there, then I'll take some action at that level. Here we go, though, with Meta right back down. Kind of just as anticipated, this is going to be a range trade off VWAP. So we're long 73s. Now we're back into 89s. We were able to get some out at 25s. Here we go all the way down. That's a big boy red candle that came down there. But do we add? Do we add, though? That's a question at 209.56. That's where VWAP is. So hard questions. Anyway, we looked like we broke that 41.19 level that we had going back to early March on the ES. Now we've done 41.2075, but essentially it's the same price, right? I'm still looking for a possible reversal off this level. If one materializes, great, but We'll see if we get continuation. We're doing a dance we've been doing a dance at 41.18 for a while. We just got up to 20s right now, and it really rejected. So, yeah, I'm still convinced, you know, we can possibly make a reversal at these levels, but let it materialize first, Toby. What are you seeing over there?
Zeus talking about Affirm. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a while. AFRM. These guys were kind of very popular in the past couple of years, right? The right place at the right time. The company did well, and now we have kind of pulled off, right? We're kind of flattening out again, and I don't know if these guys. Do you know any fundamentals about the firm? Like, are they making money? Like, what are they doing?
Well, they went down kind of aggressively when Microsoft announced the Apple Pay Later, but everybody already knew it was coming, right? It was in the pipeline.
Right.
Sold off on that. I had a really good short on that actually all day during the midday show.
Oh yeah.
I mean, but it sold off when Apple announced back when.
Right.
That it was going to drop its Apple Pay Later, and it also had a really good catalyst when it teamed up with Amazon. That was looked at as be something really big to expand its base.
Yeah.
But you know, it's been trouble since early 2022. It's just been selling.
Yeah. There's definitely like I have a couple friends who are sitting in shorts on this and puts, which is really paying well. But like, yeah, the chart is starting to base off. So like this thing, similar thing that we talked about with, I think, what was it, Mullen, right? Like when a lot of selling is kind of done in the stock and like even negative news can't really push it down, then I'd be watching out for any signs of good news, right? To really send it in the other direction. That's my take on Affirm. Cool. There, but yeah. See, NASDAQ is still rushing to the highs. Like the strength on low volume too, low relative volume too. So I don't know what this market has in store for us today, but this strength is pretty crazy that we've had straight out the open.
Yeah, we're still at near highs on the ES here. So the reversal hasn't happened yet. We're at highs. We're at days highs on the NQ, and Meta now pumping back to the high side here, looking to test that 210 level again. Could we touch the quarters and make a newer high? We didn't quite get down to VWAP this time around. I had an order. I was going to get an order in the low 60s, but there we go. Here comes the ES again, back at days highs. The NQ back at days highs. So not at the moment. We're not seeing that reversal, but let's just keep an eye out for it. Anyway, printing on Meta. Let's take a baby out here. What's life without Whimsy? And let's sit at 20s as well. Actually, we'll sit at 19s if we can get something there. This nice move on the market just buoyed Meta. There we go. We get a nice little fill there. Again, we'll take another one for no reason. Just
yeah, I think Neil mentioned in the chat that NVIDIA is breaking 276 double top from the morning, and this thing's kind of, again, like we talked about, this whole AI thing. It's kind of leading markets in a sense towards newer highs, I think so, and yeah, this could definitely be an indicator to some of the trades happening today. NVIDIA.
Yeah, no, NVIDIA has just been strong lately, dude. I mean, like, have you looked at the daily on this?
Yeah, exactly.
It's nuts.
It's being bought up like crazy. The 270 break, 275, and now we're at 276, 277 now. Like that rip off of 276 was huge, right? You kind of wick top here. Let me pull up the chart. You kind of wick top around what is this? Around 10 o'clock, and then you kind of retest and consolidate, but you can't really break down. So yeah, definitely you've trapped some shorts in this, and the evidence, the confirmation of that is that when you do break that level, it just rips up, right? Rips up a whole dollar. So there's definitely some fuel in this NVIDIA trade today.
Do you want to hear something funny?
What's up?
They want to use AI to perfect AI chips. So,
yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah,
of course
it makes sense. It's just funny. Right?
So
of course it makes sense.
AI is definitely going to be like this positive feedback loop on itself in terms of self-improvement, right? So it's like we're at a stage in human civilization right now where things might get a little exponential when it comes to progress, if these AIs really start popping off. So
I feel that way as well. What are your feelings on Elon Musk and Steve Wozniak signing that open letter, basically calling for caution on AI development and some regulations or a pause or whatever.
Yeah, I think it's valid because like maybe people are not ready for such a rapid change, and maybe we're not ready as a whole for like rapid change. And again, there's always fear around the unknown, and you can speculate and you can I guess prophesize or whatever around some of the bigger happenings, but I don't know. I was talking to my friend about this. I really do think that like this AI revolution is very similar to like the computer revolution that we had.
Or mobile.
Yeah, but you remember when like people were scared that computers are going to take our jobs away, and like the whole society came around where it's like if you can't use a computer, then it's just pretty tough to live in today's world, right? And I think AI is going to be another wave of technological advancement. Like if we don't know how to work with it and work well with it right now, we might get left in the dust, you know?
For sure.
At a more exponential pace than it was with just PCs and that type of computing devices.
So we're doing a bit of a dance again with this 210 level with Meta, and that's why I got some out on the quarter, since now we're back into the 80s. My long is 71. You know, back to that same question. Do I get in again? Do I add at VWAP 209.59? That's where VWAP is on my chart. Do I look for this hold? You know, 209.60 essentially. Do I look for this hold, or am I sized in? Yeah, these are always the tough questions that I'm looking for. I'm looking possibly to get in if it makes its way down here, possibly with a really tight stop of 5 to 10 pennies, because I don't really have any levels off which to work down at that level, except maybe this 209.93. That's super random. No, that ain't gonna be. Sorry, not 209.93. What's the low there? The low is 58. Yeah, I think I'm gonna give it to about 50s. If it gets down to 60, I'm gonna add at that 60 for a VWAP hold and a possible bounce back, because we're still, man, we are at 41.21, 41.21.75. That's the high on the ES. 13.237.5. That's the high on the NQ. We're at highs. So I'm looking for some renewed strength on Meta, even though it had a big boy move early on, right? We saw that up and to the right kind of thing, and now we've been doing the dance with VWAP. So I think we have an interchange going on here. There's a new guest coming on. We'll give you a break because you're going to be on the close, right? For a little bit,
maybe
right?
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, you're going to be on the close, and then I'm going to be on the close today too. So
nice.
We'll both be on the close, and but thanks for coming on, Obi. And we're going to see.
Everybody. We'll see you guys soon.
Yes, there's going to be somebody coming up next. Someone you guys know. All right, back to Meta. Here we go again with this 210 level. I'm going to have to give this one room, I think, and just look away, set my levels, and kind of see what happens. But you know, we still might have this turnaround at this level on the ES, and so I'm looking for some really aggressive selling, but we really have not gotten it. Not quite yet. We've slowed down as we came back to that 41.19 level, but we're still making highs above it ever so slightly, and making higher lows. That's the thing too, making higher lows on the NQ and the ES. So definitely not looking to take anything short. Ponzi Fonzie, what's up, bro? Bang. Sure. You know, it's been a bit of a slow day midday today. Not much is, I don't want to say not much. There's a lot moving. I just haven't been involved. I got to tell you, I seem to have picked the wrong movers today. Because Apple's moving up, Microsoft moving up, Tesla moving up, the market moving up. Everything's moving up except Meta and Baba, the two that I was involved with today. So sucks to be me. Maybe I gotta hone my picker a little bit here. But yeah, we're involved in this Meta long, and we're gonna nurse it, and we're gonna try to make as much money as we can out of it. But Microsoft now going to the high side, Apple to the high side, Tesla to the high side, everything pumping here, guys, as the market makes newer highs. We shall see. Do we hold on to these levels? Look at Microsoft, man. Microsoft was dormant all day. That breakout from 284 was absolute money if you took that after the bell there, because even though it retraced here on the 5-minute chart, it didn't really break that 284 level. It held it. So if you had your stop below there, you didn't get stopped out and you continued, and now you're a couple of bucks in the money now as we continue to make newer highs. Meta coming back in again near that area where I want to add. So let's go ahead and put that resting order we've been talking about here. We're going to sit at, we're going to sit at 65s? No, we're going to sit at 62s. Let's get down there. For that whimsy, we'll put that there. So makes it down there, we're going to add to our trade on Meta. Someone saying here, Wesley Lambert says, I think we're hitting the top. You never know, man. Let's see. Let's not guess, but let's wait for some confirmation. You heard Obi give us how he goes about confirming whether a trend or a move has materialized. There's all these different ways. Now, I mean, obviously, takes a lot of practice to kind of get that. Let's see here, Mr. Fahad. Okay, the chat guessing who's coming on. Let's see what else is going on here. Yeah, Stephen McCulley. I think he has some interesting comments there. I'm just going to gloss over those. I'm shorting here, so Salt Life. All right, so you're calling the top here, I'm assuming. All right, kill it. Let's go. I just hope that Meta bounces and the market goes down. So as long as that happens, then we're good. And yet no trades, John Sproul says. End of quarter window dressing. Yeah, a lot of stuff expiring today. You guys know options expiration and the end of the quarter always brings a certain type of flavor and movement to the market. So we shall see. Miss V coming on. Somebody says Warren Buffett coming on the show. There's a lot of expectations here that you have to live up to. Nobody knows if you're who you are quite yet, and the camera hasn't been on you, so they still don't even know who I'm talking to at the moment. I like that. I'm glad I sat out of the market last couple of days because my shorts got wiped out 2 days ago, says Red. Sorry to hear that, man. You know, it's tough. It's tough. All right, one goes up, the other goes down, says Dolph. Yeah, you know, that's just the way she goes. D-Loaf says, I'm betting on Prad. Okay, D-Loaf's got his bet in. Who are you talking to, says Silver Johnson? You'll find out quite soon. Don't worry about that. But I'm keeping my eye on the ES here. I'm seeing a nice little red candle brewing on the 5-minute chart. Is this the top? We shall see. We shall see. I don't know. I'm not ready to call it yet. You good to go? You still working? All right, he's still working there. We'll continue to go on here. Let's see what else going on. We were talking about Pali earlier as a possible top break here. This one was moving yesterday, and it had a big boy move in the aftermarket as well. I've got a top. I've got an alert set here at near the high of day, which is that 374 area. I'll be looking to go. I'll be looking to go long, possibly for a breakout at that level. But I'm not going to do anything else with this one. I'm seeing some other small cap crappers show up on my scanner here. I'm seeing, what is this, Burr? Burr is moving. What's this one all about? So this is the 5-minute chart. Let's get out that. There we go. So big move on the way up. You have that, you have a halt and a pop right back up. And now there's a really nice dip off VWAP here. We're above VWAP by about 60 pennies or so, trending to the high side. I'm not sure what this one's all about. What's the catalyst on this? Capital announcements that Southern District Court of New York has released its summary judgment decision on Buford's Peterson and Eaton Park claims against the Republic of Virginia. Okay, I'm not sure if that's it. I'll have to look at that. I'll look at that later. But anyway, Burr making a nice little move to the high side there and showing up now, I believe, 37%, followed by, yeah, nothing really doing on this one, BCLI. All right, he's good to go. Okay, here we go. You guys know him. It's God mode.
Oh my.
God mode is in the house, baby.
Oh my. Hello.
What do you got for us, God
Hello,
mode?
hello, hello, hello. What up?
There we go.
What up, everyone?
There we go.
Whoever guessed Fahad, you were right. Come on, man. What'd you guys expect?
There we go.
What'd you guys expect? I'm the best trader ever. Obviously, I'm gonna trade. You know what I mean? I'm the best trader.
There you go.
Well, why not trade?
I got your back.
All right. How's everyone doing, man? I hope your Fridays are going well. I hope your mornings went well. Hope you guys made some money. I had to watch a bunch of people trade. I'm like, man, you know, I could really make some money right now.
And?
Yo, sorry, forget it. Let's talk about a poll. Have you seen the poll?
Hold on. Yeah, we.
This was since the morning.
Do you think Fahad won or lost his once a day $50 blackjack hand?
So you know I was on a streak.
Yes, I saw the amount you had.
Let's talk about it. So Sean talked about it on the show.
Right.
I went on a 6-day, 5-day winning streak. 50 bones a day. I play one hand, I win, I leave.
Okay.
That's what I do. I won $250 profit. So I was up to $425.
All right.
Then on the weekend, my boy said, yo, do all in. I said, of course, I don't care about this money. So I put $425 on one hand. I won.
Okay.
I was at $850.
That's what
Blackjack.
Sean showed. Blackjack.
Okay, all right.
One hand.
Okay.
Then, when after Sean showed it, I was like, yo, let me do 200.
Okay.
I lost it.
I saw that one. But
I
you're
lost.
Still up.
But then, I did 50s and got the 200 back.
Okay.
And then so now I'm back at 831.
Okay.
And today I did one twice. And I won both hands, and I'm up 100 again.
Here we
so
go.
whoever voted he played 2 and won both, you're right. I mean, it was pretty obvious. I tried to give you the answers.
I actually.
You voted the third one?
Swear to God, yeah.
Whoever voted the third one was right.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I felt it was kind of like one of the more obvious ones because it was like.
I try to give you guys the
unlikely,
answers.
right? Yeah,
I try to give
exactly.
you guys the answers.
Well, that's why I took it, right?
How am I not winning both hands? Guys, I did 2 hands. I'm not going to lose both hands.
Oh, my goodness.
You know what I mean?
Chat,
So
keep it clean, man.
keep it clean.
Yeah,
It's all good. Look, yo, all jokes aside, I hope you guys are having a great night, man. A great day. I hope you guys are up on the money.
Yeah.
So I'm here to make some money. Again, disclaimer every time I come on, I am on fake money. What do you call it? Simulation?
Sim.
Yeah. I'm on fake money. Don't take my trade serious. I'm learning to trade. Technically, this is my 4th day officially trying to trade. 4th day. It was 3 times on the show, and I did an hour by myself for fun. But I'm still learning and everything. So I heard the market's up 1% right now. Is this true?
It is. Okay, so the NQ is up 1.12.
NQ's up 1.2.
And the ES is up 0.9. So
Okay,
here we go.
that gives me some information. That's good.
Yeah, so
That's good.
you know how it works.
We're gonna look at the tech stocks, obviously.
There you go,
And
this man.
My
already
favorite one right
knows.
now. My favorite one is I like Apple. I don't know
Okay.
why. I really mess with Apple. I'm gonna go ahead and pull that up on my charts. It's probably not gonna do the synchronization thing, even though I told it to. But whatever, we'll see what happens. Apple right now is 0.83. So it's got how much you say the market was the NASDAQ?
The NQ,
Yeah.
1.11 now. It's moving
Okay,
down a
so
little
it
bit.
has some catching up to do. So definitely potential to the upside. If we look at the 30-minute right here and zoom it out.
Go to
this
his
a-
chart.
Bro, this is a big trend. This is a big trend right here.
So this is the
This is a 30-minute.
on
So
Apple.
this is today right here on
Yeah.
Apple.
Okay.
So obviously the trend has been up all day. If it's going to keep going with the market, it might match the percentage. Why wouldn't it?
Well, Apple is heavily weighted.
It's heavily weighted, so it's holding the market back right now. So if people really want to match it, you know what I mean? They're gonna go up on it. So I don't know. Apple's a good one to look at. Here's a 3-minute on the left side. You guys will see. Let me make that bigger. It's probably gonna barcode for a bit. It's gonna do one of these right here. Drop down a little bit, go up, drop down. A little pattern going on. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna probably buy the dips around 163.58
Why?
because I feel the pattern coming, my brother.
But why that level? Where is that level coming from?
So
There
there's a
needs to
big,
be
there's a
like
big candlestick right here. And I'm just looking at these dips.
Okay.
Okay, so this was a big candle, and it dropped down a bit, and it matched it right here. Almost the wick almost matched it.
Okay.
You can go up here, but I'd rather look at the dipper dip. You know what I mean?
That's what you're looking
The
for.
dipper dip.
The lower dip. Yeah, I got what you
I'm
mean. yeah.
following this consistency. So big candle, drop. Let's see if it matches. Big candle drop, almost matched it. Big candle drop, almost matched it. I'm gonna do the exact, so a big candle drop, matched it. So literally my next level is going to be 163.58. I'll probably put the bid in right now, and we'll see what happens from there. So we'll see what goes on. I'm gonna put my bid in right now, actually.
Man, these futures, they're holding up. We had a couple of 5-minute red candles come up on the ES. So your Apple trade, I don't know, but you may not get that level.
We'll see.
Well, the market's just been up and to the right a little bit today, guys. So we shall see. Baba, the bane of my existence. I can't believe it started breaking out now through that $0.50 level. So I took an exploratory long to see whether it's going to continue there. I'm going to be really, really stingy with how I let this one go. NVIDIA really going as well. This one, it was really kind of slow to start the day. Now it's just really skyrocketing. Here we go, up 1.5%. We are at definite now. We are at 52-week highs on NVIDIA. This one's been a hell of a trade. Let's look at this. Daily, let's zoom out. Let's zoom out. Oh, I hate the split adjusted. Drives me crazy. It doesn't show on the weekly, though. There we go. So last time, again, for just those joining us, April 4th, the week of April 4th was the last time we were at those levels, but that high was 275.58. Right now, we're at 278. We've broken through that level quite decisively. The next level we have to look at here is the week of March 28th. That's about a year ago. And that high, 291.43. So a little bit to go from the 278.30 that we're at now, but there it is, 291. Then the ultimate high there. This is split adjusted up at, I believe, 346.47. So some good levels to look at there. There we go. Where are we doing here? NVIDIA, my goodness. Baba continuing to go back up, and Meta not doing anything. Back near my entry point, not giving me a dip trade off VWAP, but not doing anything either. So a bit frustrated with this one. This one's a bit tricky, though. I see a lot of lower highs on this one. So the accumulation on VWAP could end up breaking here. I'm going to have to be super tight with how much room I give this dip trade off VWAP. Let's see, though. It's up 0.9% flat.
Okay. I want to know. So this is actually the first time where, for me, obviously, trying to trade, it's going up. Like, there's no levels to really look at. If it goes down, it has to drop way too much to go to a previous level. So how do you read something? Like, what is your strategy?
Well, that's chasing it,
Talk
right?
about your strategy. What would you do?
Yeah, it's tough, man. I mean, what you could do is there's a couple of things you could do. You could wait for like a 1 or 2 or 5 minute pullback and try to get in and continue on the trend.
Okay.
In this case, I would go definitely in the direction of the trend. I mean, don't try to be the hero that wants to time that perfect level. If the market, seeing how strong the market is, go choose a trade in the direction of the trend and then try to, if it's a dip trade, whatever it is. Otherwise, it gets a little risky.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how I kind of see that. But, chasing these, it's hard.
It is.
It's hard.
But it's also fun.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what you mean by fun.
Well, okay, so succeeding is fun.
Yeah, of course.
So if you beat the market, if you chase it, but you're chasing it in the right way. No, you can beat the market, Brad. Trust me.
Yeah, Brad just told him, you can't beat the market.
You can beat up the market if you really try.
I'm out of this meta long. I just want to say this is not the trade that I'm looking for, so I'm going to leave that one alone for now. I get back. We take a lot out here, so. Yeah, this dip trade that I had here, quickly, I get out, and there we go. Now it's flushing. Whether or not this continues below VWAP is kind of not my concern at the moment. I'm keeping my eye on this market. I feel like we could possibly reverse here. So I want to see if there may be, we'll see if there's a trade to be had here to the south side, but a lot of strength. Microsoft move into the high side as well as Apple. Both of those are at day's high at the moment. A lot of strength being shown by both Microsoft and Apple. I know you want to get long Apple too.
Brother,
you're looking at Meta now.
Here.
You're going long Meta.
Yeah, what'd you just try?
I just got out of Meta. I had my scalp trade with it. So we got it long here, we scalped out here, and then tried to add. I gave it about 10 pennies, and then it huadunked down. So.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why not to go long here.
You're going to go long Meta. You're going to single-handedly move that market.
Watch this. Hopefully this fills. If this fills, it'll be a good sign for me. But I'm waiting on this. There you go. Watch this now. If it drops to my levels, which is right here, I want to average in. I'm an average in type of guy.
Okay.
I don't like waiting for my levels.
Yeah.
I like speaking my levels into existence. And I do that by getting
whatever
fills
works
earlier.
For you, bro.
So we're long
Meta
filled? Now. Yeah, I did. Didn't I?
All right. Yeah, you got filled.
So I'm in Meta. You guys can't see my position board right now, but my average is at 209.51, and I'm on the long side. So we're going to have to see. I only got partial filled, actually. I didn't get fully filled there. I got 50% filled.
All right, so we are rejecting off these levels so that this trade, let's see how this trade goes here on the if we can get some continuation.
Guys, give me a stock and I'll give you guys my my very educated analysis on it. Because I've been trading for like a couple decades now, so not too bad.
Do you ever watch the movie The Fifth Element?
I did not. I don't watch movies, believe it or not.
Okay, well, there's a character in The Fifth Element. It's played by this woman, and she's like this special kind of human that is able to learn and like all of human knowledge like within like I don't know a few hours and she's got like superhuman strength and you remind me a lot of her, bro. Like she basically she was kind of just conceived, I don't know, from this teleporter.
That was a crazy
and then this priest put her in front of a TV and it flashed all these images and she was able to learn all of like human history.
So it's like a super, what do you call the photographic memory?
The chat knows exactly what I'm talking about. No, it's called eidetic memory, but it's not photographic memory. She's learning things anew, bro. So she's seeing these things and it's basically you in front of a chart. You look at the daily of a chart and you can see the intraday movement just by looking at the daily.
100%.
Farhad, is that good? We're going to hit a bang for that because that's what it is now. We're short here on the ES. So let's see if this 417 and a quarter short materializes. We're moving down here, 41.15, but we're going to have to take a lot more than that. I'm looking for possibly 41.10 or so. We want to get at least like 7 points on this ES move. So here's the short on ES, and now we're waiting. So let's see. It's a counter trend move, but we are at an interesting level, and I'm going to be very careful with it. I will not allow it to break high of day. If it breaks 41.21, I'm out of that one. So we shall see.
What's Baba on? Is it NASDAQ?
Baba, I'm flying here on Baba. I'm absolutely flying. Why is it not showing my Baba long on the thing? All right, there we go. We'll take a fill. Does it show now? Yes, there we go. 102.60. Yes, 102.60. So we could pop up about 15 pennies or 25 pennies there. We'll take another little out there on Baba as this one continues to the high side. This is the second time we're trying to go long Baba, but now it's broken that 102.50 decisively. We had that problem earlier with the break, so had to kind of let that one go. But now we're back in it. Let's see if we can get some continuation. Talk about continuation. Microsoft is up and to the right. It just... Why are we not in Microsoft? Why are you not in Microsoft? That's a good question, man.
Microsoft looks
and
nice
Microsoft is single-handedly lifting this ES, so I don't know about this futures trade. We shall see. We shall see. No, we'll take some profits on Baba here and think about this VOD. So what have you learned? What did Arun teach you last week?
Yo, Arun taught me a lot. That guy is sick at trading.
Okay.
He's nice at trading.
Oh, yeah, he's really good at trading.
So,
yes.
yeah, so he taught me how to read levels properly and how to be confident in your levels and what to do if certain things happen. Obviously, I didn't get a chance to practice those things, but that was over a week ago, you know, so I still got to remember some things and whatnot, but I'm really looking at the stuff you guys are saying. I pulled up Baba here. Believe it or not, I'm shorting it.
You're shorting Baba?
I'm a short Baba.
I'm killing it on this Baba trade, bro.
So we're going to see how this works out. I have my outs in my mind, which is going to be at 103.
Yeah.
It's going to be 103.18.
Yeah.
That is going to be my out. My average in is going to be 103.04.
You're going to average in at 103.04.
Yeah, but I feel like this is going to drop a bit. Even though the market is up, Alibaba is a Chinese stock, ain't it?
Yeah, it is.
So it doesn't have to follow the market necessarily.
It typically doesn't, and it's funny you should say that because there's a lot of divergence between the market and how these Chinese ADRs move.
Right.
There is.
Right.
I mean, what you see a lot, and like the chat knows all about this, is that you'll see the big move at 4 a.m. because it's a continuation from the Asian trading session.
Okay, yes.
And then the North American markets technically open at 4 a.m. That's when you can get orders in, but the liquidity is super low. What is it?
Should I start printing or should I hold like
What is that? Meta. Okay, there you go. You're getting that dip.
I mean, you know what I mean?
There you go, bro. Okay.
I don't know. Maybe I'll sell like half my shares. We'll see how that works out.
Getting a bounce here in this market. So yeah, the ES is holding on for now. So we shall see if this continues. Let's go back to a Baba trade. But yeah, what you were saying is absolutely right. And that's what we're doing now. We're taking these profits on Baba. Let's let it go to the high side, baby. We're long 60s now as a result.
We'll see how this goes. I'm trying to get fill on this meta right here. If I can get a fill, I'll be up on the day. My first fill, so I need it to go through so I can make my money. Because now it's dropping back. So I don't know what the market is doing to me. Someone's playing a joke, obviously. All right, I got my fill. Let's see. Because I'm on fake money, I can talk about my profits, right?
What? Yeah, of course.
Okay, I made $19.
There you go.
So I need the whole trading floor to clap for me, please. Thank you, Stephanie. Appreciate you, man in the corner. Thank you guys. It's $20 that were in the money. First trade of the day. Positive. It's a good sign. So
there it is, baby.
We'll keep going from there. And now I'm in Baba shorting. It's not doing nothing. The level's really not moving. So I'll pull that out for a bit and see what happens. But are you still long Baba?
Yeah, I'm long 60s. I've scalped out a bunch here in the 90s and high 80s. There we go, back into the 80s. I'll take another piece out. Definitely looking for that continuation through 103. That'll, whole dollar level is always a bit, that level of resistance that you want to keep your eye on. But yeah, that's a risky trade you took off Meta.
Is it?
Yeah, I'll tell you why.
Yes.
Because it's a multiple VWAP retest, and we've kind of reached highs here. I don't know. I don't want to make any pronouncements, but we've definitely come to a very important level of resistance on the ES going back to early March.
Okay.
So, there's a possibility we retrace off here. And then if we retrace off here and you're at VWAP on Meta, I don't want to tell you what to do, but.
Okay, so is there anything important happening in the afternoon that might bring the market back down?
No, I don't think
Okay.
we have a number. Oh, I think somebody's speaking. Hold on.
Is Fed speaking? Is Fed
Yeah,
speaking
there's
today?
people that are speaking today.
Neil? Anyone speaking today?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second.
Anyone
Today.
speaking today? Okay. Yeah, later on.
Yes,
Who?
there are. I'll tell you in a second. There you go. Yeah. 305.
305?
Yeah,
Okay.
Fed member Williams speaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be trading then, so I can't really say if that's a move that I'm going to make. But if you guys look at my, if you look at my average right here, my indicators, let's see which one's red. So my 50 moving average, I got to remind myself because I'm not on this constantly. My 50 moving average.
How come your meta position is not showing up?
I'm out.
Oh, you got out?
I got out. I made $20 profit, brother. That's a lot of money. But thank you. Thank you very much. Can you do the bang? I like the bang. And then
God
do like a DJ.
mode. God
exactly.
mode, baby.
I'm out of it, so I'm still in Baba right now, and it's right now so far it's a losing trade, so I'm not really happy with it. I don't know why it's doing that to me. So I got to talk
You
to
know
the
why?
owners.
Because I'm printing to the high side.
Are
That's
you?
why.
That's okay.
It's a print
I'm not
factory
out of
up
the money
here,
too
man.
much. Obviously,
Yeah.
just a couple cents here and there, but
Well, you are at a good level.
Yeah,
Because you're at that 103 level, which
right.
could be a level.
I still have mad confidence in this, and actually it might go my way here.
Oh,
so
you're good? Yeah.
we'll see what happens. But are you short Baba? Why am I long Baba? Listen,
Baba.
Renato. You know what I'm saying? Do
Yeah,
what you want
Renato's
to do.
not
but
happy with that, bro. Shout
I
out
want fake money,
Renata.
so do what you want to do, for real. Let's see. Fahad is handle, not sure if he's like, I'm like, look, hello. So I am seeing all the tags, y'all. I'm just, I'm following along. I just
Oh
want this
my
Baba to go down.
goodness.
If it can reach this 102.56, you know how much money that is?
We are Hwadunking here on Meta.
Oh,
a
are we?
decisive break of VWAP. Right back down. Meta's made a big move. We also have a big boy south move on our friend Tesla. That's heading
Tesla's a
down
look,
quite
yeah.
aggressively as well. Yeah, that 205.25, kind of a bottom break there. That was like 50 pennies immediately. Look at that. $quarter break goes all the way down to the $$3/4. Bouncing back up, obviously, to be expected. But yeah, we are stepping down, man, on some of these big cappers. How's Baba faring? Are we still doing well over here? Or yeah, we're still dancing around that same area. And I'll continue to take some profits and de-risk the longer we stay around here, because that's just.
I'm gonna punch in this long on Meta.
You're punching long on
the
Meta
dip,
here.
On the dip. I'm waiting for my levels. So I punch in at 209.14.
Okay.
For this level right here. If it breaks it,
Yeah.
my risk to reward is unbelievably not dumb, but it's tight.
Dumb as in good. It's like good as in bad. Yeah.
But it's
'Cause
tight.
not everybody's
It's
from
tight.
Toronto.
Oh yeah, I can't speak about the slang.
Right?
Is gonna
It's
be
like
different,
Toronto
huh?
slang is a little different.
Yeah, that's
right?
kind of odd. Okay.
What is it odd for? We let
Americans,
people know.
no, Americans say that's.
Yeah, I don't know. It
dumb,
depends.
stupid, yeah,
We
okay.
have lots of viewers.
That's
We
true,
have we have people from everywhere, bro.
I think our most is we have India, a big population from
we have
India
the big
watching.
one. Yeah.
Okay.
You know the best about that.
Yes.
You see all the data.
Shout out to India. Okay, yeah. So if I'll average in at 209.2s, man, I can drop it to 209 flat. But if it breaks that, that's gonna be a loser. Okay, I got filled out. So look, we're waiting for Meta to go long. I'm in Meta. I'm still in Baba. Baba's doing good. It's not really doing anything.
Yeah.
So it's just fluctuating around my level. I'm cool with that because I feel like it'll drop and I'll make my money. You know what I mean? So Meta here, I went long. I got a partial fill, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I got about 60% of my fill.
Okay.
So we're waiting on it to go long. I feel like it's going to go back to these levels. I don't see why not. The 209.43, so that'll be a cool 30-cent winner for me, which is a lot of money.
That's money.
Because I'm in like 1.5 shares, you know what I mean? So that'd be some crazy money for me. So we'll see.
Man, you're
that's
gonna start
fun.
hitting all these winners on Sim, and they're gonna be like, "Oh, we gotta give this man a live
No,
account,
no,
right?"
I
And
wouldn't
then
do
a
this
live
live. I
account, and
wouldn't
then
do
it's
this live.
it can't just be a regular live account. It's gonna be a well-funded live
Well-funded? You
account,
think
because
so?
you can't
Bro,
punch
I
a
can't- I
million
can't
in
do
one
this
shares.
$50 shut up stuff.
No,
What
no,
is this?
no.
Come on, like,
I love it,
you know
bro.
what I mean?
Yo,
My
God
trade, as soon as
mode
I'm in
is
a trade, I'm
displeased.
down by thousands already. So it goes 1,000 in, 1,000 out.
Yeah, and you
so.
got like a heart of steel, man.
Right,
I don't
so
shake you.
I'm here to chill. Yeah, Baba Meta not doing anything. Yo, that was actually,
Yeah,
I've seen
it's
some people
doing
do the comments. So can we get spams in the chat? Where are you guys from, man? Let me see
Yeah,
what, let me see-
Romania, Texas, Kenya.
Yeah, give me your
Southern
state if you're in America
Ontario,
or country. You know what I mean?
Germany, East
let's see.
Africa.
East
Where
Africa's
else we
nice.
got here? East Africa again. Where?
Dubai, I see Dubai.
Brampton.
So, Brampton.
Brampton, Montreal, Finland, Canada, New Jersey. Whoa, here comes this
Yo,
spat.
how do you say this word? How do you say this word? How do you say this word?
Where?
No, this one right here. How do you say
Idaho.
Is it Idaho or is it Idaho?
No, it's not Idaho.
I promise it's Idaho.
Oh boy.
I promise you it's Idaho. I've had this conversation before.
Oh boy.
I don't want to talk about this. No, that's whatever. It's Idaho.
Oh boy. Neil has his hands in his head. On his head. Get a shot at Neil. That was hilarious.
Shout out Idaho.
Yeah, well.
New Mexico circuit. Hello.
It's Idaho. Someone wrote Idaho over here. New Mexico.
North Korea.
Yeah,
that
okay,
one's
Eric.
crazy.
Calm down, Eric. Yeah, we know you're not from North Korea. Ghana. California, shout out to my sister, New York, Puerto Rico, South Carolina, Pensacola,
Yo, shout out
Florida.
to Jordan. My family lives in Amman. What up?
Does your family? You know my brother-in-law's from Irbid?
Really?
Yeah, bro. I thought you.
Okay.
Shout out Jordan. Yeah, we'll talk about that after. That's cool. That's cool. Shout out to Jordan.
Shout out Albania. Watch this. Look how excited he's gonna get. Look. Albania, right? He's gonna go crazy over that one.
Oh, because of the flag.
That's their flag. So
Is that the flag?
They throw this
the
up
red,
everywhere they go.
Ah.
You'll never meet an Albanian that doesn't do this.
And another piece of the puzzle falls into place. Okay.
Sorry, you're going crazy. What up? What up, everyone? Okay, let's look at my trades. I totally forgot. So Meta's actually doing good for. Whoa! Is it a real wick?
No, that's not. That's a dark pool.
What is this?
I love your enthusiasm, bro. No, it's a dark pool. You know what dark pools are? Should we get into them? Okay, so dark pools are like basically, private gateways for bigger institutions to trade large share size. And so it has to be reported, but the actual time it's reported versus the time that the transaction actually took place aren't always the same. So we end up getting these dark pool prints on our charts, and sometimes they're a little misleading.
So someone's trying to scam me?
No. No one's trying to scam you, bro.
Okay.
It's just part of the system that's in place. But yeah. There you go. Scam.
I'm in 2 stocks right now. What are you going? You're
I'm
still
long
How's that working
60s.
for you?
Yeah, I'm printing. I mean, look at the chart over here. It's a print factory. It's a CNC print factory. But I'm holding at 60s. So it's a great level because it's a breakout level.
Okay.
And so if it breaks below 60, I'm out. And I printed on it, and we move on from that one.
I'm very happy for you.
Thank you.
No sarcasm.
Okay, I know,
I need to
right?
go down for me.
Hold on, you're still short? Yeah, you're making money.
Sure. Yeah, I'm in there.
We're
I'm
both
in there. Not
in
too
that
much,
position
though.
where we're both making money, but you're holding on by a thread.
But as soon as that break happens, brother, where do you think it's gonna go?
You know what? Okay, so the high a day technically is 103.60.
103.60?
Yes, and yesterday's close, which is also an important level, very similar to that, 103.40.
Right.
Boom.
Hit that sub. Or I did not do that properly.
Boom. Hold on, man.
Play small cap. Pally? What's Pally?
If you don't like the video right now, subscribe to the channel.
That's the second time I've done that to you that you got scared. I swear, that's jokes.
That scared the crap
There you
out
go.
of me.
No, but you need to edit it so that the hand goes like this. It has to. You have to dunk.
No,
like,
bro, listen. That means I'm gonna have to show them proof that I can dunk. But
No, we can animate it.
surprise.
We can animate the arm, can't we?
It gives away the element of surprise. Yeah, well, that's one. So element of surprise will be gone.
Okay.
Because what happens is when I play Neil one-on-one, I want to dunk on his head.
Oh my God.
Like
you know, Neil
bad.
ran track in high school and stuff. Like, he's probably got a lot of fast twitch muscles, I'm assuming, because you had speed. What did you do, hurdles or sprint? Sprint and hurdles. Okay, so that's a lot of fast twitch muscle. Anyone wondering what that is, Google it.
Brother. I taught Michael Powell. So can I, you've never seen Neil. You've never seen me dunk. You've never seen me dunk.
All right, guys.
Because I'm gonna dunk on you. Literally.
All right, guys.
I'm going to dunk
we gotta
on you.
pause this dunk competition. We're gonna send it up to Brendo. He's got
you can't dunk.
Okay.
He's got.
You're gonna
What does he
walk
have?
all the way
he has
here?
something up there. Send it to
All right,
Brendo.
Wow, it's Friday. Let's talk about some oil markets. Energy back to the upside today, guys, off of this PCE number overall. Output, the highest since 2020 in the month of March as well. I'll show you that in a sec. But overall, pretty positive here. 0.5% for ICE Brent crude, NYMEX, 1.5% to the upside, 75.50, 79.71. You can see the purple line down here and the red line are crude oil. So back to the upside overall in the longer term time frame. But yeah, a lot of people pointing to output in January, the highest since March of 2020. So a lot of oil being created overall since the beginning of the year. Since the beginning of the month, meanwhile, we've done nothing but go straight back to the upside. Another 1.5% here today, guys, for crude oil. Back to you.
No, don't read it. Don't
Okay,
read it.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, thanks for that, Brady. Yeah,
These comments are hilarious.
yeah, guys, keep it clean in the chat. All right, let's God mode. Don't displease God mode. All right, that's all I can tell you there. We're retracing a little bit here on BABA. The obvious level that you're looking for it to hold is that 102.50. That was the obvious level of resistance on the way up, and you know, if technical analysis is any indication here, it should be the support level on the way down. So despite the fact that I'm long 60s, I will be giving this, you know, to probably 40s. So I will have to risk 20 pennies here. We've already taken out way more than 20 pennies. We've taken some out in the high 90s, de-risked a little bit. So obviously I prefer it not get down to that level and can continue, but that's the trade we're in. And that's my plan on that. I'm also short again. We're short on these futures, looking for that continuation lower at 18s, 41.18. We're at 15. So, you know, only 3 points. We're stair-stepping down. It's a really slow move down, to tell you the truth. So it's not retracing aggressively by any means. It's like a quarter point, half point at a time, if that. Back to BABA here as we retrace quite aggressively back into 102.50.
Talk to me dirty.
Talk to me dirty. This guy's excited. Oh my God.
Come on now.
So let's see what we do here. Do we get that support that we talked about? That 102.50. We'll have to make it down there first. What do you got there? You're printing, huh? You're out or you added? You added to your position.
But that's okay. Watch this. I'm okay. Don't worry.
No, but maybe it's a good trade.
You think so?
I don't know. Meta is relatively weak, yeah. No, he went long BABA.
I shorted BABA
He's shorting BABA. No.
I shorted BABA again, but it might be a good idea, to be honest. I'm going to let it drop a few more cents here and take some shares up.
We're printing on these futures.
We'll see what happens, but I did misclick there, obviously. So I got half my shares there. I made money. I made another 20 bucks.
Woo!
Another one. I'm up 40 right now, total for the day. Wow. You know, sometimes I impress myself so much.
There you go. I impress myself.
I just, like, how do I do this? I made a mistake, and I made money off my mistake.
Bro, I mean,
you know why? Composure.
Bro. When it's like having like I don't know, some of God's leftovers. You know,
I don't compare myself to that.
We're talking about God mode. No, obviously we're not
but
talking about the God. We're talking about like some.
Just going crazy on something, right? So I'm out of BABA. I made my money. I'm cool with it.
I'm printing on these futures, bro.
I'm okay.
We're moving down
BABA
on these
trade.
futures. I'm printing on these futures. We've got 41.17 short. Now we got down into halves, 41.14 halves. All right, now we're at an important inflection point though on BABA, so we gotta start paying attention here to the BABA trade. Here comes that 102.50 we talked about. All right, so this is an important level. This is really gonna have to hold here. All right, and I don't mean it has to hold to the penny, but it's really you got to see a lot of buying show up at that 102.50. That's what you're looking for. That's a tell there. At least that's how I'm playing it. Now, we know we had a ton of selling that time around, the previous time around. So here we go, getting back into that level. The question is, do I add here? I got 60s long. So if I get in at 50s and I give it like 5-10 pennies, I'm not really losing too much. So we'll see. But we are getting a curl down in the market, and BABA seems to be kind of agreeing a little bit with the shift in the market for the moment, Fahad.
Yeah,
you just took some profits?
No.
You bought Apple on the dip.
I had Apple, and I forgot about my bid that was still out there.
Okay.
Remember, that was my first bid that I put out.
Right.
So it filled me, which is not a good thing. So hopefully it bounces back to this 163, 68 level. That'd be like very, very nice, because I went long just because I wasn't watching this. So I'm gonna see what it does for me. But what level do we get in Apple? Oh my, yeah, go ahead. Apple 160.58. Okay, guys, this is kind of a little iffy. Meta's kicking my ass, so I am down on money now because BABA wanted to take all my attention. Oh my days, guys. What do I do here? Let me clear up all my bids before this happens. Okay. This is not good. So this was my out level, 208.52. So I'm literally just gonna go ahead and start. Yeah, this is not good, huh? I was long meta and now it's going short. So go ahead. I'm gonna start selling, guys. This is bad. This is bad. I need to get out of here ASAP. Come on. It's the keys. It's the keys. I'm getting okay. I'm out of Meta. I took some major losses. There it is. Look at my balance. Gosh.
You're chilling, bro.
No, bro, I'm down.
You're chilling.
No, I'm the guys. I just lost all my. It's like, I don't like being down. But watch, look, Apple's making money. So we're gonna go to Apple real quick. All right, guys, it's okay. I make money. If I lose it, I'm making it. Remember that blackjack stuff we had yesterday?
Yeah.
It's what happened. The same thing. Look at this. If I lose money, I'm gonna make money. So we're just gonna go back. I'm gonna take some bids out at 71s right now. Watch this. How many shares do I have? Boom. We're gonna sell 200 shares.
Makes sense.
Film me. Come on.
Makes sense.
Film me.
First you gotta lose.
Film me. Okay. Film me, please. Just take, guys. Guys, it's so close. It's so close. It's so close. Guys, I'm gonna make the money back. We're straight. There it is. What are you gonna do for me? You gonna change some settings? I linked. It's linked. It's linked. Yeah, everything's linked. We're good.
Just click on the
Yeah. We're straight. Yeah. Boom. So I took out 40% of my Apple shares. I'm waiting for it to keep going up. So we're good. I make some of my profits back. I'm only down $50 now. It was kind of I have sweat on my eyebrows, huh? It was crazy. It's okay, yeah. We're gonna get Neil going on here to talk about some stuff, but I'm gonna show him what I did in my. I am paper trading. Whoever asked on paper trading.
So I'm on now. Make sure my mic is on. This is not to. Anyways, I see you in that meta trade, but you got like hopefully you're out of it now. Okay, you're out of the meta trade.
Yeah.
You want to note something. I was showing this to a couple of people out there, and let's have a quick look at what the NASDAQ is doing. Can we come to my chart for a second? Okay, so this is the NASDAQ. How many consecutive bars to the upside do you see here since we left the show? Since we left, you had 4 consecutive up bars on the NASDAQ, and Meta did a grand total of what during that time? Oh, won't break the high, won't break the high, won't break the high. At some point, like, doesn't that tell you if you're going to short something, short that? Like, it broke down. Like, if you're thinking long off support here, I mean, it's just been wrong the whole time. Like, it's been giving you winners, but like Tesla's going $1 million at a time. Nvidia's breaking a few dollars at a time. But this is showing you that it's relatively weak. So it broke down, flat bottom break, short into the upside. I was telling Obi exactly this move. Start in, take the overfills, give it to 10, and then this has a clear retracement play. Like, do that, or like, because he came in late. It's like you don't want to go long at the high, or short Square at the same level from this morning. Like, what did Square do? It went to 70, overs, 70 quarters short, filled into 68. Okay, up there, same thing, shows you the same top. Market's breaking out, still won't break it, short the same level. Again, it's not necessarily rocket science. However, if you're going to be wrong, you want to be wrong on the right thing. Like this morning, I was wrong on the wrong thing, which was C3AI. But if you're going to make that move counter trend, like do it there. Find relative weakness to short instead. I mean, like he's over in Apple now because Apple makes sense. Like Apple, that's a strong stock. It's been trending to the upside. Go dip buy an Apple. I got no issues with that. But you got to be able to notice what's happening over there in Meta. Like one of these charts is not like the other. And you can clearly see what that one is going to be. I've been caught doing it too. Like I'm not sitting here as if I'm immune to that, man. You guys saw me on C3AI this morning. It's just, I took my shots on it. I took my L's on it. Every single time it broke a level, I would get out, when I could have been reversing long. Every time I got stopped out of a short, it was a good reversal to the long side. But I'm not gonna fight it past midday. Once it was past that 30 area, it's like, forget about it, man. It was gonzo at that point. The trend was too strong. So you got to take your L's, move on to the next. I think the market, it's trying to hold up here. But if you're looking for the dip buys and the longs, you know, there's nothing wrong with Apple. Nvidia doesn't really look all that bad either. Tesla's probably gone a little bit too far. But Meta, no, not Meta.
So everything he said made complete sense. I should have looked at the levels that it bounced off. I was looking at the resistance that you said didn't make sense because it rejected off top so many times. So my risk to reward wasn't proper there. It didn't make sense. I was trying to win 20 cents but lose $1 down. So thanks, Neil. That actually made some good sense. So I sold all my longs on Apple and I'm going short, which you just said to go long. I'm not doing that. It's okay to go long, right? Yeah, so I sold all my shares. I went back up positive. You see, I made all my money back. So I lost a lot of money on Meta. I made it all back with Apple.
There you go,
So
bro.
I'm in the profits now again.
There you go.
We're waiting on this Apple short. The reason is I don't.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I
go
got a
ahead.
quick question for you. So we don't even really know what your identity as a trader is yet, because I mean, you don't
Okay.
have enough hours.
Very
right?
true. Right.
So I'm trying to glean some information as your identity as a gambler.
I
So
don't
yo,
gamble.
calm down, bro. Like, calm down, bro. You know,
Just can't throw words out there like
the
that.
gambling,
I don't
the
gamble.
gambling activities, or let's call them card activities, whatever. I don't mean to.
Have I
touch
had a
the-
chance to explain?
No. We're gonna digress. So wait. Bradley, hold on. So you're the type of person that plays one hand, you can walk away with your winnings, correct?
Absolutely. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say maybe we could make an implication that you be that one good trade type person?
100%.
So what is going on here?
If,
Why are
like,
we
why am I
punching
scalping?
in and out? Because you
See,
strike me as the person who waits for that right one, you strike.
I agree. So that's why I really like Arun's play style on this trading stuff, right? This trading video game. So the thing is though, listen, I'm a professional editor. I play video games on my side.
Yeah.
I grew up on a computer.
So
I'm very comfortable on the keyboard.
You're comfortable. I got you.
You know what I mean? So what's the point of not putting that skill set into use?
No, there's no
Because if
point.
you guys, so when I'm switching, also I'm a great switcher.
Yes.
That's part of it, right?
Bro, you don't have to tell us
Okay,
everything you're
sorry,
great
yeah,
at.
right,
God
sorry,
mode,
sorry.
it's taken.
Right, sorry. So when I'm on the switcher, guys, we have a lot of monitors that we can see.
That's fair.
So when you guys, on the main show, when you guys see Neil and he's talking stuff, I can see Sean that you guys don't see. And the way I see this guy
another
going,
bunch of other stuff
he
too.
does this, and he's just clicking stuff, and he's so tense, and his face is, you know what I mean? No smiles, no nothing. I'm like, yo, this guy's going crazy right now. So I'm just trying to imitate that play style because I like it. I like the
intensity.
the sweatness and then trying hard and just trying to make sense, but turning it into big profits because of share size.
But like Sean prints.
He prints. No, he prints.
Sean prints. And he prints by also being very enthusiastic.
Absolutely.
Arun prints.
Yes.
But Arun is not as enthusiastic. There's really no formula here. Everybody.
And what I'm doing is just combining the both. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
your Tesla might have something here on the futures. I think
Tesla?
this might be an interesting shift here. I'm seeing a nice look on Meta. Meta's curling nicely here, guys. A bit of a reversal candle. I want to say a bottoming tail, if that's correct. So this might be interesting. What this tells you is that all the buying keeps getting bought up around these levels. That's what these candles indicate here. And these are 5-minute candles. Here we go. Meta's moving. I don't know if this is an indication on the futures, but Meta at least may want to retrace into VWAP. This is a good probably long here. I'm probably late to the party. We'll see.
Yo, let's give these guys a lesson.
Go.
And you guys have spoken. I've worked here for a year, and you guys have talked to us probably 20 times.
Okay.
But I never listen because
About?
I'm doing other stuff. I'm doing production and stuff.
Okay.
Please explain VWAP. I know what it stands for. Volume weighted average price.
Ooh, applause.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. But
Oh my God.
I don't know when you're supposed to use it and how you're supposed to use it for information. So can you give me a quick 3-minute lesson on it?
Like, to be honest with you, there's just so many different ways to use it. I use it as a level like I would a price action level. So I'm looking for, for example, something to make a big move.
Okay.
And then if I was to want to take a retracement off it to go long, you know me, I don't like to punch in at highs. So I'd be looking for a retracement. VWAP would be one of the places where I look.
Okay.
Okay? But it would, again, I always say this. Look to see if the level has been respected. If the stock has respected that particular indicator on that day and on previous occasions, chances are it may respect it more on, like if it did that day. Like we see a bunch of stuff bouncing off the 50. That's not by accident. That's because a lot of people are looking at the 50.
Right, okay.
A lot of people are looking at VWAP, right? We know what VWAP is used for. Michael Noss explained that to us today. A lot of hedge funds use it to kind of judge their traders based on the price they got relative to VWAP, what the intraday VWAP was. He talked about anchoring, which is basically the start point for your VWAP. He was basically, from a swing trade perspective, he was talking about anchoring it from like the breakout point, whether that's earnings or a news catalyst or whatever, so that it could be more effectively weighted. So essentially what it is, it's a level off which you can use. And the reason it's valid is because a lot of people use it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. I like that. I've seen a lot of people talking about RSI as well. What does that stand for, RSI? Do you know?
And by the way, I didn't give you a technical explanation of what it is, but you're asking me how to use it.
Yes,
That's not what you were asking me.
yes.
You're not going to say explain what VWAP is, which is basically the mathematical version of it.
I understand the formula.
Yeah.
What's RSI?
The relative strength index. So it's kind of like it's an oscillator. It's a measure
Do you have
of
it
whether.
on?
No, I don't
You do
use
not
it.
have
I
it,
use it on my long-term time frame. I don't use it intraday. I know some people use it intraday. It's a great success, and shout out to them. It's not one of the ones that I use.
Gotcha.
So the RSI, it's basically an oscillator that shows overbought and oversold positions. Michael Noss had a really good explanation of RSI for swing trade. Go back, I believe, a couple of weeks to the Friday explanation there. He was basically, his position was, a lot of people want to buy when it's below 20 or sell above 80, and that's not really the right way to use it. So go back, have a look. I believe it was 2 Fridays ago. And it is like that, 8:40 to 8:50 time slot that he should have been doing that in. So Michael Noss, shout out to Michael Noss.
Sick. I went short Meta here.
Go.
Believe it or not.
You're gonna short it?
I'm gonna short Meta.
You don't believe in this pop then, huh?
I do not for Meta at least, because it wasn't doing it beforehand. It was failing. It failed my long here. Remember, I took that big loss from it. So I'm gonna play off this 50 average that I have, this indicator. I have my out set up. It's going to go up, but I'm going to wait for it to break. I learned, so when I first started working here, Neil was telling me, the most obvious price that you think is going to be a stop, don't go out on it. Wait 10 more cents above that, or put your stop limit 10 more cents after that. Because if everyone's getting punched out on that same part, it might just go back to the way that you wanted it to go. So lagging indicator, stop using that crap. I know this simple move average is lagging indicator, but
even the exponential move, they're all lagging.
Right. Nothing's gonna be real time. If it is, it would make trading way too easy. For everyone. You know what I mean? So there has to be some type of trickery there.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm keeping it super simple. Very simple. I have my level 2 on my left side. You guys.
Baby.
That shaking stuff. I don't like that shaking stuff.
What?
When you shake your screen and everything disappears?
Oh, yeah, that's
for no
good.
reason?
Yeah,
That just scares me a little bit. But yeah, so I'm in short Meta. I'm going to hold this and wait what it does. Obviously, it's going to the... I mean, if Meta gets me twice in one day, I'm probably never trading the stock again because I hold...
Are you kidding?
Yeah, I'm very petty.
No, man.
And I'm very vengeful to stocks. Like, once
Meta
you're on my bad side, I never want to see you again.
Let me tell you, man. You know? I had my reservations about Meta and Facebook as a company, and as soon as I punched long, all those reservations went out the door, okay? That shows you where my priorities lie. No, I'm swinging this with Big Boy Sherrod, so like, I care about how this one does. And the whole idea here with Meta, guys, is that it sold off quite aggressively last year on, justifiable news, but now it's riding that TikTok tailwind. And that's really what it's been all about. The threat of TikTok getting banned or for sale. We talked about that ad nauseum on the show. We're not going to get that into it again, but yeah, that's the whole point with Meta, guys. These futures, though, on the ES, kept thinking maybe this was the time where we reversed, but it looks like the market really does want to hold up. But it's kind of developing, this consolidation area. Do we break below this consolidation area, or do we hold here? I mean, it's just, I don't know. I don't know what to predict here, so I'm going to stay out of this trade. This is a tough read for me anyway. I'm not sure whether we break or we go because the NASDAQ's pointing higher, the ES consolidating. Look, no, this isn't time to go short. I'm staying away from that. Anyway, Baba holding that 150 area like a glove. It hasn't even gotten down to 150. 155 has been the area. We kind of predicted that given what it had done at 150 to the upside when it was coming from the downside. It was a lot of resistance around there and finally broke through on enough volume. And now it's back at that level, so I'm looking for a possible hold. Michael saying ES 15-minute. All right, let's have a look at the ES 15-minute. Here we go. All right, here's what I'm looking at. So I'm seeing obviously 4 red candles, but we're seeing, you know, kind of candles of indecision where they've got really tiny bodies and a lot of wicking. And we're also really near the highs. So I don't know. I'm not as confident with this. I don't know. What do you see on the 15? Tag me. You didn't really explain. What's going on, Fahad?
I don't know if you've seen the AMD, the move.
Chips are moving again?
I don't know. AMD touched at 97.
Nvidia is-
Yeah, 97, 95, and now it's bouncing back. So
Goodness gracious.
it's an interesting level. If I try to go out to this period right here, I need to, you know, I need to use a 30-minute more. I find myself, I'm always in these smaller charts, the 3-minute, the 1 minute. So I need to start getting used to this.
But you got to zoom in a bit.
Brother, do you see how much I'm scrolling this right now? I don't know what's happening. I don't know how to scroll it in.
What are you doing?
I'm just scrolling and nothing's working. That's why I just stick to this one.
There you go.
But this is a 3-minute chart.
Yeah.
And this was the high of the day on a wick. I'm not going to count the wick. So I'm going to say 98.30 was the high of the day.
Which one are you talking about, Neil?
This is.
Yeah, okay, so I didn't explain this to you.
Yeah,
so
go
there's institutional orders that come in at 8 a.m.
Okay.
And they cause, obviously, the chart patterns to look wonky.
Okay.
So when you see weird prints around 8 a.m., they're to be disregarded.
Gotcha.
I mean, some people have theories on them that they can predict stuff. I mean, I don't know of any solid thing, but yeah, some people say stuff.
So since the market opened then, let's talk about that. AMD dropped heavy, and now it came back, and it just made since the open, a 97.80 top, a wick high. So I don't know, it bounced back really quick. So why would it break these levels? I mean, if it opened, how much? I want to know how much percentage is dropped.
There's a way to do it on TradingView. I can show you. Brendo actually used it in the morning.
Okay,
you kind of drag and drop, and it tells you what percentage move from where the part you started dragging to the part you hold till. Yeah, I'll show you that after.
Yeah, but yeah. So I don't know. This is a level. I mean, to short off, if the market's not going to go up anytime soon, AMD right now is basically flat. So it's not following. How much is the market?
The market's
right now?
up. The ES is up 0.88.
And the NASDAQ?
The NASDAQ 1.15.
So AMD is not following the NASDAQ at all, whatsoever.
The what?
The AMD, it's not following NASDAQ.
No,
yeah,
it's not.
So,
AMD's kind of, okay, so we'll look at chips. AMD is red on the day. It's almost flat. So it's down 0.01. It just went flat right now. Okay. But the chart pattern is not bad. The chart pattern, even though it gapped up or gapped down in the sense that it opened the day low, right? The close is 97.88. We gapped down all the way down to 95. But look at the chart. Look at the pattern. It's been up and to the right the entire day. So even though we opened lower, right now, but this is an interesting inflection point. This is yesterday's close, the area we're at right now.
Okay.
Right? This line right here.
Okay.
So this is typically an area of resistance. It doesn't mean it's going to be an area of resistance. So some people would be interested in taking a short off here. Now, there are other things that you have to take into consideration. What's the market doing?
Right.
What are the chips doing? What are the sector of microchips and semiconductors? What are they doing?
Right. Okay.
Right. So there's other factors you have to take into consideration before entering that short, especially when it's a counter trend trade.
Gotcha.
All right. The Hayes Records 199 super chat.
Uh-oh.
Woo, got partial filled on Amazon calls and went up 62%. You get that one. That's money. Shout out to the Hayes Records, baby. We're moving up, though, on Meta.
Yeah, Meta.
So that reversal was absolute money on Meta. I thought we would find resistance at VWAP because that was a former area of support, and we kept bouncing off it. Here we go, though. We take VWAP quite handily, and now we're pumping back closer to that $0.75 level area, 210.54. That's a high a day. We kind of had a bit of a top there brewing at the 210.54. Did I say? Yeah, 210.54. So, yeah, it looks like we're headed there again. We're about only 70, 90, 80. Okay, I'll get it right. 80 pennies away from that level at the moment. Meta curling, the ES flat, but the NQ only 8 points off the top. And for the NQ, that's not all that much.
Interesting. Meta's whooping me right now.
You're short.
I am short.
Eek.
I'm finding this level that if I want to.
I didn't even notice.
It's okay. Yeah. I want to see what I can do with this. Man, I know people are telling me don't look at the simple average, the moving average, sorry.
Yeah.
But it's just the first thing I learned.
But remember what I told you? Look to see, is this indicator that you're using relevant? Is it being respected by that particular stock?
Right.
So does it come to bounce off it?
Right.
Is it showing you, yes, a lot of market participants are using this indicator, and therefore it does have, validity or
So
merit.
I'm hoping right now it's gonna. I can't believe I'm doubling down on my short.
Okay.
Yeah,
I like it.
I think it's not gonna stay above this line too much because on the top it stayed above it for a while. It finally broke. It went down, and I think it's gonna test the short again. If Meta was against the market this whole time, why would it be with it now? That's how I see it. We're seeing a bunch of algorithm people talking. So I'm gonna go short. I'm gonna double down on it. I wanted to. Yo, Baba had good levels. You're still in it? Oh, you got out. Yeah?
I got out. Yeah.
Okay, you made
I
good
just
money
got
off
out.
that one.
I did decent, you know, but it's all really tight ranges. Nothing
It
spectacular.
is very tight.
Like 60 pennies we went long. We took out in the 90s.
And you had it at what? 10.
We had 102.60.
102.60.
And then we took out some in the top there. The majority of what we got out
What's
here.
stopping you from buying it again right now?
I'm looking for a bounce off 50. So I want to see how it acts at 50. I'm like, okay, it'll get out right at my break even. Fine. I can get right back in for the same shareage at 50. I'll have a better cost basis. So that was a 10 penny decision because your 10 pennies in this case makes a difference. I've been only able to scalp maximum 35 off this. It really hasn't given me range. And I don't know why I keep trading it. I should just go something else.
No, the long makes sense though. I would do the same thing.
No, it hasn't been a good trade.
Matter of fact,
today.
I did the same thing.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So, come on, Sharif. So
There
I'm
we go,
long
bro.
Baba now. How do you say it, Baba?
Baba, baby.
You're Arab, brother. That is an Arabic
Neil is
way
not
to say
pleased.
Baba.
He's displeased.
That is I don't think it's gonna break this line, guys. I like to do averages. I already said this when I first started. I'm an average type of guy. Meta,
You're opposite, bro.
I'm opposite, huh? I'm just
average.
I have
God mode, baby.
Meta's gonna drop and make me a lot of money.
Is it?
I'm telling you, brother.
Okay.
It's talking
well,
to
it
me
could
right
be
now.
a VWAP rejection.
VWAP, exactly.
You added more?
I added more. Of course
this
I
guy,
added more.
he doesn't care about your feelings.
I'm going to make money.
Take this opportunity to like and
Sean.
subscribe to our YouTube channel. You won't be disappointed. There's lots of bangs.
Lots of bangs. I don't know why he doesn't like the giggle on that. I find it hilarious.
It's hilarious. The chat
It's so
loves
good.
it.
Yeah, I seen a comment, guys. I am on sim mode, so take my trades. Don't even look at them. I'm just doing it to trade.
even
I'm
look at
learning. I'm learning trades. I'm figuring out the mistakes that I make. When you first started, were you learning off your mistakes? No.
Oh, no question, bro. I can't tell
You have
you
to.
the amount of frustration, especially trying to use the dreaded IBKR Trader Workstation platform.
Right.
And I just couldn't get it to work right. And that was a lot of throwing shoes into walls and punching chairs. And yeah, man, it was intense. It was intense.
That's, guys, that is what I'm doing. This is my goal. My goal is to learn because I can, off the show, I can easily, go Baba. I can easily go back to my trades and figure out why I did what I did and say, okay, so I shouldn't do that or what I should have done. But I'm on the show. I'm really trying to be entertaining. I'm trying to make you guys, laugh and smile and whatnot because that's all I care about is making people happy.
There we go, baby.
I make people happy. And
that goes without saying.
Cleanest way possible, if you guys get my
That
drift.
goes without saying, dude.
But yeah, so I'm here to entertain because I'm just covering. We had no bodies today. Obi's going to be on the closed social. He needed a rest.
Yeah.
You don't want him talking for 6 hours straight,
No.
obviously.
And I had to start the morning show, too.
Right, and so are you going on the closed show for the last hour as well?
I'm going to see.
You'll see. So
I'll see if Greg will
we're
come.
very small on bodies, so I just came to sit, make you guys laugh, and hopefully
Always
you guys are
appreciate
laughing.
you being on, bro.
Yeah,
and people do like the fact that, we talk about some of the stuff, the more nuanced
The
stuff.
simple stuff. Yeah,
because
absolutely.
we have a lot of new viewers always coming
Absolutely.
on. And
I see that some comments are like, can we get a real trader on this? And I feel their frustration because I'm probably not giving anything of value.
Yeah.
But
no, and I wouldn't say that.
I would never be on the show in the morning, for example, because that's important.
Yeah, of course.
You know
we're
what I mean?
talking about a slower time of day here, guys. We don't have to be punching long and short at every particular time.
Yeah,
right?
so you guys can take a breather, go to the kitchen, listen to me talk, laugh, you know what I mean?
Are we getting a move here on these futures?
Brother, you see this going short.
I'm short again.
No, I'm
I'm
saying
short
you see this
again.
short,
Here,
right?
hold on. Yeah.
I'm gonna make money.
You're short Meta. Okay, so you're taking the VWAP rejection. We're getting a curl down on Microsoft. We're also getting a bit of a curl down on Apple. And yeah, Tesla's been down into the right for a while. You saw the rejection there that Fahad's trying to take for the VWAP rejection on Meta. I want to say the strong one right now is Amazon. It's still printing higher, 103.08. The market now really coming down here. There we go, 412, short again, 414. So 41.14, not 414, 41.14. So let's see if we can get some downward movement here. This 41.19 level, we talked about that earlier.
Meta. Come on, man. Okay.
Let's go. What do you got? There we go, baby. There we go to the downside.
You
Let's
feel
go.
me? So I can take some profits right now. They're not big profits. But if I'm gonna take $20 bones, watch this. Pop.
That's your money. That's your money.
So I'm waiting for that fill. Boom. Took half of my shares out there.
Okay, so let's get this move down, man. If we could see 4,100 on these futures, I'd really like that right at the moment. So let's go. Renata saying, Baba, yeah, I know. I got out, Renata, because, you know, well, I can get back in possibly because now it's back at 102.50. But I feel like I'm expending a lot of energy on Baba, a lot of mental capital, and it's kind of very range bound. So unless I really size in at these levels and take very little in the way of notional move, I'm just going to stay away from it. I'm looking for a possible retracement here. If we could get 4,100, that'd be great. But we are very strong on the day, so let's not get carried away here with the kind of move we can get to the downside. But we are seeing some curls to the downside on Apple, on Microsoft, and a little bit on Meta. What do you see there? How's your Meta short? Oh, you're in Baba here. You got Baba long.
So I'm Baba long. So they're both in the money very slightly.
Like
they're
it.
still around my levels.
Okay.
But because I average into Baba, I'm hoping this little push up by 10 cents will make me money, and it's going that way. So I might put a bit out here, right here. Watch this, watch this.
Okay.
I'm gonna make some money right here. Watch.
And remember the spread. So okay, so put your level 2 on there.
Should I?
Well, no, because you're looking at the level 2 on the side. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at my P&L.
Okay, so you need to be. Where's your time in sales? Where's your level 2? What's happening?
No, brother. P&L and chart. That's all I care about.
No. You got to look at time in sales. Color tells you a lot about the stock movement.
No, I'm colorblind.
Are you? No, you're not. No. You're not, bro. Come on.
All right, okay. I'll put level 2. I made some money on
Pull up a time in sales. Pull up yeah, there you go. That's what you need. You need the stock window, which is a level 2.
And then let me just make that like that. Okay, cool. So I did make money off Baba there.
No, what is that? Where's the time in sales?
I don't know.
You need the
right
tape.
here. Right here, no?
No, that's the book. So, where is your the load, the main chart thing?
The toolbar?
Yeah, the toolbar.
Toolbar is right here.
Toolbar, there we go.
Toolbar right here.
So click. Here, give me the mouse.
Yeah.
This is
He's
the
gonna
one
set
you
up some things for me
there
so
we
I
go.
can.
So here you go.
Price
That's
action
the time
trader.
in sales.
So I like quant
and you're
action.
gonna put this right beside the. What is going on here?
I don't know.
There we go. Oh, this mouse is horrible. So you're gonna make room by moving this chart over. So make room for. Goodness, bro. Make room for this.
You almost got
make it like the other one.
Yeah. Okay. So right here.
Yeah.
So this is my price action.
That's the time in sales.
Time in sales.
And then the book, but click, make them part of the same window. So you know how you associated the windows?
Okay,
there you
cool.
go.
So
Now
I'll
we're
move
moving
them
back again down into 412.5 on these futures, on this ES, excuse me. So looking for that break and that continued move down. We're getting a nice curl on a lot of these big cap names. Even now, Amazon's giving up the ghost. Here comes 412 again. Let's get continuation, man. We're not really getting a sustained move to the downside. It's very slow. It's taken, I want to say, the better part of an hour to move 5 points to the downside here on these futures. So it'd be nice if it sped up a bit, please.
Okay, Meta's doing good right now. It's good. Oopsies, that's not.
Yeah, so go ahead and type that in. There you go. Now you got them both associated.
Right, so my chart needs to load up quicker because I'm a scalp trader here, you know what I mean? So I need to make faster money than this.
There you go, baby.
Yeah, Meta's looking good. I was short at the 50s.
Okay.
And right now, it is at 209.38. So I can do 12 cents in the money. But because I'm in a lot of shares.
You got a lot of shareage, eh?
Yeah. So honestly, brother man, I might take some shares out here.
You're going to take some shareage?
Yeah. Why not? So if I'm short, I'm going to go ahead and buy.
All right.
So give me the bit. Did it do it?
So much strength in the ES,
the keyboard.
Man.
Well, okay. I learned if you don't hit your keyboard with purpose and like like a man, then there's no point because.
Bro, nobody hits their keyboard like Brendo. Brendo hits his keyboard like no other. I can hear those keys from the front door when I walk in the morning, bro. Like, resonating throughout the place. He's got a metal keyboard. When I'm up there, the frame of that thing is metal, bro. Like it's sturdy. I'll tell you that. So, yeah, here we go. So still doing that dance here with the futures. We're just I don't know if it's a short type of day, but we shall see. What else we got? everything is moving downside. Yeah, even NVIDIA found a bit of a top at the moment, but you know, these dips on some of these big caps, these could be buying opportunities possibly going into the more liquid time of day, 2 to 4, because there's really not been that much selling. When selling's coming in, it's being immediately bought up, and there's not that much of it, to be honest with you. There's not really a big fight between buyers and sellers at these lower levels. I don't know if a lot of people are hitting the sell button. It doesn't feel like a sell type day. It feels like maybe we do break these highs into the more liquid period, assuming nothing really changes. And Williams, who's slated to speak, I believe, at 3:05, doesn't say anything.
You think he's going to move the market?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It might move.
Williams
sounds
like you know what I'd like?
Good name.
I'd like to put a list over here of all the voting members versus non-voting. Even though they're non-voting, they do have persuasion over the markets. But like, you want to know who's voting and who's not, right? At least I'd like to know. And
did you see the old white Afro lady, Yellen?
Yeah.
Right. She looks like the granny.
Janet Yellen. She's not the FOMC. She's a Treasury Secretary, a Minister of Finance.
She used to be the Fed pal, right?
Yes.
She used to be.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But we've seen. She looks like the granny from Tweety. You know Tweety Bird? And I just thought, you know what?
Bro, that
she
is
went from
classic.
a cartoon show to the Fed.
God.
That is a big move.
You're funny.
Shout out to her.
Fahad coming in with the hot lines there, taking down the Treasury Secretary with one quick, swift, and now Tweety Bird. I love it, man. Okay. How do you feel about this meta short, man? I feel like the market's getting bought up here.
Yeah, I'm
what
not
do you feel
too
about
confident.
this?
Even Bobo's not going my way right now.
Yeah.
So this is weird. What's the? I need a market thing up here.
White Afro lady, the chat is laughing their rear ends about that.
I'm gonna pull out another chart. I'm gonna, hold on. Stock window. Is it stock window? Is that what I'm looking at?
So the stock window,
or chart window.
What do you want?
I want to pull up another chart. I want to summon a new chart.
Yeah, that one right there.
Chart window,
That's
right?
the one.
Okay, so I'm going to summon this chart. And what's the market I should be looking at? The NASDAQ?
Yeah, so type in NQ, backslash M23, and then select go down until you see M. Yeah, there you go.
Brother, I'm crazy.
Brother, this guy's
and
too
what's
swift
what's
with
the
it.
best default thing to do for the market that you just have on the side to look at?
You're talking about time frame?
Yeah.
5, I would say.
5 minutes?
Arun would tell you 5. Some
Okay.
people use 3.
So we'll do 5 minutes. But because I'm not Arun, I'm going to do 3 minutes.
No.
So,
guys,
no, but I like Arun
hot
a lot.
fire. Yeah, no, the way he trades.
Yeah.
No question
So we'll
about
put that there on my top one just because I want to see what the market's doing. So right now, because I'm on fake money, it's not going to show me. Guys, look. Who is that? I mean, you see the comparison?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That's rough.
Yeah. Looking good.
I love it, guys.
Looking good, Yellen.
Yep.
Janet Yellen scares me.
It was not a good week for her,
bro.
She didn't have answers to any of those questions last week. She tried to make up for a little bit.
She moved the market big time.
All right, I think we're gonna go long here, meta dude.
Are you?
Yeah, because here we're getting a bit of a. Yeah, I like this higher low that's brewing here, and I don't feel like these futures are selling off that aggressively, so I'm going long. There it is. We're going to take this long, and we're going to see if we can touch high of day again, 210.54. The futures, they're just not selling off. The ES is not selling off. On the dips, it's getting bought back up. So I like this long. Let's see what happens here. And we shall see. I'm buying this dip. I like this higher low.
I can't tell if he's mad at Sharif. Guys, you'll know when Sharif's mad. I've seen this guy yell.
What?
He broke. Remember when you picked up the desk and chucked it outside the window?
Funny.
And you broke the whole wall? Remember that one?
Funny.
You guys will know when this guy's mad. Trust me.
I don't think I've ever gotten mad at work once.
Okay. Yeah, Meta, guys. I'm down on Meta. I'm down on Baba. My trading is going fabulous, clearly. We'll see any other stocks you guys want me to look at. Yo, what's like, you know what? When I first started, I traded Veru, and I made a lot of money on that. So talk to me about these small, Meta's whooping me. Talk to me about these small caps that's kind of moving today. Is there any small caps moving today?
No, bro. Well, there was.
Like
no, that's not fair. There was, but it's just have not been able to focus on them lately, mainly because they were kind of dead for a while, and we kind of got used to these small cappers. But here it is. BUR making a big boy move. This one, what, $2.4 billion market cap. Look at that move. 1150, it halted. You had one opportunity off VWAP here. We talked about this one. Up and to the right, small cap crapper, but very, I want to say, low risk in terms of small cap crappers. The small cap crappers just absolutely, they could zigzag.
They can do whatever they want.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. They're absolute bamboozlement city. We had BlackBerry today, kind of trading like a buyout. No, there were others. Hold on, let me just look down here the list. There were some other big ones too earlier. IonQ was a good one. Look at this one. Look at this one. This one had a big boy move, and then it retraces. You know, I don't know where you would call this top off.
So the problem with small caps, their indicators are like not useful when they pop off. When they have a pop-off move,
sometimes they are. Like
you think so?
Yeah, like depends. For like, there's a strategy called buying the first pullback on the 1 minute chart.
Okay.
I mean, there's a whole bunch of different strategies you can use for that.
Okay.
It's a whole thing. We're getting into it.
So I shorted Midday again. I averaged
You did, yeah. I know. I took some profits there.
Nice.
Now it's gone against me. But I'm looking for this VWAP hold. This could be a bull trap, right? I mean, we've been looking for the market to retrace. I keep saying it gets bought up, but I think there's also this bamboozlement at this level. It really hasn't decided which way it's going to go. I don't know. We'll see. Meta going against me now, though.
I would appreciate a bull trap because then I would make money.
There you go.
So bull trap doesn't sound too bad right now. You know what? I'm averaging 209.55s.
Yeah.
So if it keeps shorting, if I take at 45s, I'll make money. So that's what I'm waiting for. If it can touch this simple moving average right here, no, 45, they'd have to break it, actually. I'm not even gonna lie. We'll see how it goes. I'm very confident in my stocks right now. But you said BlackBerry? They're BBY, right?
You don't know, BB.
Just BB?
.NY.
What's BBY? Best Buy. What's Best Buy saying?
I don't know. It hasn't been doing much lately. I don't know. Have a look.
New York?
BBY. Yeah, that's spot. It's New York, probably.
New York, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm going to get off this one. So I'm going to go ahead and go to BB. And that's NASDAQ or New York as well?
I think it's New York as well.
Okay, let's go to BlackBerry. Believe it or not, I actually have faith in BlackBerry long term.
Really?
Yes.
In
I
what
think they're going to do really well in the cybersecurity industry. And I was talking to Sean about this.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I feel like if they if they did a big I mean they were like industry breakers for the phone, man.
They were.
Everyone had a BlackBerry when I was growing up.
Because of the privacy, the security. And then Apple came with their own and they were no longer important.
Yeah, but it's because they had the better phones. So if BlackBerry steps away from the phones, but really focuses on the cybersecurity and can license out their stuff, and go, what if they make a better security than Apple, and then they sell it to Apple, let them use their licensing. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah.
They're a small. What's their price right now? Like $5, $4.50.
No, I don't know.
Why would you not buy a million shares and just wait 5-10 years from now?
Because it could go to zero. That's the truth. No,
you think it goes to zero?
No, it could.
It could, but it won't.
No, I'm not saying it will. Here's the thing, bro. If you're looking at Apple to buy BlackBerry's stuff, you're going to be waiting a long time. It won't be Apple who's buying. It will be some different, some other company. Yeah. They tried. They tried licensing some of their navigation software. So I think Hyundai they were talking to. That didn't materialize. They've been trying to do that. It's been since 2021. They've been doing like, let's license our stuff to, third parties. I don't know if it's going to work, but we'll see. Man, people like the new gen, they don't even know who they are. Like if you don't have a BlackBerry, they don't even know who BlackBerry is. 12-year-old kids today don't know what BlackBerry is? No, man. Even older than that, I would say some 20-year-olds probably. Really? Early 20s, they don't even know what BlackBerry is, man. BlackBerry was, I mean, when would you say BlackBerry was at the height, handset-wise?
When I was in middle school, so.
Okay, so what year was that? Top of year.
Grade 8, let's say I'm 53 years old now, but I'd say like 16 years ago?
I would say BlackBerry was at the height 08, 09, 10.
Yeah.
And then 12, I would say the 11, 12 it started declining a little bit. They came out with some, remember the Torch? It was like their first attempt at a touch phone with a solid state keyboard. You slid it up.
That was a sick phone.
The concept was good.
That was a great phone.
Yeah, it was good. It was slow as hell. It was garbage compared to the iPhone. It was absolute garbage when you compared them. And that's what it was, man. Their UI was brutal compared to iOS at the time.
Ready for this throwback? Major throwback?
Go.
The LG Kick.
Wow. I never had one. I never had one.
Bro, come on. That was the phone.
You like that one?
That was the phone. Everyone had that phone. I was texting in class, not paying attention. That was the way to go, because we had only 10 texts per day.
Oh, I remember that.
Right. So I would spend 6 of my texts talking trash about other people. 2 people. I'd leave the last 4 for my walk home. I'd be telling my mom, okay, I'm here now.
Yeah,
Because
you're
I'm a safe guy, you know what I mean?
hilarious,
I gotta update my mother. So 4 texts for the walk home, and then I got exactly 7.5 minutes per day before 8 p.m. After 8 p.m. it's free game. I
You
can
only
talk to
had
anyone.
7.5 minutes?
Yeah, because I was 12 years old, brother.
I know, but I didn't know that it was even a plan. Like, I never knew there was a plan out there that gave 7.5 minutes.
I know people that gave me certain
Oh,
deals
I
on
got
that,
it.
you
Okay,
know.
okay, got it, got it.
I had
Yeah.
7.5 minutes to talk on before
That's
8 p.m.
amazing, bro.
Yeah, it was
Those are
good.
stories.
That was a life,
Yeah.
man. It was a
No,
life.
man, it was simple.
Texting was cool. Razer Motorola, that was my first phone, and then
Hell
the
yeah.
LG Kick was my second one. So.
Oh, man.
It was fun
05, that's what I remember, the Razer, man. Everybody like wanted the Razer, and it was super expensive. It was $2,000.
Which one?
$2,000, the Motorola Razer.
Was it?
Yeah, initially,
No.
yeah. You had to go to Pacific Mall to get it. I got
my.
it like end of 04, early 05, bro. And like
know
they
all
were upcharging you big on that. You had to pay that price of premium. You couldn't get it anywhere, man. This was before these handsets became widely available by the service providers.
Oh, I see.
Before they had these garbage phones,
Right.
and you had to go into like the private market to go get a lit phone if you wanted to ball out.
Yeah, phones. Remember them brick phones?
Of course,
My
I
pops
remember
had one, and I really liked that phone, but I never got to use it. Yo,
Baba?
Alibaba? Alibaba? I'm not messing with it. So.
Yeah, it's headed to the south side. 102.50. We kept saying, oh, that's going to be a support level. No,
Right,
I'm done
yeah.
with Baba, bro. No more mental capital on Baba. I'm not looking at it. I'm looking for this VWAP hold on my friend Meta, but I'm also looking for the NQ and the ES to hold up. And yeah, we'll see whether that happens or not. What are you giggling about?
Sam L said, I did unspeakable things for that phone.
What? The Motorola Razer?
I don't know what phone, but
I'm
he did
assuming
some
you
things
did, yeah.
to get some things. I mean,
I did unspeakable things.
what's your Instagram, brother? We got to talk about it.
That's hilarious. No, man, yeah, that phone, you
That's,
had to go to Pacific Mall, man, to get that phone. You couldn't walk into a Rogers store and get
Pacific
that.
phone was big back. Or,
Pacific Mall, yeah.
That was
For you guys
big.
don't know what Pacific Mall is, and if you're not from Toronto, you won't know. It is basically this all Asian mall. They have like awesome electronics. There it used to be the place to go to get kind of stuff you couldn't get here that was only available in Asia. Not really so much anymore now that really everything is kind of worldwide, right? So, but yeah, that was good times there.
Guys, I got 10 minutes left, obviously. Oh, wait, I do not. Oh, wait, do we?
Hold on. Tell Fahad he should be doing stand-up comedy. He is one crazy dude.
I would, but honestly,
Yeah, you would be really good.
Yeah, but I like sitting down.
You can get a stool. Don't you see those guys that bring a stool and a water bottle on the mic?
But then it's not stand-up comedy.
Get
Anyways.
Oh my God.
Yeah, thanks.
That is the kind of
horrible.
stuff you'd be getting if you went to a show hosted by our friend Fahad there, baby.
Yeah.
Mo Walker. Yeah, calm down, John. That's funny. Here we go, man. We're still, oh, geez, man. These futures are lulling me to sleep. Choose a direction already. It's stair-stepping down, but the move down is so anemic that you can't really trust it. You can't really believe it, and it's not doing anything else to the upside. So I won't be getting into anything. I'll just be staying in this meta trade here and seeing if we do get that balance eventually on the NASDAQ and on the futures. Otherwise, we're, whatever. Where are we? We're like 1 penny out of the money. We're in 71s at 70, so not much to report on there. What else is moving here, Friday?
My Apple trade was a great trade. Like, I mean, look at this
Talk
wick
us
that I
through
caught.
it.
Look at this.
That's a bottom wick.
That's a
Those feel the
bottom wick,
best.
brother. That does feel good. What is that feeling in my stomach right now? I like that
Butterflies.
a lot. Yeah, these butterflies moving. Yeah, I think Apple's was the most consistent one that I had. I mean, if we're looking at the 50 moving average, brother, look at this. I don't know how to zoom out, but I mean, look.
Okay, so zoom out, you hold control.
Control.
And then the scroll bar. Okay, do it again.
Yes, I don't know what's
let go. And do it again. Now go back zoom. Hit control. Now do it. There you go. Oh, I don't know why it's not working.
Anyways, guys, look at the consistency. Look. Consistency, resistance.
Go Meta.
And now it didn't touch it here, but I mean, you can buy the dips here.
Yeah.
If you're super confident, you just buy the dips and you can average in. So that's exactly what I did on this triangle that you see. That means
so
I
you
got
use the
filled.
price action.
Of course, that's all I know how to use. Yeah, no, I like this a lot. So I hope I had more time, but if this was gonna, I probably should have went for this dip right here. I wasn't watching it,
Meta.
but I had the most money on Apple today. Meta and Baba are not going my way at all. They're kind of being
Let's
iffy.
go, Meta.
I don't like it. Someone said SOUN. My brother, let me make some money for you. Watch this. SOUN. What is that? New York?
SoundCloud.
Oh, SoundCloud.
Yeah.
Oh, I've shot a bunch of music videos for SoundCloud rappers.
Yeah.
Let's see what this one's saying.
It's been
Oh, this
kind
is
of
weird.
like meme-ish stuff.
I don't like when they do this and then they want to pop off. So was there news on this?
Oh, let me have a look. We'll go to the
Please.
news blotter real quick. What's it up? 34%?
Yeah, it's up a lot.
Woo, it is up a lot. What's going on with sound?
What
Okay,
is
so
up?
it's just moving. Well, it's moving all day. What am I saying? All right, what is up with sound? Shares of several companies, tech sector trading higher. Okay. Information technologies looks like it's a sympathy play. I'm seeing here SoundHound shares are trading higher. Sound AI shares are trading higher to high of day. $2 calls active. Okay, so it looks like there's some unusual options volume there. Not really seeing an exact catalyst. If you guys know an AI sympathy, that's what Molly Case is saying. So it's an AI sympathy play. So SoundHound. Sorry, not SoundCloud, SoundHound.
Brother,
man.
I was saying
It's an innovative,
SoundCloud.
yeah, sorry, conversational
Okay.
SoundCloud.
Are these halts right here?
SoundHound.
Are these
oh my
halts?
goodness. Eh?
These are halts?
No, let me look at SoundHound.
Okay.
I was about to say SoundCloud again.
These are not halts.
No, there are no halts today
Okay,
on
no
SoundHound.
halts
It
on
is
Sound.
sympathy to AI.
Wow, this
AI is near high days. 32.32, 32.82 is the high on AI. There we go. Now we're moving higher here on Meta, and I'm sitting here at 90s waiting to get filled. There's a bit of a top brewing here above VWAP at that 90 level. If we can break, sorry, not that 90 level, that 85-ish level. If we can break through that and make a newer high, that would be, a nice little trend change. Not much in the way of trend change, though, showing up here on the futures, at least on my 5-minute chart. So we shall see if we can get continuation on some of these longs here. But,
Okay.
yeah, long Meta.
This is, Meta did me dirty today. You know that, right? Like, are you seeing these numbers?
Sorry, I'm yawning and laughing all at the same
I'm about to
time,
yawn
bro.
too because this is boring as.
No.
Like, what is it doing, Meta? Like, for what reason is the market? What is it? I can't see the
Bro,
percentage.
the
'cause I'm in
market is
fake
up
money.
1% on the NQ.
So what's Meta
0.8.
doing?
It's moving with the market. The general trend is up. Well, you wouldn't, don't you agree?
Oh, right.
The general
I
trend
shorted
is
it
up.
'cause
So,
I'm-
yeah, you take, that's what Obi and I were talking about, taking moves against the trend. I mean, it can definitely be a bit controversial.
Guys, I'm looking at Tesla here.
I'm
All
killing
these
sound
charts
today.
look so similar to each other. Am I tripping out about that?
What?
Like all these NASDAQ
So,
charts
yeah.
look so close
Well,
to
that's
each
the
other.
thing.
So
A lot of them
how do you
will-
trade a day like this?
Today, they don't
You
look
just
too
focus
much
on
alike.
one. You just focus on one thing and then just keep going.
Yeah, so what I do typically is I identify the ones that are relatively weak or strong versus the market or
Okay.
versus themselves, and I look at 6. I look at Google, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, and Tesla. Those are the 6 that I watch. You identify the relative, the ones that are relatively strong, the ones that are relatively weak. You decide whether you're going to go short and off what levels, and then that's kind of what you
That's
do.
it, huh?
Yeah, so that's the way that I play these NASDAQ stocks.
Okay.
Sometimes, that's not always the way. There'll be like an independent catalyst for it, and then you'll have to, just be relatively strong for itself. Doomer saying, new SoundHound chat AI platform uses breakthrough technology to offer powerful voice assistant to businesses and brands. Thank you for that. B Fanatic says, Dan Sharif, yawning and laughing at the same time. This is how you enter the matrix. That's hilarious. Shout out to you. Someone asked earlier, someone actually smoked the world, was like, he killed it on sound. Man, why can't I say this? SoundHound, guys. I keep saying SoundHound. SoundHound, shout out to you for killing it on that. Here we go, man. Still doing nothing on these markets. Still hovering below that 210 level on Meta. But I'll continue to hold this long into the afternoon until it's not valid anymore. My out will likely be the $0.50 area. It'll be about this 35-cent area. That'll be the newer low there. So that's what I'll be looking for, especially that 50 period on the 5-minute chart. That's what I'll keep my eye on. But I'll also be looking for renewed strength into the more liquid time of the day. On the futures, I'll be looking for us to test those highs. We're definitely a lot closer to the highs than we are to the lows. We tried looking for some shorts today, but they were just, for now, I don't think that it's been in for these shorts. The moves down on these futures have been very weak and kind of have signaled that, that renewed buying may be coming in the power hour and a little bit before that. So that's kind of how I see the afternoon going. To be honest with you, again, We have a Fed speaker starting at 3:05. Fed Williams speaks, and that's always a possibility that the market may move on those comments. So, yeah, that is the situation. And I'm still in this meta long. So we're long 71s. We're holding. Let's see if we can get some big boy movement to the high side. I saw NVIDIA earlier, and I was like, interesting, possible double top. But if the market holds up, this double top will not manifest. The market is curling, actually, at the moment.
I have a question for you, my brother.
Yeah.
If I log out of this PC and log into another PC, is my bids and everything still the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it transfers.
Because I punch in more longs on
You can't
Baba.
be logged in simultaneously.
Right. So I went in more Baba. I brought my average down to 231.
Okay.
Because I'm going to make a lot of money on this stock.
Yeah. Well, you got a good entry. You're getting in at VWAP.
Right.
Well, it'd be nice if you had VWAP up there, man.
You think so? Well, I make my own VWAP in my head. Because I'm good at imagining stuff.
Man. So we're going to go create, and then we're going to go intraday volume weighted average price. We're going to go view 0. And because you have thing background, we're going to put white. So we're going to go like that and go.
Okay.
And then apply.
I like it. Beautiful.
And it doesn't show up as
That's
per
awesome.
usual, right? Intraday volume. I'm not sure why it's not showing up. Apply, okay. Okay, I'll look at that after. Not sure why it's not moving. But anyway, meta moving to the high side. The futures pumping to the high side. Here we go.
Futures.
So, yeah, man, it's just getting bought up. There's for me, no short in the futures at the moment today. Tesla breaking to the high side. Did it now? It broke an interesting level, that 205, 75 level. I don't know where I had that from on my chart, but Tesla moving to the high side. Meta also moving, stair-stepping to the high side, starting to knock on the door of that 210. I'm sitting at 90s, 209 90s. Here we go. We're getting 89 prints. So if we can get 90, that'd be great. So I can get filled, please. So let's go. Let's go stock market.
Cool. So I can walk away from my PC because we're about to wrap the show up.
Yeah.
Before we do, y'all, please
30 seconds.
listen to me. Listen to me. Yo, do a medium shot real quick. I want to talk to the camera, guys. Like the video. I don't know what this like stinginess is. It's quite literally free.
Smash the like button.
You know what? We don't sell products here because trust me, if we sold products, I can sell product.
Yeah,
I'm a salesman.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel you.
You know what I mean, Neil? I can sell a product.
What
so
can't you
let's
do,
not
Fahad?
let's not go that route. What's product? What does that mean? Product. Why am I saying it wrong? Product. That's right.
Products.
Guys, I can
move
sell
merchandise,
stuff.
baby.
I can sell stuff, but I don't want to sell stuff. So just like the video. You feel me? It's free. We get an algorithm push off the likes, the comments, the chats. Stay active. When I'm back there in production, I'm laughing. You guys are funny. I love reading the chat. You guys are hilarious. That's why I come on the chat, on the show, so I can talk. It's not a threat. No threat. We're all on the same page.
Who said that? Who said that was a
No one's
threat?
threatening. You like the video, we grow, we make you laugh even better, and we make more money. So at the end of the day, like the video, man. And we're gonna go to a new stream.
Yeah.
We're gonna go to Brendo. Make sure you like that one as well. Look, smash the like. The hammer's going, hitting my lips right now. I don't know why, but you guys go ahead and like the next video, the close show. Yo, I don't know. Yo, Neil, honestly, I might just steal the first half hour from the close show. Who's gonna stop me?
Not me.
Who's gonna stop me? I'm the biggest guy in here. So who's gonna stop me?
All right.
How much you weigh?
Right now, 219.
219, 225 pounds. I hope
Are
you
you
guys enjoyed
225?
this stream. 225. I swear.
Are you really?
I swear. Go ahead. You want to wrap it up?
All right, guys. It's been a blast. We're going to see you again Monday, same bat time, same bat channel. You got the big kahunas. They're going to be taking you into the closing show. Get ready for that new stream.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a Friday afternoon as we head towards the end of the week. Remember, end of the month, and it's the end of the quarter. We're still positive on the day, so we're looking good as far as 3 weeks in a row for all three U.S. equity markets to the upside. Here's how the S&P is shaping up right now. 0.9, tough to see up there, but 0.9 for the S&P 500. Nice green board right across the entire